What is going on? Prime time, season 2 got the Xbox Grand Prix to kick this thing off. We have got an absolutely stacked night of fights as always, guys. I have the absolute pleasure of being joined by the one and only Bane and One Rios in the party tonight, or a comedy booth. How you doing, lads?
Oh, I'm just excited to be here. There's no bigger event this weekend, really, with the UFC's absence from the scene than primetime MMA's Xbox Grand Prix. As you can see, this is completely stacked from top to bottom on Eros.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a great night of fights. You know, what's better than the whole Xbox Grand Prix? Like you said, we get to see the best of the best compete in one day. I'm in it for the long haul, guys. I don't know about y'all.
For sure, brother.
Strapped in, seatbelt is buckled. I'm ready to rumble.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Up first, we're going to be having the one and only Pigeon Scout looking to make a statement on Season 2, starting off against LFC Zombzz, who obviously had a pretty good season all around in Season 1 as well. Kind of ups and downs like a lot of people, ended out pretty strongly, I do believe, but they're going to be opening up the card tonight. Got Pigeon Scout with the excellent striking that we've seen from him before, and I believe LFC Zombzz has got that unorthodox striking, but predominantly a grappler, if I do remember rightly there.
Now, Cyrez, one thing to be concerned with, of course, on that Pigeon Scout side is within the last season, he did end on a 2-fight winning streak, but his loss came against Chris in a round 1 submission. So if I'm a grappler, right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take it right down to the mat.
For sure, brother, for sure. I mean, it's where his bread and butter is. We see them standing opposite each other at the moment, both with Charles Oliveira picks. Oh, we are seeing a little switch up there. That's interesting. Maybe Zombies going to Dustin Poirier. Which would be kind of reversive picks. I mean, I would imagine the Zombies would want to take it down to the ground a little bit. The LFC boys, they are very well rounded, however, so maybe he's looking to showcase some of that striking this evening. It would be interesting to see Pigeon Scout initiate the grappling, though, with Charles Oliveira. I mean, we haven't seen a great deal out of it in the past from him, but oh, they're switching it up on us last second there, guys. Maybe some mental, mind games on each other. Maybe just trying to kind of get some counter picks going. That would be a brave pick, right? with Donald Cerrone. Could you imagine that? Picking a Donald Cerrone this early already, starting out round 1?
It's a statement. It's definitely a statement, Cyrez, and he's trying to tell his opponent, hey, look, I am confident in maybe what would be considered the lesser fighter statistically, but you have to think Cerrone Cowboy brings a lot of creativity to the octagon, especially in the lower half of the body. Those kicks are lethal, and they come at very different angles.
Oh, he switches it up one more time. I completely agree. I mean, it would have been one hell of a statement to start out with obviously the one and only Donald Cerrone, but he decides to mix it up to Nate Diaz there, One Rios, and looks like we have one hell of a startup with Dustin Poirier, Nathaniel Diaz, starting us out for round 1 of this Grand Prix.
I do believe I'm a bit behind because at the moment I can't seem to get the screen to show, so I might have to drop out of this call real quick. I do apologize.
That's all right, brother. That is all right. We will bring it back for you straight away for sure. I don't know why that's the case, but give us just one moment. They are just currently loading in. Oh.
Similar with Honoros, I don't know if it's being shown to the commentator in the booth.
Yeah, I think there was a technical issue on Discord end. That should be back with you now. They're starting now. No. Sometimes Discord does that. It drops it out so that for some reason it just cuts it off, but it should be back for you now. They're starting out nice and quickly. Looks like we've got Diaz landing some shots off the back foot up with his back up against the cage. Gotta be careful. He does have a lot of cardio. likes to pop you in the face and keep it coming all night, especially this early. Landing that many shots going to be nice for Pigeon Scout.
Great leg kick from Pigeon Scout. It's always encouraging when you're having success off the back foot. Zombie doing a good job being aggressive and staying in the face, but you can see the damage is really coming from that blue corner. 350 remaining, so opening round, and you have to think that the Diaz pick is definitely working out, but there's that Louisianan coming in for a level change.
That's great.
Yeah, he's definitely, they're just fighting. They, like you said, they were having really nice trades in the pocket, but this is where Poirier wants to be. And even if he gets reversed, you got to worry about the rubber guard. And at the same time, Nate Diaz has similar options. So it's definitely an interesting fight to see on the ground.
Yeah, this is one of those ones there, Bane, where I think that both of these guys are maybe a little bit more competitive off their back in terms of offensive options. However, I mean, you don't want to be on your back at any point in a fight, really. Every moment that's ticking off with, obviously, Dustin Poirier being in top control. It's just, stacking up the win in his favor by little. But with the options of rubber guard and all of the submissions from both guys off bottom, you have to mind your P's and Q's.
Absolutely. Those 4-star arm bars out of the Diamonds camp are lethal, and they can come from so many different places and positions on the map. But like you alluded to, the control time in this game is such a factor, especially when you have an incredibly closely contested striking match up until this point. 2-minute warning for these boys. Opening round coming to a close, Honoros.
Yeah, it's definitely in Poirier's favor, but you cannot sleep on Nate Diaz because he definitely has that ability to turn it in his favor at any given moment, whereas it might be striking or the ground.
Yeah, I mean, he now finds himself in top position, half guard, working on those little ground and pound shots, maybe trying to build up some grapple advantage, looking to move off into side control, and is able to do so. Lots and lots of options here for Nate Diaz, Pigeon Scout in top control there.
Crucifix, bad position here for Zombie. Pigeon Scout really in a dominant position as we approach the final stretch of this first round.
Yeah, he gets half guard back, but now we see, like I said, Diaz is in top position. He's putting in some good work, and let's see if he can even it out just a bit. He decided to stand up. For me, that's a bit questionable, but I do believe he has a semi-advantage in striking with his reach.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
With that, sorry, Bane, I mean, with that being said, he did have a lot of success early on. Obviously, the reason that zombies look to change levels on him, but he's doing a lot of this off the back foot and just allowing Poirier to, find his timing on the feet. I think that with Nate Diaz, you really need to start to look to pressure your opponent and look to utilize the, the stamina advantage that can come into play as the rounds go on there, Bane.
Could see some gamesmanship at the concluding of those 5 minutes from Pigeon Scout pointing and laughing at Zombie, but the striking stats would suggest that Zombie was the more active guy, standing and trading in center of the octagon to start the second round.
And as you can see, Zombie has as I was going to say, he has the stamina disadvantage. He gets dropped and he's just raining down blows into Zombie's face.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job of defending himself there, the Bane, and obviously now back at the feet, but back in the wheelhouse of Pigeon Scout, and they're landing big shots in these exchanges.
What Zombie is doing is utilizing the jab effectively, but he's not stringing anything behind it. Pigeon Scout's the more combo-heavy fighter, and he's staying in the pocket and landing, but look at that great uppercut from Zombie.
Yeah, it's definitely a back-and-forth fight on the feet, but it's, the stamina is about equal. And dangerous, but as I say that, he gets rocked and he's pushed back up against the fence. This could be big for Zombie.
The power of Dustin Poirier reigning true, but eats an uppercut as he goes for the body shot there. He's got to be careful. Pigeon's dangerous in all facets of the striking realm. Always able to find the home for those shots and sit his opponent down as he goes for a ghillie, which is actually banned in primetime MMA. So there's hope that he leaves that go, which he does. He doesn't go for the ghillie, just looks to spin him around a little bit.
Yeah, I wanted to take him for a scenic tour around the octagon a little bit. Level change from the diamond.
He was going for the walk the dog just to drain that little stamina advantage. And as you can see, it did give him a little advantage in that aspect. But they just go and they keep they keep trading, and it's just back and forth. Really, I don't any difference so far.
It's the story of lead uppers. There have been both guys landing lead uppercuts on each other and finding the mark for those shots. The health has been blinking a few times already in this opening second round as he gets the rock and now looking to rip to the body.
This is what Zombie needed, because if you remember, Pigeon
As
Scout
you
so
did.
effective.
Caster's curse, and he gets rocked himself. And the stamina's blinking from both guys. This is a crazy fight so far.
What a barn burner to start off the Xbox Primetime Grand Prix. 1 minute, 10 seconds remain, and another check left from Pigeon.
Yeah, this is definitely a crazy fight. What do you think, Cyrez? Is this one of the best fights you've seen to start out a card?
Yeah, I mean, this is back and forth for sure. These guys are not wasting any times. There are no early prelims this evening. These guys are all, well, quite honestly, you know, main card fighters for sure. Upper echelon of the promotion, signing up, looking to start out Season 2 with a bang, as we see Pigeon Scout ripping these combinations to the head over and over again there, Bane.
No bigger bang than the strikes landed from Pigeon Scout, and that's the thing that I was mentioning. He's sitting in the pocket and throwing 3 to 4 strike combinations, and eventually, right, those last couple strikes are going to land. The block is going to be a bit diminished, and that's when Zombie is taking all of the damage. I would suggest coming into this last 5 minutes, what Zombie needs to do is be more patient, stand the outside a little bit more, and try to counter and then enter instead of entering and trying to find counters within that phone booth distance.
For sure, for sure. I mean, just to answer a couple of people, I've seen one or two mentions in the chats over there and within the league itself calling for a DQ on that one. He didn't actually go for the ghillie, and if he had, he would have been DQ'd, but we continue on. He's landing beautiful short rocks from both guys. Jesus.
Is trading heavy shots, and you think it might favor Nate Diaz at this point because he has so much chin health, but it doesn't matter now as both of them are just hurt so bad, and he traps him up against the fences. Heavy bombs.
Zombie not giving Pigeon Scout an inch. That 95 punch power of the Louisianan, definitely feeling it. 350 left in this third round, and man, you'd like to think the durability of...
He gets knocked down. This is a
my
great
God.
huge uppercut just lands, and he drops him. This
could
is
be it.
huge.
Pigeon Scout, third round TKO, potentially imminent. Great defense there from Zombie.
He misses that one punch that could have ended it all, to be honest. This is an insane fight. Both men not letting up, just insane amounts of pressure, and it's crazy back and forth. I don't know who's winning this fight, at least right now, because the second round, in my opinion, could have gone either way.
Submission attempt from Zombie here. This is going to be some good control time in the bag for him. Pigeon Scout doesn't get the slam. Interesting. This seems a bit close, Cyrez.
Yeah, very, very close, mate. He may even get some of the... If he's able to do so, it's going to start to really cinch in that submission. We see the stream is frozen up on their end for a moment. Hopefully that comes back quickly, so we get to see the end of this submission. It was very close. I don't know what's going on there. That's a little bit unfortunate, lads. Oh, and we're flipping back. He threw in the strikes. Okay.
I thought it was a drop, but this is definitely not looking good.
Wow.
The sub. Oh my goodness, what a fight.
Round of applause for that man right there. And I'm just going to bring some attention to this. I was getting told in the back that I was being overruled and that the other guys within the league had all made the decision that that would have been a DQ right there, but no need for it. Zombie picks up the win with an armbar in the third round, guys. Jesus.
That was a definite huge comeback from Zombie. You know, he got hurt. There was a lot of adversity in this fight, but he came out clutch with that armbar.
And something we talked about with Pigeon Scout, of course, was the maybe grappling deficiency that he faced in the prior season. Doesn't appear that he worked on it enough. Great comeback, as mentioned. And man, I mean, talk about an entertaining fight to start off the Grand Prix.
Yeah, absolutely loving it, brother. Absolutely loving it. That was one hell of a way to start it. These guys throwing bombs start to end. Just non-stop action from these two gentlemen. And honestly, couldn't have asked for a better fight to start out the main card. A little bit of controversy, of course, with that standing ghillie attempt, if you will. But obviously, you know, didn't even have to let it slide because Zombies came out there and kind of put a donk on it, able to get that armbar and walking away with the W, stepping on into round 2 now. That man's going to be feeling very good with himself after coming back after that adversity, guys. Interesting to see what he's able to do. Obviously, up next, we are going to be seeing two gentlemen that are very familiar within the community. We're going to be having the one and only Chinsworth, the law himself. He is going to be competing up against TD Fadanator, so TMF. Chinsworth, TD, Fadanator. These guys both known within the community. I don't know if either of you have had the privilege of coming across, sparring, or fighting these guys on, ranked or any other promotions.
Have called both of their fights in different promotions, and have to say each guy has a ton of heart. Chinsworth especially, that guy goes out on the shield, or he puts you out on your shield. A guy who never gives up late in the fight, even if there's early adversity for him. He will always keep marching forward and keep trying to implement his game plan.
Yeah, you're right for sure. This is a stacked tournament we have here. This is the Primetime Grand Prix, as you can see, and it's got nothing but talent from the top. We see Dirty, we see Jamie, and of course right now we're going to see Chinsworth versus Fadanator. And I've had the pleasure to see Chinsworth fight several times. He is an absolute monster.
Now, obviously, with that being said, obviously, we know a lot about Fadanator as well. He's been within the promotion. I'm sure many guys have fallen victim to him in ranked in the past as well. But he's training out the TD camp, the Dons, obviously training with the likes of Styles, Jamie, Blake Tyler, so on and so forth. So he trains with the best of the best as well, much like Chinsworth, obviously with the former champion of Primetime. This is going to be one hell of a scrap, and couldn't ask for a better way to start out this card, guys. The action's top to bottom as anticipated.
Looks like we're seeing Poirier back in the octagon so soon versus Paul, the Irish recently retired Dragon Felder. Man, and I hate to look at existing histories between fighters online, because that really doesn't tell the tale of the tape for either of them. 14 wins on one side, 3 on the other. Maybe those were just training. Maybe he was showing him some moves. Who knows? But we're going to see what they're all about here.
Excellent point there, Bane. And I mean, obviously a little bit different under the bright lights, as you said. Ranked's a little bit different when you've got your, people watching the fights. Obviously got people calling for your win or your loss, whether it be your supporters or your haters. We see a nice opening there from Paul Felder. I love the pick. It's one of my personal picks, and Chinsworth is one of my main training partners. I know he loves that kickboxing style. He has unorthodox striking, and really is, like a flow state striker when he gets into that kind of combination of picking his shots and defense. He's very, very dangerous. So Fadanator's got to be careful, but dangerous everywhere himself for sure.
Yeah, as you were saying, it's a great fight, and you got to remember he has those elbows, and as I've commentated quite a few events now, you always hear me. I love elbows, and anytime I get a chance to see some elbows, like I do believe Paul Felder has 4-star elbows. They are a dangerous tool. He has those knees as well. He's the Muay Thai striking is evident, and if we get to see elbows, I'm a happy man.
I have to say that left hand of Chinsworth went to college, but the right hand went to the streets. Big action and power there from Chinsworth early. 3 minutes remain, and the head health of Poirier is a little bit lower than you would want, and absolutely agree. The spinning attempts from Paul Felder are incredibly lethal when they land, but look at how he's testing out that lead uppercut into that check left, reversing that, putting it at the beginning, end of combinations. Chinsworth really working so well with that side of his body.
Yeah, Chinsworth is definitely playing the waiting game. He's being very patient. As we see, Fadanator has a bit of a stamina advantage because, as you see, he landed quite a few good body strikes. But at the end of the day, you can never count Chinsworth out. He shows just absolute tenacity in fights.
Agree with you, One Russ. I think he's probably getting a little bit better of these exchanges so far, but that's a lovely double leg. Gets the turning takedown and now finds himself in half guard. But Chinsworth's very, very good on the back as well. He's very defensive. This is a good position for Fadanator, posturing up, landing some beautiful ground and pound. Not getting overzealous there, Bane, and that's very, very important. Shows an educated grappling game, not wanting to give his opponent an easy stand-up or, draining his stamina at all.
Patience and composition is so crucial early in the fights, being able to just sort of ride the hips and stay in the position, pepper off strikes when you can, but like you mentioned, not really risking a whole heck of a lot. This was a close round, right? Fadanator was more patient and tried to counter and maybe be a little bit more of a sniper in this opening, but this control time could be a big statement to the judges. Big stamina drain there, though. Chinsworth on Fadanator.
Ooh, that's bad for Chinsworth right there. He's able to stop the posture up, which was vital with only a couple of seconds left. That ground and pound could have been brutal, but he's getting them in now. 2 seconds, 1 second, and the separation from Chinsworth to end out the round. Great opening round from these guys. You were absolutely right there, Bane. The takedown could have played a big factor. I would say the striking was slightly in the favor of Chinsworth. With the Paul Felder, he looked a little bit cleaner, just a little bit smoother, but the takedown was vital and really, really changed the complexion of that opening round.
I have to think a lot of that's just activity. You know, Chinsworth being more of a volume-based guy early, throws a lot at you just to get those reactions and timing. Wonderos, what do you think Fadanator is thinking coming into the second 5 minutes?
Oh, he's definitely he's got to feel more composed right now because, you know, he landed some good shots, destroys that block with that one uppercut. But it's just at the end of the day, he knows he has the advantage on the ground against someone like Paul Felder. And Chinsworth is being tested, showing personal skill over stats right now.
Lovely work right there. I love the lunging strikes. As you know, that was a beautiful combination, trying to get a little bit loose. That's sometimes a sign that he's about to start finding his range, but I know from personal circumstances, sometimes it's a sign of frustration when you're trying to pull out lunging strikes and just get your opponent's respect and get them to back up just a little bit, Bane, to give you a bit of breathing room.
Absolutely, and the distance management of Fadanator up until this point might be contributing to early frustration. Big moment here from Fadanator.
Yeah, that's huge from him, brother. He's now landing. He's going to throw a kick by the looks of things, cocking up his hips, landing straight into the lead hook. Looks like Chinsworth's trying to answer back, but his head health still blinking, and the bodywork now as well. Whew.
Yeah, to highlight what you said about that range, he's just picking him off on the outside, only going in when he can land that shot, as Felder has to advance in this point because, you know, he doesn't have the best reach, and Poirier's just landing those great, just so accurate, and he's hurting him really bad.
Oh, man, that was massive. He drops him.
Wow, great work by Chinsworth, reversing the position right in the top mount.
And this is huge. He could he denies the armbar. But like you said, this is a great position for him. If he can maintain it, he can work that stamina down to at least equal it out.
Looks like, obviously he's going to have 2 minutes on top now. That's good defense from Fadanator. Now going for the Kimura. Looks like Chinsworth's got the denial off, but even though he's in top control, I imagine he's probably even going to want the separation, to be honest with you. I know that he feels a lot more comfortable there, and the stamina advantage for Paul Felder on the grappling side of things is not exactly his strongest suit.
Fadanator probably content just to ride it here. Gets the reversal. Great work by him, but you have to think that knockdown trumps anything else that Chinsworth has done. Definitely has this second round in the bag by my prediction, Wonderos.
At the end of the day, anything can happen, and sometimes it will, so we'll see, because at the end of the day, they do a stand. He lets him up, and he lands that beautiful body kick. Just he just drops him with another punch. As I was saying, I saw that lead up, and I was like, wait a minute. At the end of the day, that body kick has opened up so much at this point. He doesn't know where to block. Chinsworth is definitely a warrior, though. He's not going to give up, but this is definitely looking way better for Fadanator.
Yeah, he started to pick up momentum. That was a lovely little feint into the head kick. He's firing forwards. This is going to be his moment. There's not enough stamina to follow it up, but what a way to close out the round, showing that both guys incredibly dangerous. Fadanator's round, I think, even still after that late rock, but I mean, all to play for 1-1 right now by my scorecards at least, and going into this third round of this Grand Prix, these guys are going to look to make some adaptations, and we'll have to see who's able to make the necessary ones to try and get themselves advancing onto these next stages. This is one hell of a fight, though, guys.
I think this is exactly what Chinsworth needs to do. Toss out some feints and try to get Fadanator biting on some of these strikes, because Fadanator's smelling blood in the water, right? He wants this finish, and so Chinsworth needs to be very patient and pick his shots incredibly selectively, just like that.
What a beautiful counter. As you said that, Chinsworth's block is completely done, but he's able to bait him, but he gets hit again, and there's so much damage already accrued. You can't really tell if he can come back from this. If he's able to pull counter again like he did earlier, he could really work something out for sure.
Yeah, he needs to do so, but he cannot exchange at all, because one shot sets him down like that. And honestly, Fadanator's looking great with all of this damage compounding onto Chinsworth. This is going to be very difficult for him to get the finish. He needs it. That's a lovely duck into the hook, rip into the body. This might be the finish right here for Fadanator as he...
Goodness, he is out, ladies and gentlemen. What a performance. Not to take away from Chinsworth, he showed great composure even when he was down. But Fadanator comes out with a huge victory with just an insane KO.
Midway through the third, beautiful lead hook just to send Chinsworth to the shadow realm, and you have to think that finishing sequence was predicated by a little bit of an uncharacteristic strike from Chinsworth, right? He threw that big lead overhand, got paid for it, and then that kick was just, I don't know, yeah, composition seemed to fall as that third round progressed, and Fadanator smelled the blood in the water, what a shark he is, and just ate that up.
Yeah, he looked very, very...
Maybe desperation or nerves, because he showed great composure first and second round, even though he had a lot of adversity. But he needed that one shot to close it out, and that was just a huge risk for overall.
Honestly, one hell of a opening start to this Grand Prix. That's a big win for Fadanator right there. Obviously gets him into the next stages now. He's going to be finding himself up against LFC Zombzz in the next round. That takes us one step closer through this tournament. Up next, we actually get to see the champion of Season 1 and the current champion of the Xbox side going to be putting his title on the line in this one up against his opponent, first opponent of the evening. If he's able to get through this one, of course, going to be up against a dangerous BSD Broomstick, up and down, but he's one of those guys that's incredibly dangerous and comes from a camp that has very good striking all round and balanced grappling to go with it. So I'm sure he's been in the lab working for this one. It's a big fight for him, probably his toughest test to date, Broomsticks. Obviously Trickzy's a problem, Bane. 11-1 last time out, and all around the community in putting in fantastic work. Venom champion, and much of the same.
Oh, I mean, winning that invitational from Venom is just the biggest cherry on top of his competitive career, and it's just really imbued him with so much confidence, right? Coming into that fight with MattyD, he had the world behind him. A lot of people potentially hating and trying to tear away from what he's accomplished, but if I'm Trickzzy, I have nothing but momentum on my side.
Posh.
Yeah, it definitely might play a factor into Broomstick's game because, that's a lot of pressure. I've definitely seen a lot of pressure and adversity when I actually fought in prime time a couple of times. It didn't turn out the way I wanted, especially with the idea of people watching. So I can just imagine Broomstick, he's facing a absolute killer. Not to take away from BSD. I mean, we've seen crazy fights from Jax and Jendo, but this is a big test for him. This is the true test. If he can get past this hurdle, he will go places.
I mean, if he's able to get past this one, there, one of us, he walks out here champion. He'll take that belt into the next stage with him and look to defend it all the way to the finals. I mean, this is obviously title implications. This is a championship tournament, much like the Bellator one that we saw or we're seeing going on at the moment. The belt will be defended every time that Trickzzy or the person that beats Trickzzy competes throughout this tournament. We're seeing a nice takedown attempt, but defended from Trickzzy, the champion. That he trains with some of the best grapplers in the game, so I'm sure he's very, very used to having his legs being shot on.
Looking at the stats on this one, each guy evened out on the power equation, 95 on each side. But when you look at the speed and accuracy, Poirier takes at 96 to 94 on punch speed, 97 to 95 on accuracy. So Trickzy's going to be feeling that precision a little bit more than Broomstick might.
For sure. I mean, obviously a lot to kind of lose here for Trickzzy, and he gets to take a step forward, but a lot here to lose. I mean, Broomstick's got a lot to win from it. Not a lot of pressure on him. He's the underdog in this position, I'm sure. Up against such a dominant champion, and so far he's looking very good, man. A little bit of a wayward hook on the, going for the body right there, but so far looking to do some good slips. He's mixed in a takedown attempt and giving some different looks to the champion, just keeping him very honest. That's a beautiful shot right there from the champ as he sits him down.
Just dropped him with that. It was a beautiful combo strikes, and this is bad for his his mental. He's gonna think, if he can knock me down like that, he has to stay calm, and he shoots for the single but does not get it.
See, maybe a desperation shot from that blue corner. Broomstick switching stances, throwing out a couple feints, trying to get the champ off of his side. Great leg kick and a body kick there from him. 2-minute warning for this opening round. Have to think Trickzzy feeling in the flow state right now.
Yeah, he's looking very good.
Definitely getting some great strikes. I have to agree with you, Cyrez. And as I say that, he gets knocked down again. Just beautiful work by Trickzzy. He's staying calm, very patient, just landing those perfect strikes.
Now, normally we see Trickzzy being his most dangerous come the second round, but with it, this not being a 5-round fight, he's looking to get a lot more active. But those are some lovely shots from Broomstick. BSD body stretches degree looking good in the opening going and keeping the champion honest.
Broomstick definitely not out of it. Justin Gaethje, a guy that you don't want to eat too many shots from clean. 1 minute remains, and Trickzzy absolutely stealing this one. But again, anything can happen. One punch changes the complexion of the fight.
But as we talked to earlier, is just that damage accumulated. It's going to cost something in the second and the third round. And you got to wonder, is his mentality changed as he's already faced so much adversity? He's just taking damage.
Oh!
Knockdown again. This is close to it. It might be over.
Oh, the head movement. Lovely work from BSD. He is doing great work. His Broomstick showing that he has a well-rounded defense, and he needed it right there. The champion is pouring it on early, man. He is looking very, very good. Not to say that Broomstick hasn't answered back with some shots of his own, but the champion just looking too clean in that first round.
It's interesting that Broomstick is searching for that takedown in the level change. Gaethje only has 85 takedowns. Poirier doesn't have the best takedown defense, but it is 89, so there is a slight disparity there between those, and that only tells me that those are desperation shots. Those are panic shots.
Potentially so there, brother. I mean, I think you'll agree one with us. I mean, against somebody like Trickzzy, though, that has such a pedigree of striking above, your average competitor, that it can often feel like that's one of your only options is to go for that takedown and try to stop them hitting you in the face like this, brother.
Yeah, but
the switch stance, oh boy.
Great groundwork as well, so I don't know if he would be wise to do it. And Trickzzy just denies it again. This is definitely working on that mentality, like I said.
Oh!
He's just getting damaged over and over again. He has to find an answer.
Nice check. Honestly, right now, Trickzy's looking composed and just picking his shots. Honestly, BSD Broomstick is staying game. Lands a nice hook right there. He's not going out without a fight. He's going to go out in his shield if he's going to go out. But we now see the champion going for a little bit of a power double. Gets him in the side control position. And with 3 minutes 20 odd on the clock there, Bane, this is going to be very, very dangerous for BSD Broomstick for sure, brother.
Oh, especially with that denial right there. You see Trickzzy sliding right through the guard into this side control position. Incredibly dominant. And as you mentioned, 3 whole minutes to work. I don't know, Broomstick, you got to find a way back to the feet.
Honestly, it's just not a good idea right now because, like I said, Trickzzy is so good on the ground as well as the stand-up. And he's just down blows.
Oh, this is it. Oh, he survived. Sorry, brother. I thought that was it there. The head health was just a smidge off the end.
One more punch and it would have been over.
Only going to take one more posture up to get Broomstick out of here. Seems like Trickzzy going to fly right through that guard once more into side control. That head health is blinking on Broomstick's side. Good Kimura denial there a little bit. 2 minutes left. Maybe he'll survive. Maybe he'll find the strength to maybe ride this out, but probably not. Trickzzy pouring it on.
One more punch again. This is so nerve-wracking because at the end of the day, you always have to feel like you can root for the underdog, but as of now, it's just looking like he's closing that window of opportunity.
Oh! This has got to be it.
Yeah.
And it is. That is a beautiful, beautiful job done there. Executed his game plan perfectly, looking silky smooth to start out this tournament, and still he takes his belt on into the next stage. Obviously, nothing to be ashamed about with your Broomstick. You put on a good performance tonight. Obviously, it's hard to put up a winning performance against such a dominant champion like Trickzzy. Being the underdog in this position, he definitely showcased himself and, showed he had good defense and had some good output at certain moments there, Bane. But Trickzzy taking that W, taking that belt on into the next stages. We're going to have to see who's up against him next there, brother, because obviously there's a lot of people left to play in this card. Is it going to be Lepo? Is it going to be Easy Adjust? These guys are incredibly dangerous and both strikers themselves, so interesting matchups to come.
See MattyD in the Twitch chat. There is no meme. He is not alive and well. Definitely a tough. I mean, it's such a tough draw. Anytime you're fighting Trickzzy, whether it's at the beginning of the tournament or at the end, wherever this guy is, he's a problem. And again, right, all credit to Broomstick for getting in there and trying. He caught the champ a couple times. There were a few punches that landed and likely surprised Trickzzy, backed him up a little bit. Never really stunned him or hurt him, but things that he had to consider and go back and say, okay, new approach. But at the end of the day, he's a champ for a reason. Broomstick out, Trickzzy progresses.
Definitely not a hard loss to take. I mean, at the end of the day, you fought against the best and you had some good moments. It can only go up from there, honestly, for Broomstick. It's a learning lesson every time you face someone like that.
Couldn't agree with you more, brother. Couldn't agree with you more. But now Trickzzy on with that next stage. He's going to be either competing against Lepo or Easy Adjust. Just to give you a little bit of background on these two gentlemen here, Lepo is a gentleman that likes to find me anytime I decide that I'm going to play ranked. The times I do frequent the game, and he likes to destroy me each and every time. Incredibly dangerous in the striking, kind of department of the game. Has trained with a lot of very, very good grapplers over the years as well, so is very, very well versed in that element as well. But he is up against somebody that I've been high on for a very, very long time. Easy Adjust. I've known him for under his old name and so on as well. He is he's an incredibly dangerous striker. He's rounded out his game to make sure that he's got the defensive capabilities on the ground. But if you've never seen Easy Adjust fight before, his technical striking is really, really out of this world.
I've honestly been on the receiving end as well. He is a great striker. Once you think you caught him, he'll just slip out of the way and nail you. And sometimes this is just enough to end the night for you. And it's 3-3, so it's definitely very competitive. They've had their times outside of the tournament part, and they definitely been at each other's throats and equaled it out. So it should be a really good fight.
Lepo's game plan likely going to be pressure and staying in the face of Pettis, going to work on that midsection. The body is characteristically not the best for Showtime, but, a lot of work that you can do with the creative striking. So many different angles that you can create if you're Adjust, and you have to think this is good for him, staying in the center of the octagon so far.
Yeah, he's not going to have the advantage in terms of the ability to throw that jab, but the ability to kick, use that teep to his advantage, maybe throw a few leg kicks and just set him up with feints are really, really something he's going to have to utilize well against that, quite significant reach advantage of Nathan Diaz with his boxing, that jab, that straight, maybe a little bit of a problem for Adjust if he's not minding his P's and Q's.
Oh, good body work there from Lepo. 350 remain, and it seems Lepo is slowly pushing Pettis back, but great spinning kick to manage some distance.
Yeah, it's definitely, I do like the Pettis pick because, like you said, is all the, the leg kicks, the body kicks. He has very fast kicks, and this may be the
Stockton slap there from the California native.
Yeah, it's definitely a sign of disrespect. At the end of the day, it's always something to get in your opponent's head, and it's just so far, like you said, Lepo's looking pretty good maintaining the range.
Yeah, I mean, look, out at the end, Easy Adjust is out here trying to make this into a technical fight with his Pettis, and Lepo's out there Stockton slapping a guy and trying to make him, remember that this is a fight at the end of the day. They could be fighting in the back of, any sort of convenience store or anything.
This is a Wendy's, drive-through line that we're seeing this fight take place in. From one side, Easy Adjust definitely want to be more Taekwondo approach. 2 minutes left, and each guy doing good work to the midsection, right? Touching the ribs and really making it feel to the body, but you have to think Diaz, the more active fighter, landing a bit more, and that's not what you want from Adjust.
Yeah, lands another Stockton slap. He does. Lepo's feeling a little bit confident now, got Adjust backing off a little bit. I mean, the range is maybe being a little bit of a problem, but we are seeing Pettis work the body a lot, which is probably a great idea there, one real, especially against the gas tank of a great pick in Nate Diaz.
Oh, for sure. The more he lands to the body, the more that block is going to go lower. Then he can start working on those head kicks or possibly those combos. But he's showing a lot of patience at this moment. And it's definitely both men are it's just true technical striking going on.
Oh, Great work there from Adjust through the knee, and then as Diaz was coming in, tossed that elbow on Cotton. Good work from him. Would love to see him implement more teeps, right? That distance is so important if you're a kick-based fighter, and so far he's just getting pressure this entire round, finding moments, right, and finding ways to integrate those kicks, but utilizing some teeps, getting back to the center of the octagon, that would be the best way to maximize that pick for him.
And just to kind of go off the back of that there, I mean, the problem that he's facing is that Lepo is doing an excellent job at cage cutting. He is not following Adjust. He's not allowing him options to easily circle out. So a lot of cage cutting from Lepo is being really, really key in making this cage feel a little bit small and maybe getting a little bit claustrophobic for Adjust towards certain points of that round. Obviously swarming him, but doing so in a very, very educated fashion, not getting overzealous, not walking onto some of those very, very creative shots that Adjust is trying to put out there and, trying to find a home for.
Interesting. Pettis had a large advantage in the significant strikes in the first round. Big knockdown from him here early.
Beautiful body rock, and then he just goes straight up to the head and gets that knockdown. This has got to make him feel good now. He's doing way better in the pocket as well. It's that if Easy Adjust sticks to this game plan and just, works the outside, lands those beautiful kicks, it could be one of those nights.
Even with the Wizard, Easy Adjust gets pulled down to the ground. Diaz, an absolute monster in the jiu-jitsu realm, takes the back, gets the hooks in. Will he flatten him out or will he try to roll?
Ooh, that was a great denial.
Bad news for Adjust.
Good. Lets it go, relinquishes it to top mount, but at the end of the day, if you can flatten your opponent out and back flat, you can land some serious damage. But he's going for an armbar, and at the end of the day, maybe it's some, to buy some points, really.
Yeah, he does a great job of, acknowledging the fact that he was not going to get that submission, decides to bail on it. As a result, he's able to maintain top control one additional stage, a couple of extra seconds, and he would have ended up being reversed right there. So great work by Lepo and showing his grappling chops as well as he sticks to Easy Adjust like glue and flattens him out once again.
This
much worse from Adjust. Now this is the issue though, right? He was testing the reactions of Adjust. Lepo wanted to see, it was a yardstick of what Adjust would do. Obviously different submission here versus the bar in the circle, but you can see the submission is a little bit more progressed than the first one. I imagine he's going to chain another one and just try another submission afterwards.
Yeah, he's going to try it. That's great work. Getting back to the half guard there, Juan Rios, but not out of the woods yet, brother.
Yeah, you see, definitely, you showed a little bit sign of panic possibly in that circular sub because he was just, the bar was getting really long. But at the end of the day, he still has that good sub defense, and he gets rubber guard. Is he going to take it from there and possibly reverse it? No. Lepo gets out of it. Just, smart work from him.
Yeah, Adjust now back on his feet. He's had moments of success, but Lepo getting active, popping out those hands in his face, using that reach advantage to its maximum effect.
And what started out such a good round for Adjust, right, with the knockdown and the crafty striking, Lepo just slowly took over and ground his confidence. Big moment again, though.
Opt for the submission. Oh, no. I don't know, brother. I always go for the finish the fight submissions there. The body health had got him down, but the head health was not going to be finished in those 25 seconds. Maybe the submission would have been, but he's in top control now. This is an excellent way to close out round 2 in a very, very competitive fight.
Yeah, he knew he didn't have the time to actually land a really good amount of damage. So it was very smart. I actually favor that. He just wanted top control at that point.
I love that feint into the head kick. Such a beautiful
oh my goodness, yes.
Coffee and cream, baby. It's complimentary.
Oh yeah, it's a complimentary breakfast all day.
What the story of this fight appears to have been is that Easy Adjust is getting the bigger moments, but Lepo's just a bit more consistent with it. Interesting to see how the judges are going to score this.
That's it. That's it.
TKO. We do not see those enough. That was just amazing.
Oh my God.
Wait, that's unfortunate, but it was a beautiful body TKO by Easy Adjust, just showing he's a dog. He'll wait till the perfect moment. He doesn't care if you pressure him. He'll wait until he sees that perfect strike.
brother. That was phenomenal. He continued to dig to that body from the very, very opening of that fight. He, found a home for it with the knees, with the body uppercuts. He continued to go to it consistently through the second round and then into the third, and able to get a big, big finish off of there, Bane. And that's one hell of a way to walk on to this next stage of the tournament, brother.
Oh, absolutely. Easy just has to be happy with that finishing sequence, but look ahead. He's got Trickzzy on deck for him. Who knows how happy he can be? Either way, Great Mist versus Shane is coming to you next. Honoros, tell me about this matchup.
Oh man, ICB Great Mist. Oh, I've seen his fights a lot. I've seen him in prime time. I've seen him in other leagues. He is a great technical striker, but you can't call Shane the dark horse in this point, because I've seen a lot of off-meta picks from him, and he's usually made it work. I mean, not to bring out the last time, but the Bruce Lee pick actually did pretty well in that one fight, even though he got caught and KO'd.
Agreed, brother, agreed. And obviously Shane trains with the TMF boys, so we've got TMF v ICB in this matchup right here. Both are very, very dangerous, come from very well-respected camps that have been around the community for quite some time now, and we've seen some great names come out of both of them. One of the big ones, obviously, out of ICB was Great Mist, and he's been putting on excellent performances across multiple leagues, including this one, for a long, long time. Looking to make his name known tonight as he faces up against Shane in a very, very difficult match to open up this Grand Prix for himself. Obviously, on round one, lightweight, he loves the Eddie Alvarez pick, and I will be absolutely mesmerized if he does not pick him. That's definitely going to be his pick for sure, man.
Talking about Great Mist's sort of history within this organization, 11-3 overall, ended last season on a 3-fight winning streak. Great Mist, somebody that's had so much success here. On the other end of the coin, Shane's struggled at some points. 3-5 overall, has won 2 out of his last 4, 1 in his last 3. Confidence back to competing in primetime might not be there for Shane, but absolutely is there for Great Mist.
Yes, I agree, brother. But on that point there, Bane, a lot of those picks that like one of us alluded to earlier, all off-meta picks. This is a guy that a lot of the time picks off-meta picks. So interesting to see him pick Dustin Poirier tonight. Obviously taking Great Mist very, very seriously and looking to really, really show up for this one. So even though he's the underdog, looks like he's taking it very, very seriously, and he's going to need to with the bobblehead himself, the man of pressure and consistent striking, as he throws a jab head kick to open it up. Great Mist getting very, very active. Woo!
Beautiful head kick to start out. What do you think Shane's idea of working this would be, Bane?
I don't know, because if I'm Shane, I'm thinking I have almost every statistical advantage against the Underground King. Everything in the reach all the way through to the switch stance is just better for the diamond, but you have to think sometimes stats don't matter. Great Mist standing in front and landing so effectively.
Yeah, he continually goes to the kick as well, right? So he uses those doggy, he brings out the inner doggy, just like Eddie Alvarez kind of describes as well. Really, really likes to get into that chaotic type matchup. Often, though, the thing that sets it up for him is that after every combination he rips to the leg with a leg kick or goes to the body with a leg kick, and really, really keeps his opponents off rhythm.
Sticking and moving so effectively.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Alvarez is a bit off meta pick as well, and I do respect these gentlemen for showing us some great work, even when you don't normally see these types of picks. But Eddie Alvarez, no matter what, you cannot count him out. He has great power, and at the end of the day, if he gets in that brawl situation, he will put you out.
Yeah, what's so interesting about meta picks versus common picks, what everybody frequently goes to, it really is truly just about who you're comfortable with, right? And that fighter style and adapting. I see so many people pick Wonder Boy and they choose to stand in the pocket and trade, right? And like that, big knockdown for Great Mist.
That's excellent work from him. And he smells blood now, man. He's the type of guy that's going to continue. I mean, if you thought his pressure was heavy already, this is only going to get worse as he's going to continue to march forward, land these shots.
This is definitely not good right now. His head health was flashing. His right leg's almost toast already. And he hasn't landed that many strikes to the leg. But you got to remember, it doesn't take much nowadays with a calf kick. And, when you hold down that button and hit him with a regular kick, it can cause serious trouble.
You can see the diamond getting cracked a little bit. The Underground King sitting on these strikes as we approach the final minute of this opening round. Seems like Great Mist is the one having so much success, but big overhand return from Poirier.
Massive damage.
Finding his range.
I was about to bring some attention to the right leg of Shane, but he just lands a lovely check.
He went too many times to that kick, and it gets checked, and now you see both legs are kind of around the similar side. Maybe
and again. That's huge.
Huge indeed. Now it's like they're both equaled out. Both their legs are pretty much done. So if it lands one more, he could set up with some follow strikes to where Shane can't get out of the way.
Loving the taunt from Shane at the end there.
Talk about a sort of weird, peculiar move from Great Mist, going to the well too often with those leg kicks and not setting them up effectively. Somebody who mixes it up so well. I would have anticipated he'd have a bit better of an idea to not throw it at those moments, but, you know, you can't count Shane out.
No, for sure. I mean, look, Shane is very, very dangerous. Like I said, he often picks off meta picks. He's having everything he can handle in this opening going, but he's not out of this fight for sure, man, for sure. He's looking to win it and, you know, make the upset, but sits down from Great Mist and he's landing the knees to the body.
That could be the beginning of the end. Honestly, he's setting up some great strikes. If he can catch him a couple more times, it might be over. Shane's having a lot of trouble, and it comes down to, you know, like I said, the off meta picks. You usually don't see these in ranked. You usually don't see these picks in most league fights. So this is something that he could be completely new to, and he might have, you know, somewhat disrespecting Eddie Alvarez for not taking it seriously, and he's kind of paying for it right now.
No,
but he's landing some good strikes now as well.
Landing good strikes, but missing several opportunities. Great Mist has thrown several naked head kicks, right, going up high without setting it up with a jab or anything before it. If I'm Shane, I'm waiting, I'm ducking, and then I'm returning. 3 minutes left in the second round. Hasn't seemed to do it. Firing back here effectively.
Oh my God, that is massive.
Beautiful elbow. And this could be a big change for Shane. This could give him all the momentum he needs. He just needs to stay in that pocket, apply the pressure, because that's where he was shining at. Honestly, if he can stay in there, land some decent elbows, maybe an uppercut on the end, this could be it. But as I say that, he gets rocked himself, and that head health is flashing dangerously low.
I mean, his ability to, you know, stay surviving when he gets rocked is phenomenal. Shane doing an excellent job of just keeping his wits about him. Got to be careful, though. I mean, both guys landing big shots, and I don't think it's going to take too many more to, you know, put one of these guys out. To be honest with you, I don't think we're going to see a judge's scorecard on this one.
Have we even seen one go to the judges' scorecard?
No,
I don't think we've gotten
a
decision. All finishes on the Xbox Grand Prix side. 90 seconds remain in the second round, and you can see here Great Mist taking a moment, right? He's taking his foot off the gas, but look at that, accelerates right into Shane.
Yeah, this is definitely trouble for Shane. He's taken quite a bit of damage, and if Eddie Alvarez can maybe get to top mount and posture up, he's going to do a lot of damage.
This is
say that.
This is not great. I mean, look, if you're Shane now, the striking was already massive. The head health is hurting, and now you've got.
Oh! Wow!
He's done it. It's over. It was a beautiful combination to the head, just chipping away at that block, and his head health was already so dangerously low. He just knew if he got him in that bad scenario like half guard, he could finish the fight. That is personal skill, ladies and gentlemen, outshining the stats.
Beautiful ground striking right there. Shane's defense was just not up to par, couldn't frame, couldn't cover up, was unaware of what Great Mist was going to throw, and he threw everything in that finishing sequence.
He really did. Everything, including the kitchen sink. Did not want to wait too long to get that W. He literally, from the, you know, we expect it now from Great Mist. From as soon as that bell rings, he is on you. He is looking to take you out from the very second that bell rings, and Shane did a good job of surviving early, but there's only so much that you can, take. That damage all started to add up in the end, and Great Mist now proceeding on into the next round of this Grand Prix. We're about to find out who he's going to be facing, because obviously every single fight tonight has absolutely non-stop killers in there. Every single person has the potential to win this Grand Prix. We're about to see Mike Tran up against Stee, or now he is known as Guinness. We used to know him as proper Stee within the community. Both guys very, very dangerous. I would say that both guys are predominantly strikers, so I'm sure it's going to be another fun fight. Just to obviously say, if you're new to the channel, make sure to follow. We put on these events every Saturday, every Monday, with any other events that we can on the way through. Appreciate everybody that's been supporting so far. Going to take this thing to the moon, and I mean, obviously with these events just getting bigger and better every single week there, the Bane, I don't know if you've managed to see our previous events. It's good to have you on this one, brother. This is kind of how this thing goes. It's better and better. The best names in the community continually showing up. An opportunity for anybody to showcase their skills and really start to get themselves known. And we've seen so mmany people kind of sharpen their skill sets over this time and really kind of come out of the woodworks to be low-key killers. We've seen MattyD recently come up and get the belt and so on. So like I said, even though your name is not known yet, it may be very, very shortly. As we say that, guys, these guys are just about to match off by the looks of things. But yeah, been fun so far there. Bane, cannot wait for this next one. Looks like we're going to be seeing a Justin Gaethje up against a Daniel Hooker fight. First Daniel Hooker of the evening, if I'm not incorrect.
Definitely is. You are correct in that one. Gaethje, though, we've seen him and seen what he can do. Each guy concluding last season with a loss. So looking to get back into that W column as we begin. Sort of to your points about the debut on the commentary side from my end. I've prime time's a candy store, baby, and I've been standing on the outside salivating wanting to get in this booth.
Oh yeah, amazing night so far, and we've still got so many more great fights to come. Call this an R-rated movie because we are seeing obscene amounts of skill from everybody tonight.
Now, one thing to notice about this matchup is the insane reach advantage of Dan the Hangman Hooker, 191 inches to get the highlights, 178. That could play a big factor, but all of the striking stats would reside with the Arizona native. Everything from punch speed to power to accuracy to blocking. You have to think, if you're Dan Hooker, you're moving laterally, you're circling the octagon and just hitting from the outside.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, timing is everything. At the end of the day, speed can beat power, timing can beat power. So, I mean, I wouldn't sleep on the Dan Hooker pick. He has a nasty chin. It takes a lot for him to get cracked. But then again, like you said, Gaethje has that one-shot power that can just put you away out of nowhere.
Looks like these guys are touch and glove starting out. A little bit of stream quality issues on their end by the looks of things. Hopefully it doesn't play too much of a factor on their gameplay or the viewing experience for us at home, of course. But looks like these guys are going to start relatively quick. Maybe not. I mean, they're fainting at each other early, but it only takes one big shot to really start to get the action going.
Funny moment in this first minute, Herb Dean running around the octagon trying to get out of the way of the fighters. That's something you typically see. But each guy landing so effectively here. Good checks from that blue corner.
Yeah, it's definitely already a barn burner. Everybody's landing huge strikes. And he did make a mistake with possibility with that leg.
Oh,
that going all the way up to the top and missing it. But you see, Mike Tran didn't really go for, that particular upset to where he could have capitalized on that, but he's definitely being very patient. And to be honest, those leg kicks are really working, and normally you don't see someone like Gaethje not go for, but he goes for that one, and it's just huge. It already is beautiful strikes,
incredible,
amazing pressure right now. It's insane.
Mike Tran is really turning it up for the first couple of fights he had within the promotion. I just called him Mike Train because I was all about that hype train. This guy is very, very dangerous. He finds a home for those hands and those kicks often and early, but Proper Stee is a guy that we've seen literally get hammered from the first round to the third and then pull up the upset finish in the third round. So he's dangerous start to finish. Never count this man out. And although he's having some early adversity, he's trying everything he can. But
leg kick, and it's chopping. Left leg, it's almost done already just from a couple leg kicks. And you gotta know this, like, Justin Gaethje has those really strong leg kicks, but his legs aren't exactly built for that type of battle. So if he can if Proper Steve can just check a few of those, it might change the whole tide of the battle.
No, it's okay to get hammered when you're tough as nails. Proper Steve wearing all the damage. Pretty decently okay as we approach the final stretch of this opening round, but you can see that leg health on that left leg is not where you want it to be, but he's landed to that head pretty effectively in this first 5, and so I'm anticipating him to make a tactical adjustment as we approach the second 5 minutes and maybe just play a little bit in the pocket more than he has been.
Wow, and he hits him with his own medicine. He's like, how do you like that back?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I mean, Wondrous, he was able to make some adjustments, start checking the leg kicks on that right leg. It may be a little bit too late as that one gets checked. No, he sat down with the head kick.
What a way.
Beautiful. What a way to finish the round. That, like you said, it was a brilliant tactic. He went for the leg, and right when he was thinking of blocking the leg of the body, he went straight up top. Oh, no, he was actually going for a few strikes, and that's the thing. It can be a double-edged sword. When you try to interrupt that one leg kick sometimes, or not a leg kick, but a high kick, sometimes you get caught, and it's 50-50. Sometimes you can interrupt it. So what do you think, what do you think Steve has to do to come back into this round?
Well, first things first, definitely switch stances. Don't want to take any more damage to that leg. And I don't know, I think that he needs to sit on his strikes a little bit more and gain the respect of Mike Tran, but that's so difficult to do against the highlight, especially with all of the damage coming in. Have to give a huge shout out to Cage Rage for those 100 bits in the chat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cage Rage coming through. You guys are the best. Oh, these guys are firing away. I mean, Proper Steve's having all he can handle, but he keeps going to that head kick, that 1-2 head kick. He's landed it a few times now. The leg kick again from Gaethje.
Legs are pretty much trashed right now. He has to think of something. And I don't want to call it like it is, but possibly he might have to go for a takedown. And Gaethje doesn't have the best defense.
Great combination there from Proper Steve, really doing great work to the head. You can see the health of Gaethje is getting lower. Steve needs to camp that R2, RT, just to deny any of those leg kicks and check him back. But it's at the point with his legs where even checking a kick would likely damage him.
Yeah, it's at that point now where there's not really any way of defending that. You've just got to really be out of the way of it. But obviously, it starts to affect your movement. Both legs blinking continuously, even when they're not being hit. And this man is not going to be walking for a long, long time.
And oh my goodness! And we usually don't see that both legs completely gone in only round 2. But that is the power of Justin Gaethje. He can just destroy your leg. And he knocks him down. He might be taking it to the end, but beautiful defense.
Yeah, the heart.
Driving it.
Yeah, the absolute heart on Hooker is amazing. The toughness of able to withstand all of this damage and continue trying to find a way to be able to finish this fight. But, I mean, it's going to be incredibly hard for him to be able to get something off now. We've seen it in the past from Proper Steve, so never count the man out. Last-second submissions, last-second knockouts. So you know that he's going to be game until the end and not going to be giving up. But looks like Mike Tran or Mike Train is all on the tracks right now, steaming ahead and looking like he's going to coast through to the next round if he's able to keep up the success he's had so far in this fight.
Mike Tran, hype train, definitely steamrolling through Proper Steve Station. But, Steve's doing great work upstairs. He just needs to monitor those leg kicks a bit better. I see a lot of chat activity about the ping and potentially the lag, but no lag needed right there. Big moment from Steve.
There he is. He's coming down.
Could be it, honestly. But there's great...
Wow.
Oh, he didn't have the stamina, and it was great defense by Gaethje overall, and you don't see him.
Get this, Proper Steve pouring it on. He wants the finish. 30 seconds remain, and he is searching for it. This is the moment he's been waiting for. 1-2 head kick lands once again. Steve coming forward.
And at the end of the day, even with those legs hurting like it is, if he can chop against that block and knock it over.
Wow.
This is a crazy fight overall. This has been such a pleasure. All these fights just to open up the Grand Prix, they've been barn burners.
Each guy trying to put on a stake to show that they are going to be the one in the finals. Every single one of these guys are saying, I'm the one that's going to win this entire thing. Start out season 2 the champion. But with so many killers, man, it's going to be tough. Mike Tran looking as clean as ever as he lands that head kick.
Going for the leg kick, and that head kick cost him. And now Mike Tran's definitely not trying to push forward completely, but he's being so patient, and he drops him again. And look at that head health flashing. There's almost nothing left in that leg, and the left leg is pretty much gone.
Oh, Proper Steve is a double amputee coming into this third round, and you can see eats a huge head kick right off the rip of it. But, you know, he's not giving up. I am so stunned that Proper Steve is able to withstand that damage, but I don't know how much he can take. Big moments here from Mike Tran.
He's just on the damage, and Proper Steve's just doing everything he can to survive. He lands 2 nice punches, but that right leg is pretty much done. I don't know how he's standing on them, to be honest.
Ah, man.
It's on, and
this
he
is
just
painful.
gets dropped again.
Painful scenes, man. You know Steve's not giving up, but Jesus, how much damage can one man take?
We've already seen an intense comeback. Will we see another Steve moving forward? He really has to go for broke. I don't know how long he's going to be able to stand on those legs for. Mike Tran getting backed up to 50, and he's down!
Another head kick, and he's wise to keep this on his feet because he knows he doesn't have the stamina to finish him on the ground.
Oh,
but
Jesus.
Both men are on one-punch territory. Anything can end it right now.
And again, man, and again, that 1-2 head kick, the leg kick.
Those legs are pretty much toast. I've been on the receiving ends of clinics and ranked before, but I have never seen the amount of damage landed to both legs where you do not have a choice but to push forward.
Oh!
And he drops again. This is what a fight. But it cost his gas tank, and it's dangerously low. His legs are pretty and he gets dropped again.
It's hard to call it. It's hard to call it, man. These guys are just firing so much damage at each other. Their head health, the leg health.
This could be it. He's moving forward. Proper Steve landing big whiff there. Mike Tran coming back. 1 minute remains.
He knocks him backwards. He's putting on that pressure.
This is it. This is going to be it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. What a fight from both gentlemen. None of them have to be ashamed about anything, especially Proper Steve. He put on a war. Even with that adversity, he kept going. Just a great fight.
Incredible heart, incredible display of courage to keep pushing forward. Proper Steve ate everything that Mike Tran gave him and was still there, but unfortunately, the chin does fail you late in that fight, just under a minute. Mike Tran with the big ground and pound TKO, 9 knockdowns to Weg. 12. I'm having a stroke here because of how intense that fight was. 12 leg health events. Wow.
Madness.
Yeah, it was an insane fight. I mean, both men were going at it, but the leg health was the most worrisome and obvious thing in that fight. I have never seen somebody's legs on both legs that low. That was just insane work.
It's terrifying scenes, brothers. Honestly, the damage, brother, the damage for him to survive that long. I mean, let's take a moment to just say shout out to that man right there for surviving for as long as he did with that leg, the leg health being the way that it was. But what a performance from Mike Tran this evening there, Bane.
Absolutely. And if you're Great Mist, you're thinking, man, I really got to watch those leg kicks and keep that knee turned out, because that is his matchup next. But getting into the next one, Honoros, take us into the second to last fight on that left side.
Oh man, Simple Benny. I've gotten to see him in SEC fights. I've gotten to see him in prime time. He is a monster. He will just bombard you with heavy strikes and push you forward. He does his best work definitely on the cage, even if his back is into it. Like we saw that knockdown against Jamie. He faced early adversity, but then he came out with that huge leg kick off the fence. So it's going to be a barn burner. And AJ's pug, we all know the guys from AJ's. They are absolute monsters. This is going to be one hell of a fight. I am so excited to call this with you guys. It has been, like I said, an absolute pressure. Every fight's been pretty much fight of the night. I'd hate to be the ones that judge the performance awards, KOs, anything like that, because it's not even halfway done yet. And we are seeing absolute crazy fights.
Yes, everybody showing up is being as game as they can. They are putting on crazy performances so far, start to finish, and we are only just getting started, guys. I mean, like you say, AJS, the Pug, one of the main members of AJS, he's been with us for a long time, even before the gym. You know, Pug's been putting on phenomenal performances. He's up against it, obviously, tonight with a very, very difficult opponent coming up against him. We know that, like you said, Simply Benny's been around now for a little while, been putting on phenomenal performances himself, showing that he's been incredibly dangerous start to finish in all of them. So this is one hell of a fight. Starting out in lightweight, like you say, in this first round, we've got a Volkanovski pick, which is a very, very interesting one. First time I think we've seen it, up against Charles Oliveira. Let's go. Touch of gloves.
Referencing the stats here, big reach advantage for the current lightweight champion, 188 to 180. But you have to look at all of the striking stats would be in the great's favor. In the health domain, 97 cardio versus 92 on Dubronx. So if I'm Alexander the Great, I'm going to push the pace early and rely on that great cardiovascular system.
Yes, sir.
Honestly, I'm so excited over all these fights right now. My heart is pumping. I'm sweating. There's adrenaline all over the place, to be honest. It's just nonstop actions from start to finish, and it's not close to being done.
They're not stopping.
Simple Benny!
He's looking to make a statement to end in this fight early, but his back gets taken. There is no RNC available for this man. He's taking top mount instead. We'll have to see if he's able to get off some nasty ground and pound. We know that Volkanovski's got the hands to do so.
The height disparity between these two is quite comical, especially emphasized on the ground with Volkanovski riding around on Dubronx. It looks like a child on an elephant.
Oh my goodness, that I don't know how to even counter anything with that. That was just one hell of an example.
Now we see Volkanovski staying patient on the ground, working these shorter shots. He's going to get grapple advantage by doing so. Probably going to try and slice over into top mount and get those massive shots that he has available to him in his hands. But obviously has to be very dangerous there, Bane, because as we see right here, Oliveira incredibly dangerous on the ground, whether it be bottom or top control.
Oh, this is not where you want to be, grappling with Dubronx. But look at this. Alexander the Great reverses and sweeps him back onto his back. And this is good work from him. Rubber guard from Dubronx, though. Really poor position for the champ. Gets the posture up, though, and lets him up.
Yeah, it's definitely a crazy fight. And we're seeing some great combos coming from Oliveira, of all things. He doesn't have the greatest power, but he's just landing those really smooth combos right now, and it's definitely got AJ's the Pug on the back foot right now. He's a bit hesitant to throw at times, and Simple Benny's just pouring on that pressure.
AJ's camp is a camp that really emphasizes mitigating risk and not taking unnecessary shots. I don't think that Pug is all that hurt, really, right? We can see the health stats. He's not incredibly damaged. But, yeah, you can see Simple Benny's gotten the better of those early striking exchanges, which has caused AJ's the Pug to be a bit more sophisticated and calculated and just making reads within this first 5 minutes. Unsure if he's being cornered right now, but I have to imagine if he is, that's what they're telling him. Ooh.
Incredible action already to start us out in this fight. Both guys trying to get off some early damage as we see Volkanovski ripped to the body. His intelligent work tried to get him a little bit gassed, and we've seen Charles Oliveira be susceptible to some body shots in the past as well, up against the likes of Cub Swanson. Any reference that I can get Cub Swanson to chuck in there, I will.
One thing to note in terms of Oliveira's health stats, 89 legs. So if I'm Pug, I might kind of transition within the second set of 5 minutes and throw some strikes downstairs.
That's a great point there, brother. I wish I had the memory to recall the stats like that, but that is...
I've got it pulled up right here.
Oh, you are the man. Preparation is key, brother, and you are prepared. But no, that's a very, very interesting stat. You are very, very right. I mean, one of the key things I think in this fight, as we're seeing a lot more grappling as this fight goes on, is the submission offense of Charles Oliveira. I think it's just going to be a big key factor if he's able to utilize some of those submissions or get off one good denial. But the separation again from Pug, I think that's an intelligent choice there, guys.
Yeah, he's definitely showing some great work right now. He's definitely not out of the fight yet. He's being very defensive, and he's still trying to land those counter shots, but the pressure, it's crazy.
It's interesting that in every grappling exchange, the 4.5-star grappler in Oliveira is getting out-grappled by the 4-star Alexander the Great Volkanovski. Really shows AJ's the Pug's ability off of the mat to get it back to the realm that he's comfortable with, which is the feet. But again, Simple Benny is having the more success in these striking exchanges.
He really, really is. And, I mean, he's looking very, very clean. This is where we've seen him have big success in this promotion so far. He's doing a great job of finding a home for that jab and then the straight to follow. Backs off, stays composed, and looks to stay, you know, fairly defensive because he understands that the power is always going to be there for Volkanovski, and you don't want to eat too many shots off that man.
Would like to see Pug grapple a little bit more and stay in those positions, right? He finds himself in really advantageous spots, getting the stacked guard, being in side control, but he just stands up. I'd like to see him grapple and try to do some damage on the ground so that it's easier for him on the feet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, like you say, I mean, when you take your opponent down and you do some work on that, even if you don't take them down, you just find yourself in top control position. If you make your opponent, you know, kind of a little bit wary of those positions, they're going to be, you know, lowering their hands to try and be careful of that takedown. And as a result, it sets up those shots upstairs, as you alluded to a moment ago there, Bane. We see a takedown again from, obviously, Charles Oliveira as he works that ground and pound, not able to get a massive amount off, but still not where you want to be if you're Pug.
Pug back to the feet again, really well educated with getting his feet back under him. Look at that big straight from him. 1 minute remains in this second round.
Yeah, these guys being very, very active, man. I mean, I don't imagine we're going to see a judge's scorecard. There's still 1 minute and 6 minutes left or so in this fight in total, potentially. But with the way that these guys are firing at each other, I can only imagine that one of them's going to find the mark sooner rather than later to send their opponent to the nether realm. As we see a spinning elbow once again from Charles Oliveira. That's great work.
Will say, oh, big knee meets the chin of AJ's the Pug. This is great corner or cage cutting from Oliveira as we get into the last couple seconds of this second round. But I don't know. I mean, these guys are playing a chess match. This is so tactical. Unsure if we will see a finish. Big kick from the Pug to conclude the second round.
Yeah, it's definitely a great fight overall. I mean, Simple Benny definitely had that advantage earlier, but AJ's Pug's recovered, and it could be a semi-equal fight in the second round, but he's got to worry about that Benny pressure. I mean, he's just nonstop in his face, backing him up.
Yeah, as you say that, he's marching forward, drops him there. Now Pug is in a world of pain. These shots are not stopping. He goes to take us back a little bit, see if he's able to get the takedown from this position, but this is exactly what you want to see if you're Benny. What a start to round 3.
First minute, right in that red corner.
And at the end of the day, I just want to ask, I mean, what do you think, Cyrez? What do you think AJ's Pug has to do to possibly get back in this fight?
Stop eating those spinning elbows right there for sure, because this might be it.
Man, that was insane. And Benny, with that obscene pressure, just gets the win again.
Yes, sir.
Where
yes, sir.
is this guy going? Because he has nonstop been hitting those, just dropping everybody recently.
That's got to be tough if you're AJ's the Pug. You know, he was really in that fight for most of it, made it competitive, had such a great display of grappling prowess, getting back to his feet, just didn't seem to get it together on the striking side of the realm. And you could see that third round, I don't know, he mixed it up, right? He got that leg rock, and that's exactly what I was saying he should do. But as Cyrez mentioned, those spinning strikes are lethal, and unfortunately, the ground and pound TKO comes in the way of Simple Benny.
For sure, brother, for sure. Simply Benny advancing to the next stage now. He's looking very, very good. That was a great way for him to start out the tournament. We're going to have to see who's going to be up against him next. As we look back at the card so far, we're going to be having LFC Zombzz up against TD Fadanator in the next stage. The current champion, EK Trickzzy, up against Easy Adjust. After Easy Adjust got that upset towards the end of that round, end of that fight. And then obviously ICB, great miss up against TK Mactran. Simply Benny up against either Chasemefam or BZ Goals. Now, just to give you a little bit of history, I'm somebody that's fairly familiar with at least one of these gentlemen. Chasemefam is somebody that's been with us one of the longest within the league. He's been back with us since the earliest of days with IFL. He was our champion for a very, very long time, along with Trickzzy. Was able to set some records between the two. He is incredibly dangerous. Hasn't had as successful of a start to UFC 4 as he did in UFC 3. And he's up against it tonight with Goals, who is a dangerous grappler by all accounts.
You can see Goals is 3-3. 3-3 in the last season, coming off of a 2-fight winning streak, so definitely momentum on his side. And look at that, we can see the existing history between these two. Goals does have a win over Chase on Aros.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna maybe play a factor in this next fight. It could be, very important to even that out for him. But he cannot use that as an aggressive reason, because at the time you saw the Charles Oliveira pick work wonders. And that's the thing. If he tries to go all out trying to prove a point that he's willing and capable to stand his own, it might lead to his demise.
One of this matchup, Oliveira versus Felder. Felder, the retired lineal lightweight champion, the last man to defeat Dubronx in the octagon. Running this one back, Cyrez.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, one thing that's interesting to note, and I don't know if it's going to play too much of a factor. I imagine it will, but Chasemefam, one of his biggest successes has never been one particular key aspect of this game. It's been that he mixes it together so well, from the striking to the grappling, and that's potentially not an option for him here as he picks the Paul Felder pick, but he's looking good with these slips and managing the range early. Good work. Lands that straight rip into the body, or attempting to. Oliveira's got to be careful in this opening going, otherwise Paul Felder's going to start running away with it.
Great body work from Felder in this first minute with the knees, the kick, spinning attempt from Felder.
Yeah, he's definitely showing some good striking off the bat. He's trying to draw him in, throwing those empty strikes to maybe he can get in that range and catch him. But it's just, that was a beautiful takedown, but he gets up. Nice reversal.
Big head kick off the break there from Oliveira. Stunning. Chase momentarily. Big up kick.
Yeah, the up kick of doom, brother. That's how that's one of the major key techniques of this game. If you can time that up kick, you can save yourself from many a sticky situation, and Chasemefam able to do just that so far in this fight. Gotta be careful though. Goals is looking dangerous, and whoo, what just happened right there?
Oh, they're going airborne for a moment. Doesn't land that knee, but picture perfect technique on it. Great sprawl from him.
Yeah, it's definitely Charles Oliveira. He's landing some good shots on clinch. Paul Felder gets out of it, and they're just going right at it in the middle, like on a napkin. They're throwing in the pocket. Beautiful clinch work right there, and he just backs him up and knocks him down so quickly. Every fight's been so quick tonight. It's just amazing to see.
Yeah, I mean,
there's just fed Felder an appetizer right there.
It's kind of like those Rock'em Sock'em robots. They are taking moments to step out from each other, but for the most part, it's right in that phone booth, answering back to each other with shot after shot, as we see Paul Felder land a nice sequence of combinations, but now the clinch attempt, elbows on the break, or hooks on the break, I should say. Honestly,
Paul's throwing caution to the wind there, with all those hooks.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, he needs to do that's a lovely takedown from Charles Oliveira with 1:10 on the clock. This is potentially very, very dangerous for Chasemefam. He's got to watch his P's and Q's as he gets that denial off.
Yeah, he's definitely showing good work on the ground, but he does get that reversal and he ends up in full guard. But honestly, this is not the thing you want to do with Charles Oliveira. He's got great defense.
I have to think the submission window is closed for this opening round, so Oliveira not going to be able to throw up any submissions. Felder easily getting to that half guard. Dubronx gets it back.
Great work. I mean, look, Chasemefam's continuing to try and attack those legs. We don't see the stamina of Charles Oliveira. We see a little bit of damage on his face, but he's probably looking the fresher of the two fighters after eating the lesser of the two damages, I would say, on that opening go. Obviously, he's able to get the knockdown. I would be very interested to see the stats. There looks like we're going to see them. Goal slightly ahead of that. Obviously, in that knockdown, the overall advantage in the strike significant and total.
You got to think if you're Chase, you're probably kicking yourself to allow that knockdown to occur in the first place in such a closely contested round, stats-wise. Let's see if he can get back on the horse in the second 5 minutes.
He's looking to opt to that lead leg kick there, one race, and I think that's a good game plan for him. That and lots of those teeps. Lovely question.
Oh, it's a beautiful rock, and he's pouring on the pressure, just landing those huge body strikes.
Huge knees from DuBronx, though.
It is back and forth right now, but Paul Felder is just receiving the bitter end. I was thinking about a car crash for a second. I was going to use that, but I was like, no, I'm good. It doesn't
the Irish fender bender Felder. Big kick from him.
Because he's getting some huge hits into his face, and it's just definitely not looking good in the early aspects of this fight.
Chase's dedication to that roundhouse to the body, giving me shades of Warley Alves versus Munir Laziz, just absolutely devastating the ribs.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with such a dangerous kicker like Paul Felder. I recently went back and watched Paul Felder's fight that got him into the UFC, and man, the takedown defense, the knees on the break, and those kicks are all incredibly dangerous. He fires them with vicious intent, but this is not where you want to be with Goals, a dangerous grappler, with Charles Oliveira as a pick, now in top control, working the grappling, and Neon Belly with these devastating strikes.
Great job from Felder, though, to pop back up to his feet. Big spinning attempt, not there. Wasn't that how his fight before the UFC ended? A big spinning kick to the head ended it?
It was that third round spinning heel kick to the head, put the man in another state of consciousness that I don't think he's still recovered to this day from, but so far, so good from Goals. He's showing defensive capabilities and is able to now get that top control once again. Well, this is what we would normally see from Chasemefam in his past, but he goes for the Paul Felder pick and obviously looking to work on some striking developments that he's had in his game, but having a tough time of it with Goals just being relentless and firing down this ground and pound now. The head health looking very, very low for Chasemefam there, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely rough right now for him. Oliveira is a very strong pick right now. Definitely one of those meta picks to use, and he's just applying so much pressure. And as you can see, that red health indicator is just overall right there. And he's just keeping him from getting anywhere right now with those transitions. He definitely needs to feint to get out of there. He's landing some huge...
Yeah, this is...
Chasemefam. Definitely frustrated right now. 20 seconds remaining in the second round. Have to think he might survive to the third, but not with that. Eats so much, pops out once more to the feet. 10 seconds to work. Let's see if Chase can put a cherry on top of what was a tough round for him.
Yeah, this is getting into what's known as squeaky butt time. It's getting very, very dangerous. His head health is getting low. He's getting a little bit concerned about his ability to close out the show. I would imagine at this state his stamina's low, his head health is low. Honestly, Goals is looking phenomenal. Even though he's had some moments of success, the momentum is just compounding into Goals' favor, and he's got to feel confident coming into this third round.
Chase significantly landing at a 50% clip in that second round. However, only 9 strikes out of 18 attempted. So let's see if he can up the volume a little bit, maybe sit down on these strikes, because I do believe that he needs a finish.
Agreed there, One Rios. I mean, what do you do if you are him in this position? This is relentless from Goals.
Honestly, it's a very hard pickup, the Paul Felder against Charles Oliveira. He recently got that buff, and he's just a monster on the ground. And as we're seeing it, he's controlling him quite a bit, just chipping away that body health. And he's just patient, and he lets him up. And honestly, that's one of my favorite techniques. You let them up thinking they're going to get up, and then you break away with some huge shots. It can possibly get you a free rock in that pocket.
It can.
Elbows come out.
Now, Bane, I don't know if you've seen this yourself there, brother, but I've been looking out for the opening planted straights of Charles Oliveira throughout this match. He's been looking to set that up, almost using it as a jab, and doing a great job of the head health of Chasemefam being chipped away, like you say, on the ground, and with that straight, phenomenal work from both men, but Goals looking very, very good.
You can see Chase...
That was really bad, whiff by... right there when he chose to throw that leg kick. And Goals didn't really capitalize on it, but he still gets that takedown. He's just holding him down and just applying some serious damage. And he's just hitting those elbows, and you see the head health is just majorly damaged.
Chase, I believe his frustration
right
of how this fight has progressed has lost his distance management ability, right? He's throwing at range, miles away from landing. That results in that judo throw over the hip into where he is now. I think that the lacking confidence as we are deep into this third round is what is really preventing him from having an offensive comeback. But look at this. Like, Goals is just doing so good. Gets the knee on belly. Chase just trying to survive.
That was a good survival from Chase. And the thing is, like you said, he has to, with somebody like Paul Felder, he has to be in the pocket the majority of the time to land those heavy strikes. You know, the elbows are really good in Paul Felder's kid, but at the same time, Goals is just putting on a clinic right now.
It really, really is. And honestly, I think this, on the point that you made a moment ago there, Bane, normally we would see Chasemefam doing this when he gets frustrated, but that's it. That's it. Goals picks up the W and advances on. Big, big win for that man right there. And that was a phenomenal performance. He made it look pretty easy against a dangerous opponent in Chasemefam.
It was beautiful ground and pound from start to finish. Every time he got him to the fight, he held him down with ease and just pretty much broke his block to smithereens. And then all those shots following up just did too much damage for Chasemefam to get out of there.
It was close until it wasn't. Might have to rename him Paul Fender because he is looking busted at the conclusion of this fight. Goals moving on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a big, big win for that man right there. I'm sure he's going to be feeling very good, very confident in himself as he advances to the next stage. He knows his opponent up is going to be obviously simply Benny up next. Probably making some notes in that last round from his performances, looking to see if he's going to be able to implement that phenomenal ground game that he showed there. But I mean, one of the biggest things from Goals in that fight is that he wasn't just grappling. I mean, I fought the man myself. He's normally just such a takedown threat and grappling threat that you don't often see his striking come to life, but he was able to work it in that fight in a very, very impressive way, and all around kind of give Chasemefam the Chasemefam treatment of mixing in the grappling and the striking with beautiful amounts of success.
And at the end of the day, you know, relative to his name, Oliveira really chased him. I mean, to be honest, he never let up that pressure. It was constantly in his face. And then when he did get caught, or when he did, you know, didn't have the range, he would immediately take him down. It was just a clinic from there. And that's why I say is Paul Felder is not exactly ideal when you're facing somebody like Charles Oliveira, because, you know, he has a little bit more reach and you have to play in the pocket with Felder quite a bit. And that you always got to worry about being taken down as well. And that's a definitely huge statement made by Goals.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, this is a very big matchup next. We're seeing the former champion, EK Dirty Dave, another Elite King coming out here, putting on a show this evening, I'm sure. But he's going to be up against the ever-dangerous TMF, I'm Too Lit. It does look like these guys have come up against each other quite a few times in the past, all going the way of Dirty Dave. But as we've said, the bright lights are a lot different. Although, with that being said, I think out of the two men, Dirty is probably the more experienced in terms of competitive level gameplay, obviously starting with us making his name, getting into ESFL and doing great on that scene as well. So we know how dangerous Dirty Dave is. Too Lit is going to have to really live up to some expectations tonight and look to bring the upset, because he has a tough fight against him with a dangerous Dirty Dave, man. I don't know if you've seen this guy in the past, but grappling was his forte there, Bane, and now he's got that striking to go with it. He's a problem everywhere, brother.
And as you mentioned, expectations, they've been established with that existing history between them. 8 wins, a clean shutout against the TMF member. EK, just such a difficult camp. They're all incredibly well-versed combatants, but that T. Ferguson pick, definitely an okay one, right? A lot of striking advantages for El Kukui. The only thing that would be in Dubronx's realm would be the accuracy and blocking. But again, that takedown threat is just insane for the current lightweight champion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I will say that. And at the end of the day, Ferguson has some really decent work on the ground off his back, the rubber guard and everything, but so does Oliveira. So this is definitely going to be a checkers match for the striking and a chess match for the ground. As you can see, they're starting off with some strikes, just feeling each other out. And I expect somebody's going to take this to the ground soon.
Yeah, quite honestly, I think that the longer this stays striking, the better it favors Tulit. He's definitely somebody that's been striking for the longer time. Look at that upwards elbow as he gets the rock on Dirty Dave, looking for the upset. He's marching forward, pounding on that damage as he sits him down.
Oh my goodness. This
Tulit, creative striking El Kukui.
This is some insane work, beautiful work in the early stages. Just applying that pressure, and Tony Ferguson has that almost insane, like never depleted gas tank, so he can just charge forward and land strikes all day. So Dave has to watch out for that. He has to time his strikes, keep him at a range, and then possibly go for that takedown when he gets the chance.
Just like that, Honoros timed the tee perfectly, planted Tulit for a moment, and now you can see he dragged him down to Oliveira's realm.
And yes, this is definitely a great position for Dirty. He's got his back, and he moves over to top mount, and this is not where you want to be with Ferguson. You definitely would rather have this fight in full guard so you could possibly hit that rubber guard sweep, but I don't think it's going to be that easy against a crafty veteran like Dave.
Agreed, brother, agreed. I mean, Dirty Dave is as dangerous as it gets in all facets of this game, but especially on the ground. It's where his bread is buttered. He's looking great so far, gets the denial in top mount, and now is just chopping away, got the max GA, ground and pound to follow now. This is dangerous, dangerous positioning for you if you're I'm Too Lit there, Bane. I mean, gotta mind your P's and Q's, brother.
I love how Tulit went for a twister momentarily. Such an interesting position to try to do. Or maybe we're looking at Dirty's screen. Unsure who. Either way, 90 seconds remain in this opening round.
Jeez, this is dangerous work, man. This is dangerous work. You've got to be very, very careful. If he's able to survive this round, this is probably still his round with that rock and the knockdown that Tulit got in that very, very opening sequence. Nice rubber guard here. See if he's able to hold it. Not for too long. That's good work. Obviously, it looks like he's going to be ridden out for the rest of this round on the bottom, but still probably his round, like I said, with that big damage in the opening going.
Yeah, from what I can tell, we are seeing Tulit's screen, because I did see, those denials happen. So he's definitely having a tough time trying to keep Dave off. It's just, just insane amounts of pressure. And we did see Dave face a little adversity near the first part of the round, but he seems to come alive every time he gets hurt. He just comes out a completely different monster. And as you see, even with that rock, that I don't know if he dropped him originally. I do believe he did. It doesn't matter at this point because Dave is coming into his stride. He's definitely showing he is not out of the fight yet.
Do you know what? I have to say, I agree with you. That's, the way that Dirty Dave gets, he's normally getting better as the fight goes on. But Too Lit is coming out here confident. When it's on the feet, he definitely feels like he has the edge, as he's seen an interesting opening up with that lead, flying knee, trying to catch Dirty Dave, maybe coming in on a takedown, but not able to do so far. But honestly, Too Lit's looking good in the striking as he eats a spin kick to the head.
Beautiful spinning kick. And he's backing him up, but he shows some great head movement to avoid that one strike that could possibly have put him down. And now back right into Dirty Dave's territory. This is where he shines. Even if Tony Ferguson has that rubber guard, we haven't seen it been very effective.
No, you're
he
right,
goes for the guillotine, though.
He bailed on that. That was interesting because he was actually a little bit more competitive in that early tracing than a lot of people would have got. I was surprised not to see him follow through with that, but with 3 minutes 15 on the clock, what a reversal out of Too Lit there. He's going to go for the separation. Good work from that man, locking on the leg kick. He's shown to be dangerous in the striking as we're seeing him go for some explosive shots, trying to land and find the home for that big closing shot. I don't know if he's going to get it against a whirly veteran like Dirty Dave, but Dirty Dave maybe being a little bit muted in his offense with these unorthodox strikes coming his way.
gamesmanship out of Two Lit camp. Definitely a force to be reckoned with in the striking department. And it's just so unorthodox with how he's throwing all of these things. Dirty Dave might be just taking a moment, really letting Two Lit throw himself out, potentially. Either way, it definitely seems that blue corner is getting the better of these exchanges.
Yeah, I mean, if the damage continues this way there, One Rios, I don't know if the, grappling is going to be enough for Dirty Dave. He has to get some big damage off to, get some points in the eyes of the judges.
Yes, and that looks like might have been a little bit of a desperation takedown, but you never know because, Dave, we've seen him come back crazy offense, and he gets that free takedown right off the rock. And, we see that a lot from a lot of the pro fighters. They know exactly when they can get that takedown.
Yeah, Dave is one of those guys for sure. He's been around the competitive scene for a long time now, been putting in excellent work, and obviously joining the EK camp now, working with some of the best on the scene. He's landing some good ground and pound, staying composed, doesn't want to give up the position as he goes to these short elbows from side control. Lots and lots to play for. Still enough time for the submission there, Bane. This is going to be very, very dangerous as he chains it.
This is a real
advantage.
Moment
big for Dirty. This submission looks like it could be locked in.
His gas tank is entirely empty. If he I don't think he'll survive the round.
Wow.
No, it's done. It's done.
Better, and it's over. What a beautiful performance. After early adversity, Dave just comes back strong.
Yeah, Too Lit showing you in this performance that he is, like a lot of these guys, even if you don't know their names before it, maybe they don't have as big of a name as their opponent, but they are dangerous. Dirty Dave having to dig deep there, Bane, to pull out this victory. Not getting it without a lot of adversity on the way, brother.
Oh, there was a lot coming at him from Too Lit, and it's just that overwhelming striking that to a lesser fighter might have worked, right? It might have broken the opponent, and Too Lit could have gotten hand raised, but the tactical adjustments from EK Dirty Dave are second to none. Recognize that, hey, the striking realm is a little too closely contested. He did have a lot of success striking with Too Lit, not to take anything away from his own hands, but the path to victory was clearly carved in the jiu-jitsu realm.
And definitely, like you said, it's just all a matter of personal skill. After a while, stats don't mean anything at this level of competition. And the thing is, we've seen Dave hurt in the past, but he is, like you said, a veteran in the sport. He knows what he needs to do to get the job done, and he just finishes it with style at the end of the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a big win for EK Dirty Dave. I mean, obviously, he wanted to advance to the next stage. He was obviously the favorite in that fight. Too Lit, giving him a lot of dangerous. So he's going to be feeling pretty good, I would imagine, after getting through that early adversity. Now moving on to the next stage, we're about to find out who he's going to be matched up against, which is going to be either the incredibly dangerous TD Jamie, Suave Jamie, who I mean, if you watch the UFC competitive scene at all, you know who this man is. Previously Mad Dog, always been dangerous, coming out here with crazy hands, got that dangerous grappling to back it up as well. But he's up against another TMF, or I believe in TMF MoffatMan. Saying his name right or wrong, I do apologize, but yeah, this is going to be one hell of a fight, man. These guys...
Yeah, I'm excited, honestly.
These guys squaring off right now. Looks like we're going to be having...
Think about
Sorry,
whichever
brother.
winner faces Dirty Dave mentally. I mean, what does that do for you, Honoros?
I honestly... I've never had the chance to spar with Dirty Dave, at the time, I had a lot of stuff to do and we couldn't exactly go in there like that. But man, I've seen a lot of his fights come around out of nowhere. So this is definitely going to be an interesting fight to see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These guys are, oh, here they go. Here they go. No time to waste. Like I said, Suave Jamie, he's going to be picking out the Diego Sanchez pick up against TMF, the Moffat man, up against...
I don't know about this pick, honestly. It's just...
I mean...
It's just one of those things, like, it is a very off meta pick. There's off meta, and then there's bottom meta, and he's pulling out the bottom meta, and it's a very unorthodox pick against something like Gaethje, but if he does take him to the ground, we all know Diego Sanchez has really good power in the ground. He has great ground and pound.
Yeah, I mean,
The Ultimate
the
Fighter
problem,
Season 1 winner in the cage. But the thing is, MoffatMan has the Bulldog perk attached to the highlight. Would have to think he's going to be pushing forward or standing still.
Beautiful
Big takedown.
And he's just right on top where he needs to be with Diego Sanchez. This is where Diego Sanchez is actually viable. He's not very strong on the feet, but he definitely wants to go on that.
I don't understand what is going on here. What is he doing?
Somebody's checking
Is
their.
this Jamie's screen? Is he looking at the controls for Sanchez as he's playing as Sanchez?
I don't know. Let me just check on who is streaming this. It is. Jesus, that was a bit odd, though. I ain't gonna lie, that's a new one for us.
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't see Gaethje, taking advantage of that momentary, just stall, but it's just Diego Sanchez's realm is really only on the ground, like I said, and you really have to get to that point.
He is
Suave Jamie.
the
really,
disrespect.
Diving into the settings whilst in the middle of a fight, riding the hips of Justin Gaethje.
Sanchez, I mean, that is so much disrespect.
Yeah.
If his opponent watches this afterwards, he's gonna be like, "What the hell?" At the end of the day, I could have gotten out of that in a better position, but it's just crazy to see somebody with Suave Jamie picking Diego Sanchez. I mean, no doubt he has skill to make it all happen, but Diego Sanchez is definitely not one of the best picks at all.
Now, can you imagine Suave
power up.
Jamie losing this match due to a lot of overconfidence by the looks of things? He's coming out into this fight feeling very, very confident. Obviously doesn't maybe know MoffatMan or respect his skills, but we'll have to see if that's going to, go in his favor, if he's going to be able to walk through him, or if it's going to end up costing him, because the pick for MoffatMan in Justin Gaethje means he's got a lot of power, and it's really only going to take a few shots on that chin of Suave Jamie with the Sanchez pick to send him home. So he's got to be careful. This is exactly where he needs it, though, that top control position. Maybe being a little bit less insulting with it this time, not checking those statistics or reporting abuse. We'll have to see what he's able to do.
That would be painful. It's like, oh, no, he was cheating.
Would say, of course, the highlights power is only utilized when you are able to stand. Suave Jamie with a great game plan up until this point, wrestling, laying, ground, and pounding his way through the first 5 minutes.
You definitely got to be demoralized after, just getting absolutely manhandled by a pick like Diego Sanchez. You don't usually see that every day. So it just says Suave Jamie is so confident in his skill. He's even taunting him at this point. He thinks he has it in the bag. And honestly, I don't disagree with him at this point. The round one was a definite first in his favor.
Oh. Suave looking very confident, landing some beautiful shots on the inside as Gaethje's trying to get active and land some shots of his own. So far, he hasn't really been able to get anything going as he goes for that.
Rolling Thunder, not
yeah.
there from MoffatMan. Interesting choice. Seems like he's going for broke a little bit. Has to just kind of throw something big and catch Jamie when Jamie is being a bit cocky. I'd say that's MoffatMan's best bet because from a technical standpoint, wow!
Beautiful flying knee. That's definitely not the one you see when, Diego Sanchez were backed up in the cage and just run out and try to throw that knee. That actually landed. It actually landed very well, and you gotta wonder, MoffatMan's mental state, he's gotta be somewhat demoralized against a pick like that.
Can you imagine the frustration? I feel very bad for this man so far. If he doesn't win this fight, if Suave Jamie goes through this fight with the insults that have been thrown his way, then that's massive.
He gets rocked, and that's not a good sign because Diego Sanchez definitely does have a huge stat advantage, but Suave Jamie's just showing personal skill, just outshining his fighter pick right now. And he gets him on the ground again.
Levels to this game. Suave Jamie at the top of it. You can see him sliding just in the top mount here.
you could say at the top of his personal skill level, but definitely at the bottom on his fighter pick.
Suave Jamie's giving Sanchez the send-off that he was hoping for, trying to get the man a W in his last performance in the cage, I would imagine, but doing a great job so far. This ground and pound's all starting to stack up. Looks like Suave Jamie taking it a little bit more serious throughout this second round and really trying to take it home with MoffatMan. I would imagine so after that rock, you know, he got touched with it, and now he's not looking to take too many more risks. You know, he obviously had a lot of fun, but wants to advance in this competition nevertheless. Maybe not looking to, or he goes back to the grappling tutorial.
Now we're going to the ground and pound tutorial. I don't think he really needs the ground and pound tutorial, but I
can see here.
I think
gets
he's
caught.
showing off just a little bit because, I mean, how many usually see 3.5 stars being used in a very competitive environment?
The scenic detour through the settings and tutorials within UFC 4 has been great. MoffatMan is unbelievably frustrated. You can see there, even after he got the sweep and reversed into that full guard position, Jamie with the Sanchez pick just rolls him right back.
Look, this is the thing. In his last performance, Suave Jamie's currently 2-1 within primetime. He lost in his last performance against Benosulivan with a round 1 knockout. So I don't know where I don't know if this is maybe some personal disrespect for MoffatMan or what it may be, but this is an interesting approach from TD Jamie. I can't say I understand it, but I would say low-key disrespectful, but it's not even low-key. This is straight-up disrespect.
It's blatant.
I will say I go random select and ranks just for fun, you know, just to practice new characters. But usually if I get something like this, it's usually game over. I do not have that level of skill to play something like this.
MoffatMan still has a ton of stamina to work with, though, as we are in this final set of 5 minutes. Could uncork a bomb to send the nightmare to the nightmare realm. 4 minutes remain in this last and final third round.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously if Jamie manages to get through MoffatMan here with this type of approach he's going to do, I would love to see if he can do this against somebody like Dirty Dave. I don't think this is going to be the same approach, but that's a lovely pull counter from MoffatMan. Not going to work that leg kick.
I would be comfortable with the Diego Sanchez and Dirty Dave, though.
Jamie's rocked pretty poorly in all areas here, but gets it down to the mat once more. MoffatMan has to be kicking himself. Denies the crucifix. Good work from him. Does he get the half guard? No, he doesn't.
Crucifix once more.
Bad because overall it seems like Jamie's pretty much taking control of the fight with a very confusing pick on my part. I never thought I would see this in the pro scene, and definitely in a lot of the esports scenes.
Yeah, I mean, look, he didn't know MoffatMan. He took a risk of just being disrespectful. So far, he hasn't been punished for it. And with only 2 minutes 20 on the clock, unless MoffatMan's able to get the separation, this is probably going Sanchez's favor, and one that I'm sure he's going to be feeling pretty smug about if he's able to get the victory.
Yeah, and you know MoffatMan's going to be feeling horrible about this if he watches it again and sees those menus. Yeah. It's just the worst thing to see that your opponent really doesn't care if you reverse them in that aspect.
Good work to get the full guard from MoffatMan. Again, 90 seconds remain. Too little, too late. Unless he can stand up and throw something big. Interested to see which part of the tutorials we're going to see now that Jamie is back in top mount.
True that. I mean, at the end of the day,
I'm looking to learn, Honoros. I'm looking to learn.
Yeah, this is so much disrespect to MoffatMan, though. I mean, at the end of the day, this is demoralizing, to be honest, because I've been in ranked games where somebody picks somebody that's just like Alir Latifi, and you know, heavyweight's my worst weight class, light heavyweight in those general zones, but it's always embarrassing to lose to somebody that's just definitely not exactly very competitive. And we're seeing I think we're seeing Diego Sanchez post Fabian. He finally stopped taking CTE in training and started giving CTE out in the cage.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you're not hanging upside down, getting kneed in the face for training. But no,
that was that brutal video that I saw. Oh my goodness. And honestly, I think Jamie took this fight. He did get rocked. He did a couple times. He did look like he was hurt, but the ground performance was amazing.
I'm going to be straight up with you. When I see that level of disrespect, I always want the guy that's being disrespected to win. So bitter taste for I'm sure for MoffatMan. He lost a fight there. He's no shame in it. One of the best guys on the scene. Although that was a very, very insulting way to get beat up over a 15-minute period. Hold your head high, though, brother. Sure, you're going to be back better than ever. Tonight was not your night, and obviously Suave Jamie doing his damn thing. Well, I can guarantee you one thing, that man will not be approaching the fight the same way when he comes up against the one and only EK Dirty Dave, and if he does, then the balls on him will be incredible. I mean, Jesus.
Looks like judges scorecard, interesting work there. 29-28 on 2, and then 30-27 the other. The only way that MoffatMan would have won that is if you had Saul D'Amato, Chris Lee, and a blind man sitting cage side. So glad to see that the judging was at least correct. But yeah, you can't imagine that Suave Jamie's going to take a competitor like Dirty Dave as nonchalantly as he did with the MoffatMan.
Yeah, that's a once in a lifetime sort of performance. I can't imagine he's ever going to approach a fight like that again. And considering that he ended out last season 2-1, after losing his last fight of the season, to come out here and do that in the very, very first round, that's one hell of a statement for him. Shows that he doesn't have his confidence knocked, and he's feeling like he's going to win this thing. So he is going to be up against it next, obviously, with EK Dirty Dave, and that's going to be one hell of a fight when we come back around to the second round of this tournament. Up right now, though, we have another fun-ass fight on its way. We're going to be having Honest Jim up against Bone Doing Work. Bone Doing Work stepping in on short notice to replace PL1 Hayes. We know Honest Jim has phenomenal grappling. One of those guys that mixes it all together and makes your life a misery. Up against Bone Doing Work, which I would probably say is a predominantly striker, guys. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
believe so.
Sadly, I have to say, I had the displeasure. It wasn't even a pleasure to fight him. It was just a one-sided affair, honestly. I did catch him a few times, but overall, he just doubled my strikes and made me look like a newcomer. But at the end of the day, Bone Doing Work is a very good striker, and I would definitely like to see how this turns out.
I would agree with you, brother. I would agree with you. I mean, look, Honest Jim, I think, is going to look to implement his grappling early and often, look to change levels and get his opponent thinking about those shots to set up his striking. I think that I've said it before, not in personality, quite to the contrary. I mean, couldn't be further apart in terms of personality, but in terms of fighting style, Honest Jim is like Colby Covington. He really does just look to melt his opponent and make it a very, very dirty and grueling fight. He's going with the very, very interesting Max Holloway pick, so I imagine he's going to be trying to implement a lot more striking this time round, which is potentially coming via the way of joining the new camp in TMF. He's signed with those guys, and they're predominantly strikers, so maybe we've been working on a lot of those hands there, Bane, but we know that Bone Doing Work is too clean with his striking, so he's going to have to definitely watch his P's and Q's.
Bone Doing Work is going to benefit from a significant reach advantage, 193 inches for El Kukui, while Max Blessed Holloway is only at 175. Other striking stats that stand out to me are the power, 90 on El Kukui, 86 for Blessed Holloway, moving up 10 pounds. But the accuracy of the Hawaiian is definitely something to take note of, 96 versus 89. So while he won't be powerful, he will be incredibly precise.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like you say, we'll have to see how these guys go out. Show of respect early on. I'm very intrigued to see how Honest Jim approaches this with Max Holloway. That was it's an interesting pick for him.
Yeah, definitely.
Durable as steel.
We usually see him go for ground-based fighters, but this is definitely an interesting pickup, like you said, especially against a Tony Ferguson pick, because Max at lightweight is not exactly as strong as he is in featherweight, so I'm definitely excited to see what he can do with it.
Good work here, cutting off the cage from Honest Jim. Big attempt upstairs, partially landed, blocked by the shoulder. Ferguson on the back foot.
But he did land that follow-up strike right off the cage, so it kind of gave him that little opportunity to back away. But Ferguson, like you said, is a very strong pick just in the boxing overall and the ground. So definitely this seems to favor Tony Ferguson, but at the end of the day, anything can happen.
Honest Jim doing a nice job of giving Ferguson, Bone doing work, things to think about within the stance department, switching it up between orthodox and southpaw every now and again just to say, hey, I'm effective from both sides here. Bone doing work, good job to the midsection there.
Yeah, it's definitely a very back and forth fight right now. I can't tell who's, getting the better of the strikes. Both men landing some good shots, but they're very, they're taking their time right now and just landing the strikes, going back in and out, trying to bait possibly their opponents to, overstep and extend their strikes too far and, get caught. But it's just a very interesting fight to see somebody like Honest Jim pick up the striker.
Bone doing work, really finding the chin of Honest Jim so much in this opening 5 minutes, just under 2 minutes remain. And while Honest Jim does have that accuracy, it seems that he is whiffing more often than not.
Yeah, he definitely had a nice pivot on that, just gets out of the way of those two strikes. And honestly, as of now, I see Bone doing work just a little bit more work, not to make a pun off his name, but he's just definitely, when he gets into that pocket, he just seems to land the better strikes. And those pivots have been on fire, and he's just landing those huge strikes every time Honest Jim whiffs.
And Honest Jim's not doing a good job of cutting off the cage. He is allowing Bone to just move laterally and circle out back to the center, right pivot, sway, and just keep moving El Kukui around that octagon. Jim needs to really be a bit more of a presence in there.
Yeah, I've definitely, just watching these amazing fighters, I've definitely incorporated cutting the cage more, just following them. Just every time they go to the right side, you follow it into that. And every time to go to the left side, you cut off that cage. And you can do so much work on the ground. It's definitely a great performance by both gentlemen. But I do believe Bone doing work just put in a little bit more on the striking department.
Would love to see Jim incorporate lead hooks a bit into the game plan, right? If you're swaying, if you're moving around, then tossing out those hooks to start your entries is potentially going to catch your guy. And we all know how quickly you can temporarily plant someone, right? A quick, fast little knockdown could lead to a bigger one if timed well.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting fight right now because Honest Jim has to make those reads and just find what he needs to get in that fight again, because as of now, I just feel like he's taking just a little bit too much damage in these trades, but he's backing up Bone doing work, but Bone doing work just showing great.
Oh!
But he gets hit by that kick, and oh my goodness, this could be the tide turning he needs. He's landing beautiful leg kicks, stopping him from circling out, and now, like you said, he's cutting off the cage. He's doing way better. It's like he heard you from afar and now landing the work and just pushing him against that cage.
Bone doing work, wearing a ton of damage so far into the second round. Honest Jim appears to have come alive a little bit. Maybe that lackluster first 5 minutes spurred him on to really be a bit more of an active fighter. Bone catching him, though, with those legs.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting fight so far. You usually don't see a heavy striking game with Honest Jim, so it is definitely a delight to see. And he's now coming into his groove. It seems like he's landing more shots. He's finding his range and just putting on the pressure against somebody like Bone doing work. That is pretty crazy because, as you know, Bone doing work is usually the pressure fight. He waits on the outside, waits patiently, and when you overstep and overextend, he's right in your face, punishing you for it with 4 or 5 strike combos, and you can do nothing but back up, and that's usually the worst idea against somebody like Bone doing work.
Beautiful work from Bone here in those last couple seconds, exchanging well and winning most of that. Honest Jim trying, but it seems that this round is slowly slipping away from him after that big moment early on. Honest Jim getting back to that first round, being a little complacent, following Bone around, not cutting off the cage. Bone, on the other hand, really starting to mix things up effectively.
And I would like to also add, I mean, like I said, he did get a huge knock, and he knocks him down. I was just about to say I did question the Holloway pick against a Ferguson. You know, the lightweight. Holloway's not as strong up there, but man, he's doing great work and just landing some clean shots. But as you see, Bone doing works, just has great defense, and he's landing those heavy shots. And honestly, I feel like Honest Jim needs to just try and do the same thing and pivot out of the danger and land a counter shot.
Big hooks landing for Honest Jim. 10 seconds left in this second round, and it is closely contested. Have to believe Honest Jim's done enough. Final round upon us, and I believe we're one apiece, Honoros.
Honestly, true, because Honest Jim came into his striking very well in the second round. He got way better reads, and he was actually backing up Bone, doing work on the fence and landing some great shots. But the thing is, you gotta wonder, you know, Tony Ferguson has that nearly unlimited gas tank. So it's overall who gasses first. That could be the tail of the tape.
Oh, look at this. Bone doing such good work within the first minute of round 3. Leg kicks are frequent, and then popping that jab out. But level change from Honest Jim. Will he drag El Cucuy down? Yes, he does. Blessed is on the back of Tony Ferguson.
Yeah, I definitely know. I don't know if this is a great idea since Max Holloway doesn't have the best ground game. But then again, like we say, personal skill can make any difference in any fight. And Honest Jim now has full mount. He did get transition to half guard, but now he has side saddle, still in side control. It's still a good move right now. He's definitely, you know, has the groundwork advantage, it seems, at the moment. But as you know, I played a little bit of Max Holloway. I usually don't try to get it in lightweight, but like I said, random select, it kind of throws me curveballs, and usually this would not be the best pick against a Tony Ferguson, but he's definitely making it work.
Oh, rubber guard for El Cucuy here. Let's see. Max pops out of it.
Yeah, it was definitely worrisome at the time because rubber guard's very dangerous. You can definitely get swept into 2 different positions, and it's never a good one, honestly. But he's obscene pressure against the cage, just working him, and he knocks him down again. This is a definite, it's turning into Honest Jim's favor. And honestly, it's one of those moments where you don't think is going to happen with the pick he chose, but he's actually outperforming the stats. And at the end of the day, there are levels to this game.
Personal skill really makes all the difference and is the equalizer with any pick. We saw Diego Sanchez versus Justin Gaethje, and now we're looking at Holloway versus El Cucuy.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That was a huge way to close out. We had all doubts him picking Max Holloway, and now we can't doubt him at all. He just outclassed him overall.
The best is blessed, and Honest Jim rallied from a somewhat lackluster first round, really found his stride within the second, and discovered the finish in the third. Ground and pound TKO. Bone's gonna be kicking himself because he just got sent to the graveyard.
He's going to be feeling not so great after that one. So apologies for not joining you on that last fight, guys. It was a great and fun fight, but Honest Jim picking up the first W for TMF of the evening. That's a big one for that man, moving on to the next stage, and you gotta love to see it. The guy's been around for a very, very long time, so always nice to see some of the veterans come through and putting on performances like that. Like you said, we seen some of the expected grappling out of Honest Jim, even with the pick of Max Holloway, and he was really able to implement it well over the course of that 15 minutes.
And I don't know about you guys, but it's always more entertaining, always great to see off-meta picks, because Ferguson in its own in lightweight is a monster. And to see Max Holloway, you know, being that 4-star in lightweight and his stats quite diminished compared to where he is in featherweight, it's just amazing to see that no matter what, Honest Jim can make anything work, just like we saw Suave Jamie with the Diego Sanchez pick. Who would have thought? Let's be honest, I did not think that was a good pick against
For
KT,
sure, brother, for sure. Sorry to interrupt you. These guys did not waste any time. They were not waiting for us to give them the go-ahead. They jumped straight into it. Satchmo Life up against EKJKB. These guys are already at it, so sorry to interrupt you, brother, but we are straight back at it, man.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see everybody's ready to go. They don't want you to wait. They just want to get it done and put on a show. So all encouragement to those guys. It's nice to see they already take the step forward.
First time, I believe, we've seen the Eagle enter the octagon tonight, but not the first time we've seen Dubronx in there. Let's see what Khabib has to offer for Satchmo Life.
Yeah,
And honestly, we did want to see this fight in real life, so we get a treat in the game. You know, at the end of the day, you know, Charles Oliveira might have been a problem for Khabib if you don't blasphemy. But man, these guys are going at it, and Khabib lands a beautiful takedown.
Yes, and this is going to be part of the tail of the tape there, One Ross, because I mean, EKJK is one of the better grapplers on the game, training with the likes of Slick Colt, obviously former training partner of Elvis, also known as Elvis. Everybody knows. But no Styles, of course. But yeah, he has trains with some of the best. Obviously, we've seen Dirty Dave a little bit earlier on, and he's found himself in a very dominant position. Although that Charles Oliveira is very good on his back, we've seen in the past Satchmo Life definitely more of a striker, got that all-round technique, but doesn't want to be on the bottom for too long with EKJK, especially with that Khabib pick.
Oh, armbar here from Oliveira early. Satchmo Life wants to test out that reaction timing on the ground. Submissions are something that you need to look at as a process instead of a sprint.
There it is, the slam.
And honestly, it was that submission, those submission bars were not that far. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it shows that possibly he could get the submission eventually, but Khabib has that insane just top control, and takedowns are beautiful, so he has to worry about getting taken to his back too many times.
Yeah, right now
making the striking work with the Dagestani. Satchmo Life finding success with Dubronx, but you have to think that pressure of Khabib Cyrez is something that's tough to deal with.
Yeah, it really, really is. I mean, he's making the cage feel very, very small, making it feel a little bit claustrophobic. That's a good move from Satchmo Life now, trying to attack the legs of Khabib. I think that's a good plan for him, but it's going to be difficult to continue to do when you've got him standing in your face like this. They're being Jesus.
Under a minute remains, and you have to think maybe the striking does seem to be on Satchmo Life in the creativity department, but in terms of fundamentals, EKJK with the 1-2s and the hooks and the shots to the midsection, definitely reigning supreme. Judo throw over the hip. Oniros, who would you give this first round to?
Honestly, I would have to say I would give it to Khabib, because every time he threw that takedown down, he got it, and he had good ground control. And he was just basically just overpowering Charles in this part. And
it's not over. It's not over. But that was the end of the round, and it was very, very close.
It's like you thought it was over. That looked like it could have closed the fight, but the bell rings at the last second, and that's possibly a saved by the bell scenario, because Khabib has just insane pressure on the ground, and his ground and pound is lethal.
It is for sure.
Did not look good for Dubronx, going limp there for a moment. Now he's going back onto the mat potentially. Good defense right there from Satchmo.
Yeah, that's what we need to see from now on, because every time he gets taken to the ground, there's nothing he can do, it seems, to alleviate that pressure and that insane elbows and ground and pound from the top.
Oh, the rolling knee bar attempt.
Oh, we saw the submission early, right? That armbar was close. Let's see if the rolling knee bar is unsuit. Doesn't look like it.
I believe.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like he's either going to bail on the submission or possibly just let it ride out because he's just way far ahead in escaping this. It doesn't seem like he's not going to be able to do anything much with this, and he sacrifices another position into side control. And honestly, side control with Khabib is very dangerous.
Oh, twister attempt. The submissions are coming out for Satchmo Life, and I mean, this man is actually very, very dangerous. He's champion, I believe, in some other promotions like IXC, or has been in the past. I know he's put on great performances within this promotion, and although this submission does not look deep, he's trying everything he can with Charles Oliveira to make this work. So far, though, EK Jakey's making this look very, very good. I mean, this top control, the pressure on the feet, he's looking like a developed fighter, and maybe a dark horse in this tournament.
But at the end of the day, every time he tries to go for that submission, even if he doesn't finish it, it does look good in the eyes of the judges. So mainly he's trying to possibly survive this round and get the round just by the sub attempts.
Control time definitely in his favor when he goes for the submissions, but look at that. Khabib gets the sweep now in a top mount.
And that's definitely not a place you want to be. Good defense, but it's way too close, and honestly, one more posture up could end it all. But Charles Oliveira's, sorry, I didn't see his name. Satchmo is definitely showing some good ground defense, negating most of the damage, but it's still not looking good. He doesn't have to go for a sub. He doesn't have to go for a finish. If he keeps him on the ground the whole entire fight, it's just an easy ride out.
EK Jakey, Makey, this one hard for Satchmo Life. The ground and pound has been lethal. 30 seconds remain in the second round.
He gets up. That's definitely, in my opinion, the smartest thing he can do right now, because the ground, Khabib is just smothering him with his strikes and with his control.
Lovely pullback counter on Charles Oliveira to close out round two. What an end to both rounds for EK Jakey. This man's putting on one hell of a show this evening.
That's definitely a clinic. It's, it draws back to those old, UFC fights when Khabib was on a tear, just dominating people on the ground and just not letting them move at all, just controlling them every single fight.
Oh, but the spin there for Satchmo, that's dangerous, Bane. I mean, he needs a lot more of this in the striking. There's the flying knee lands.
Beautiful flying.
And he's giving it.
He definitely couldn't get the rock, but he does stuff the takedown. He definitely doesn't want to be on the ground. It's huge overhand over the top, just rocks him, and he's very hesitant going in the pocket now because he's worried about those takedowns and those big strikes that Khabib can land. Khabib definitely has power. It's not the highest. Definitely in that, but it's definitely favoring him in this fight.
Oh, the pullback elbow as he falls up with the combination, sits him down, and this is probably it with 3 minutes. Oh!
Wow.
It's over.
Two follow-up strikes needed. The Eagle soars early in the third, gets the finish over Satchmo Life after a very dominating performance. That 91 punch power, absolutely effective, lights him up on the feet and shuts him down on the ground, Cyrez.
Yes,
and yes, that was just an amazing fight overall, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know the damage a pull counter can do. It can end the fight at any instant, no matter what. And it was, at the end of the day, Jakey B just outclassed Satchmo. I mean, Satchmo definitely did have his moments. He showed great survivability on the ground, but overall, it was Jakey B just in control the entire fight.
Yeah, he looked phenomenal this evening. Honestly, his all-round game was looking very, very dangerous, and I am interested to see where that man goes from here because, I mean, coming from a dangerous camp like EK, you knew that he was going to be an all-round fighter, but honestly, that the mix-ups between the grappling and the striking was very, very good. He's going to be... Well, what a matchup that is, guys. I mean, look at that right there. We're going to have Honest Jim up against EK Jakey in the next round. Two phenomenal all-round mix-it-up sort of fighters. I cannot wait for that one, but up next has one of my most most highly anticipated fights of the evening. We're going to be having one Mr. Tadpole, KM Tadpole, Kingsman Tadpole, obviously the very, very dangerous striker, got the pressure of that you just really can't believe. I mean, it's kind of like that bang bang pressure where he comes at you, doesn't really allow you much space, and really starts to light you up as soon as he can. But he is up against the one and only Ricardo, FSK Ricardo, followed by Just Vibes, or FSK Just Vibes Ricardo, as I should say. The man is very, very dangerous himself. I have versed him a number of times, in some training events and so on, and he's put on a show each and every time. He shows to be very, very well versed and adaptable. We'll have to see how he's able to do it this evening, stepping in on late, as a late replacement up against Tadpole, who, I mean, if you don't know from the competitive scene, the guy's a phenomenal pressure striker. Like I said, he really, really brings it every time.
Great striking, and he's no slouch on the ground as well. And at some points in the fights we've seen earlier, he did struggle on the ground, but then again, he was fighting people. He was definitely fighting an opponent that just had smothering ground game. So it's not a big loss for him. He's definitely a very complete fighter. He has great skills both in stand-up and the feet, on the ground for sure.
Talking about losses, Ricardo does have 2 against the Kingsman member in Tadpole. Talking about other notable Kingsman members, of course, Kingsman Valentine, one of the commentators for Prime Time. It's such a strong camp and relatively newer team on the scene. I've heard nothing but good things about them. Maybe that's shored up some of the deficiencies in Tadpole's game.
He's training with some of the best out there, man. I mean, he's training with one of the guys that I personally have been high on for a very, very long time. One of my training partners, haven't trained with him as of recently, but one of the most impressive strikers on the game in I'm Cold Blooded. Obviously working with the likes of Valentine, previously working with Great Mist and the such, obviously coming from the ICB camp. They have a lot of up-and-coming fighters that we're expecting to see come out on the fight night this Monday, but as of right now, the head honcho of KM is out here looking to put on a show against FSK Just Vibes Ricardo, who's looking to do exactly the same. The FSK boys are, very, very dangerous, man. They have some really, really good names in there and guys that I've had the opportunity and pleasure of fighting a number of times. So I imagine that we're going to see one hell of a fireworks showdown this evening. They're starting off quickly, touch of gloves, and honestly, I don't imagine too much of a feeling out process in this one there, Bane.
Oh, both Southpaws equal in the reach, 188 for McGregor and 183 for the Diamond. Now, McGregor does have the edge in speed, power, and accuracy, but we all know the Louisiana native can get it done at any time. Tadpole has his work cut out for him in Ricardo.
Yeah, this is definitely a great fight. We're all looking forward to seeing the fight in UFC. Honestly, I do not think it's Conor McGregor is going to get knocked out in the second round in this fight, per se. They're definitely, top-level competitors, so we're probably going to see a battle, but he gets hit by that head kick and followed up by that punch, and, Ricardo's showing some decent skill right now. He's definitely trading when he has to. Every time Tadpole lands a shot, he's just answering back immediately. So this could be a very even fight.
It looks that way so far.
That left hand. Ricardo feeling the pressure of Tadpole, but getting the better of these exchanges, Cyrez, except for that one.
Yes, that's crazy pressure. Now Tadpole pouring it on. The stamina a little bit of a problem there. Takes an opportunity to back up, but trying to cage cut and make this feel very small. Ricardo needs to get on his bike and start to circle out, because the pressure of Tadpole right now really starting to mount up and become a problem there, One Rios.
Yeah, it's definitely consider, because Ricardo's coming up and he rocks him, and then he just follows up with a few strikes. But you got to look at the patience shown by Ricardo. He's not overextending trying to finish the kill, because he knows Conor McGregor could just land 1 to 2 shots and it could be game over from there.
Yeah, well, he's definitely got those one-hitter quitters there, Bane, but you cannot sleep on the power of Dustin Poirier either, brother.
Not at all. 95 versus, I believe, 97 on the stats. Let me verify that real quick. Nope, 96 from McGregor, 95 from Poirier. So much closer statistically than you would assume. 1 minute remains in his first round.
Yeah, it's definitely a great fight already. You know, both men showing very technical striking, never overextending, never catching each other on those punches at the end. They're just trading back and forth. And looks like Tadpole's just getting the better of the striking in those pocket exchanges. But as I say that, he gets taken down, and this is where he sometimes struggles against certain opponents. And definitely Conor McGregor's doesn't have the greatest ground game or defense, so this could be a bad time for Tadpole.
Yeah, only 3 seconds left on the clock there, brother. So I think that maybe this is a sign of something that he'll look to implement later on in this fight. Definitely a good mix-up for him since Tadpole was having such success on the feet. I would say one of the key things I'm going to kind of point out to look out for in this second and potentially third round is that Tadpole has done an excellent job of ripping to the body with that lead hook. What a slip-off right there. You see that lead hook to the body once again, and that's one of the reasons that the stamina is really starting to go in the favor of Tadpole and may become problematic for Dustin Poirier as the uppercut lands.
Uppercut just lands and he rocks him and knocks him down, and he's just pouring on the pressure in the ground. If Tadpole, I would definitely maybe stand up and try to keep it standing, because Poirier has that rubber guard that can change the whole aspect, but he gets that beautiful ground get up. And honestly, in my opinion, that might have been a problem, because right now he's taking so much damage.
Man, this might be it right here.
He gets thrown to the ground with that one punch, and it's just nonstop.
Wow.
That's it.
That was
a clinic in the first few minutes.
That was a beautiful read from Tadpole. He knew Ricardo was not really comfortable in that ground exchange, and he got up, but he was still, his back was on the fence. And that's where Conor McGregor can just pull on the pressure. And even if you move your head, majority of the time, you are going to get caught.
Honoros, have to completely agree with you. Sort of a low fight IQ maneuver to stand up after you got stunned. Would want to sort of keep McGregor in your guard, maybe pepper him with strikes, throw up a submission, just to let yourself recover. But goes to stand and then gets sat right back down. Tadpole advances, Cyrez.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
That's big win for Tadpole right there. He did a great job of utilizing his pressure game, showing a little bit more reservation than in some of his previous performances, but possibly due to the cardio issues that some people have with McGregor. He was able to land the shots beautifully with maximum effect and able to get the fight over within that first round. So commiserations to Ricardo. He was here for just 5, stepping in on late notice against Tadpole. Did a good showing of himself, able to get a lot of success in his own right. But with that being said, Kingsman Tadpole picking up the first win of the Kingsman camp, advances on into that next stage. We're about to see who he's going to be up against next, as we look to see one Mr. Swish Betty up against Hammer. Hammer is also another short notice replacement. He's stepping in for us this evening. He is a phenomenal grappler that we've seen obviously in this promotion and in previously fighting, of course, within ESFL. I'm not sure if he's fighting anywhere else these days, but definitely a man that's been around the scene for a long time. Swish Betty, a previous former opponent of myself. He is a phenomenal grappler that has, underrated striking for sure. So I think this is one of those very, very interesting matchups where we're going to see two incredibly high-level grapplers maybe look to swing it out. That's often the way that you see two grapplers, face off, Bane. They often try to test each other in those striking areas.
Because
absolutely. And
afraid of the takedown. You have great grappling defense and offense. It all relies on the personal skill. So sometimes you see them let them fly for just a couple minutes to maybe a whole round. Next thing you know, you think they're going to strike and you just take them down. It leaves you great openings for the takedowns usually.
But the takedowns typically, are out in the open sometimes. And Tadpole's such a good positional striker, like you touched upon, Honoros. When he lines you up against the cage, when he gets you sort of moving away from that left hand and then fires it, that's when McGregor's power is at its fullest. And that's exactly what Tadpole did. He just completely cornered and suffocated the opponent until Ricardo could not take anymore.
And yeah, like you said about the Conor McGregor pick, Conor McGregor has those amazing jab strike speed. He could just pepper your block down and then just rock you from there, take you to the ground, and even finish you on the ground just because of the power he has.
For sure, for sure. These guys are just looking to shed a couple of extra pounds. It would look like one of them came in a little bit overweight and trying to get that little bit of water off him now as he's looking to walk out. Doesn't want to miss that with the weight. So what we're going to do is run a very, very short intermission as these guys shed those last couple of pounds and step into the octagon. We will be right back with you. Do not go anywhere. If you haven't already, hit the like on YouTube, follow the channel. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't want to miss out on these fights for sure. So we'll be right back.
Oh, me neither.
Much love. We are back, guys, straight back at it. Myself, CyreztheLooney, obviously the Bane himself, the man, the myth, the legend, all that energy, we love it. And of course, Juan Rios back in the commentary booth. We have these guys ready. It looks like both gentlemen were able to shave those last final pounds, but get in lobby now. They are good to go. Yes, sir, they are good to go. We are about to throw down. Without further ado, let's get this thing going.
Got A My Pig versus TK Ohm Plata. Got A My Pig 8-5 within the last season, so sort of alternating. And
that's the one fight. That's the next fight there, brother. Sorry to jump in. We've got Swish Biddy up against Hammer in this one. No, you're okay. There's so many fights easily done there, the Bane. But looks like Swish Biddy has the slight advantage with a 2-0 victory over Hammer. We have said it before, though. Of course, it's a little bit different under the bright lights, so we'll have to see if that's going to play an impact tonight. Hammer obviously has a lot of experience competing for ESFL and ourselves in the past, so we'll have to see how this one shakes out. But I know Swish Bitty is game. I can tell you from personal experience in my fight with him, I was terrified of that takedown. He's definitely a threat there, and I imagine even up against Hammer, that's something that he might look to utilize.
Swish with the featherweight champion pick. All of the striking statistics would suggest that the Diamond has the edge. But of course, as you mentioned, grappling, it is mixed martial arts. You've got so many different disciplines to draw from.
For sure, brother. For sure. These guys now, obviously, it's got Volkanovski picked there, One Rios, who has the power, has that, cardio, but so does Dustin Poirier, and obviously has power in those hands as he looks for the pull guard. Not able to get the sweep, but still not a position you want to be in with that rubber guard threat that we spoke about a little bit earlier on.
But definitely, Swish, he's definitely wise to it, so he definitely tries to get out of that full guard immediately, as it seemed like he was using the chance for the rubber guard, and right down into top control. That was extremely fast. He does miss the punch going down, but he still's maintaining that great top control, gets the denial.
Oh.
Definitely not good for him. I mean, I don't think he would have gotten the sub regardless, but that was a quick turnaround for sure. And he's winning really good strikes as well.
Oh, great strikes right there, touching the chin of Slick and giving him a bit of concern. Now, Cyrez, talking about that immediate cancel on that submission, wouldn't you want to kind of test the reaction of your opponent early?
Yeah, at least to get some reads, you'd think so. That first 25% of the bar is all, anybody's game. If you're able to trace them, you can get it deep. And even if you're not, you're just making adjustments on how they defend the submission of certain types. So I mean, I'm not going to speak too much on Swish Bitty on that sense. I mean, he's definitely a better grappler than myself, and I would say that he's probably just opting for a little bit more ground and pound, probably just respecting the defense of such a whirly veteran like Hammer. Everybody knows that Hammer's a dangerous guy, especially on the ground, so you've got to imagine his sub-defense is there, and I don't know, maybe Swish Bitty's just looking for that, perfect one, but as you said, Bane, if he doesn't have the reads that he needs, maybe that perfect one is going to be missed up by a composed veteran like Hammer.
Oh, I do want to add something to that. Like I said, I'm a big fan of like empty transitions or empty posture ups. It makes your opponent think you're gonna strike, and then you can just drop down to full guard or wherever you're at and almost get immediately a free transition. And possibly, going for that sub, he might have just put that thought in his opponent's head. So something he needed to watch out for. So he could be very hesitant in the next time, like the next ground exchange.
Well, Volkanovski definitely having the more significant and effective moments with that ground and pound within the first 5 minutes. Have to imagine if I'm a judge, I would give it to the 45 champion. But who knows? We've got 5 seconds left. One more strike.
Yeah, honestly, I think that right now he's looking very good. He's looking very, very clean, and he's going to be feeling very confident going into that next round. That was great ground and pound by Swish B. He was able to get some... Look at the statistics there. Significantly outlanding him in really all respects, and the top control. A lot of confidence for Swish B, but I know he's still going to be respectful. He's not going to count his chickens, count his eggs before they hatch, so to speak. Obviously, Hammer's dangerous, and he seems to be utilizing more of a striking game this evening. I wonder if that's out of the respect of Swish Bitty's grappling, because he is definitely dangerous down there, as we've seen already.
Again, Hammer didn't get back to his feet. Swish let him up, so have to agree with you, Cyrez. Sorry on ours. Oh!
Sick techniques, getting great work in the pocket, and I feel like that is his best change right there, because every time he just hesitates and backs up, he's just being planted down on the ground. So it's a possibility that he needs to stay in the pocket and just keep pressuring forward to avoid those takedowns. Make him pressure him into making that mistake of trying to go for a takedown he won't get. And it'll give you a lot of chances after that.
I agree with you, brother. I would say that I would like to see Hammer start to utilize the jab of Dustin Poirier a lot more. He's had good success when he's done it, but I don't think he's recognized that and continues to look for those hooked shots and the straights to open up his attacks. That one's a lovely one, though. Slip uppercut hurt him badly.
Honestly, it was somewhat of a mistake from him, because Yeah, he saw the ducking, and instead of throwing straight shots, he could have possibly gotten an uppercut off that end because he did duck down before he moved to the side, and that cost him a chance, and now he's back on the ground, and this is definitely not where you want to be. Volkanovski has great groundwork, and Poirier does have the rubber guard, as we can see, but he's just not able to use it because as soon as he goes to the ground, he's immediately getting put into top mount and just getting hurt so much.
Great momentum shift from Volkanovski there. Of course, he got that stun, but beautiful head movement to avoid the follow-up strikes and then get the takedown. And now we're in his realm. Swish is touching up Hammer as we approach the last 2 minutes of the second round, Cyrez.
Yeah, this has been beautiful work from Swish Biddy. He is doing phenomenal work on the ground, and he's definitely showing his pedigree in these positions. I think that he's looking for that separation now just to work on the damage, but this is what we spoke about earlier there, One Rios, when you've got this type of takedown threat, when you can make so much damage come out in your favor on the ground, your opponents start to worry about it and their hands are dropping, as we see from Hammer already, worrying about that takedown, setting up those headshots.
Yeah, definitely. Swish gave him a lot to think about, and he's very uncomfortable on throwing heavy strikes or throwing his combos out. He's just trying to go for the ones and the twos here and there, but he needs to start letting his hands fly. So Swish can't get that takedown as well as easy as he was.
This might be it.
But he pays for it. He pays for that pressure, like I was saying, and he just gets dropped, and it's nearly over. He was.
Oh, sorry,
really
there's
hurt.
no time. I thought that submission was going to be so close, but there was no time on it. That's phenomenal work again from Swish Biddy, ending out that round big. But the 2 minutes of top control and the knockdown, I know that Hammer got that extra stun, but I don't know if it's enough with the 2 minutes of top control there, Bane. What do you see there, brother?
It's a tough one to score. It's definitely a hard one, but you have to think about the ending of it. All of the momentum seemed to be in the Volkanovski corner. So coming into this final 5 minutes, I have to believe that the great is going to be feeling good.
I feel like he could possibly be up 2 rounds right now. So honestly, he really needs to think about something to change this outcome. If he cannot get him off him on the top mount, he needs to focus on possibly reversing it into a top position that he can start controlling the fight. Because as the time goes down, it's just you see that basically just overall Volkanovski is taking control of this fight against Poirier, and Dick definitely needs to think of something. He's not going to win the decision. He's been dropped. He's been hurt. He's been smothered on the ground, and he just has no answer for it. Swish Biddy is looking amazing right now.
He really, really is. Hammer's definitely dangerous. He now finds himself in top control, and this is where he's had his major success so far within the promotion and in performances of past, but not a lot of time to get it working there. Bane, only 3 minutes left on the clock, brother, as he goes in for this top mount. Is it arm triangle he's going for?
Believe he might be going for the triangle. Could be an arm bar potentially. We'll see here what it is. Looks like a triangle is what he's about to be setting up, but it doesn't gonna be finished as the escape bar is just far too progressed.
Is that go? He's putting it across his face.
Yeah, it is.
It is, and it definitely looks very demoralizing when you're that fighter getting put in that situation, because at the end of the day, you are worried about those submissions. You are worried about getting the ground and pound. Overall, if he does not get back on his feet, which he seemed to be the most comfortable in, it's not going to go very well. And I see possibly a finish or Volkanovski winning by decision.
Just a really dominant performance from Swish all around. You have to think about on the feet. Hammer doesn't have the head health to really stand and trade and try to get that knockdown or KO. And on the ground, the only times where he's been able to get up off of his back is when Volkanovski lets him up. So this is a dire situation as we come into the last minute.
Twister.
Here he gets the
No stamina twister. No stamina twister. This could be very deep. He's tracing him fairly well. Like I said, the opening 25% tells you everything you need to know, and now that he's got that escape, it tells you all you need to know. Swish Biddy, he's going to escape the submission with relative ease. That 25% went in his favor. I mean, still, he's trying, but I just don't see this one being sunk in.
And he's definitely going to lose top control, it seems. So it's not a good idea to go for things like that, especially when you have the stamina disadvantage as well as your opponent, because at the end of the day, you won't have the ability to move it as fast as they can. They can pretty much just trace back and forth like a pendulum motion and possibly get out. So at the end of this round, I do believe Swish Biddy run away with all 3 rounds, to be honest.
I think I'd agree with you there. And Bane, I mean, we've seen weirder things happen within the Octagon, both within Primetime, ESFL, and the UFC itself. So I wouldn't be surprised on any sort of judge's scorecard, but you've got to imagine Swish B is going to be walking away with a W and advancing into that next stage. Big feather in his cap, and great win for LFC, his camp, who have been doing great work all around within the promotion thus far.
Interesting judging within UFC 4 comes because of differences in concentration, right? One guy concentrates on the ground and he gets control time, and one guy concentrates on the striking and gets several rocks or knockdowns potentially. And that's what really muddies the water of the judge's decision within the AI of the game. But when you have a guy who does both, and he's far more advanced in the striking and way more controlling on the ground, there really is no confusion about who's going to walk away with that. And the correct call is Swish Biddy.
And exactly, I believe that was a 30-27 all across the board. But at the end of the day, like you said, damage plays a huge factor in the game. So even if somebody sits on you for 6 to 7 minutes and lands though, what I call the baby punches, it's not going to factor in as much of you piecing somebody up on the feet. I've lost many decisions because of that. I would have so much control time. I would throw a few subs on there and everything. But at the end of the day, I got rocked and dropped on each round as well, and it didn't go in my favor. So
yeah, I mean, damage is definitely one of the most key factors, and I think it's across the board most probably the main contributing factor to the referees. But on your point there, Vane, I mean, about them being inconsistent due to that very reason of how people concentrate on particular elements of their game and utilizing it and implementing those game plans. Although that's being said, I honestly think it's the most realistic element of the game. When have we ever seen a judge's scorecard in, MMA, boxing, be consistent? So it's because there's so many facets to the game, especially in MMA. There's so many ways that the fight can go and different types of techniques that can be employed. It's very, very subjective. So, a lot of the time it's better to not leave it go that far and, of course, take it out to the, judges' scorecards. But those guys didn't. They didn't kind of go to the judges' scorecard for any lack of trying. Swish B was definitely putting on him the entire way, had a very dominant win, and the only reason that fight went the distance is because Hammer is a worldy veteran that was able to, mitigate some of that damage that was coming his way. But Swish B looking very, very good this evening there, Vane.
Absolutely. And, he did, as a veteran, would survive. And he found ways to be able to continue to be durable. But at the end of the day, it was a wonderful performance. But moving on, interesting from what I formerly had thought was the fight we were going to be seeing earlier. TK Omoplata versus...
God ate my pig. Yes, sir. God ate my pig. He is, I don't know if you are familiar with these guys, but he is a phenomenal player, is God ate my pig. He ended out last season with some great, great wins, some of the most dominant side control I have ever seen in this game. So,
definitely. That was...
Yeah, it was scary, man. So Omoplata's got it up against him, but I haven't checked Omoplata's record there, one of yours, but I'm pretty sure this man has been on a bit of a tear himself. Over the last season, at least.
I believe he had that win on Honest Gym, and honestly, I've never seen that type of ground dominance against Honest Gym. Like you said, Honest Gym's been a very great grappler in his career, but at the end of the day, he just got manhandled on the ground by God ate my pig.
Michael the Menace Johnson versus Clay the Carpenter Guida appears to be what we're going to be seeing. Interesting picks from
great pick, honestly. TK Omoplata, I've seen a lot of his fights. I've also had the pleasure of sparring him a couple times, but it's just insane. His Michael Johnson, usually not a meta pick. He's got fast hands and everything, and in the hands of somebody like TK Omoplata, it is dangerous. But of course, I'm a big fan of Clay Guida, so I love to see the pullout for that. Is you usually don't see things like this all the time.
You can see already the Carpenter's hair is flowing and growing around the face and shoulders.
Honestly, these types of picks, you've got to rate them. I love to see the lower rated picks, especially from both guys when it's, matched out. It's a sign of who's going to have the better techniques on the game, because you can't rely on some of the, stats of the higher rated fighters that can sometimes be a little bit more forgiving in your mistakes. So both guys going to have to be very, very careful. We have the power and the speed of Michael Johnson, and obviously the toughness and that grappling from the one and only Clay Guida.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting fight to see. We almost never see Clay Guida. I was a big fan in UFC, and I've tried to use him before he got the buff. And it was extremely difficult because his stats weren't that great overall, but his cardio is the stuff of legends. It's on par at times. I forget his cardio rating. I think it is a 93 or a something like that, but it is by far one of the guys in UFC that has so close to the gas tank of Max Holloway, and he's just very dominant when he gets going.
Hall of Fame fight participant in top out right here. Look at this ground and pound that he is landing on the menace.
And it's already showing red. This is definitely not good for TK Omoplata. We've seen some great grappling from him with Michael Johnson, and he has great striking, but there's not much you can do when you're on the ground. And he's just showing great side control, great denials, and just landing those elbows, chipping away at his health.
And Cyrez, talking about statements to the judges, this is almost a full round up until this point of control time and peppering strikes. While they're not significant, they are going to add up.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I mean, one of the things that we're seeing Clay Guida or Gotti My Pig doing, which is incredibly intelligent, is he's not sitting in that full guard position. As Doctor Who recently pointed out to me, that is not a position that you manage to, acquire top control time from. So it's considered a neutral position in the judge's scorecard. So being active, slicing through to those half guard and side control positions, very, very intelligent work so far by Clay Guida.
Yeah, and it's just amazing to see, these off-men of the lower tier fighters definitely putting in some great work. I mean, let's be honest, we all love to see the mirror matches sometimes, or the top tier characters going at it. Well, let's be honest as well, we do love to see the off-meta picks.
Honestly, brother, that is my go-to. If you've ever seen me stream or anything like that, off-meta picks is the way to go. You get the most fun fights out of it. Some of their movesets are, although they may not have the highest stats, they still have the movesets to get the job done. And,
yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing a mixed-up game plan so far. I mean, it's been very, very hard for the power or the speed of Michael Johnson to be utilized so far, but that's due to the incredible wrestling acumen of God Ate My Pig being on full display again in this fight.
That's like I said before, I love going random select A through Z, and you never know what you get, but if you do win with something like that, it feels like you leveled up.
These guys marching forward. That's a nice body kick there so far from Johnson. Now taking center cage cutting a little bit, trying to make it feel very, very small, but got to be wary of that double leg attempt. It's coming his way there, Bane. It's been often and early so far, but big rock!
Rocks! He got rocked.
Over aggressive early in the second round, tried to stay in the face of Clay Guida, but not entirely effective with it. The Carpenter found some big strikes that hurt the menace there. Oh!
The original Jesus of UFC is laying down hands, not miracles right now.
Absolutely clipped Omoplata there and dropped him momentarily. And now this is not where you want to be. But Omoplata back up to the feet, bounces right out of that position, Cyrez.
Yes, sir. He did a good job again back to his feet, but he needs to get active with these hands. If he goes first, he's going to get the better of these exchanges. He can't allow God Ate My Pig to continue to get off on their strikes first time round. Definitely needs to start utilizing that jab and so on, but lovely work once again. The pull counter's fair for Johnson.
It's a beautiful hook. That was an amazing read by Omoplata. You saw him try to use it several times, but he finally lands that pull counter. And I don't really understand why he's letting it up. Michael Johnson has some really good ground game, and I would possibly try to even out this round by taking him down.
Good defense there from Omoplata to deny the judo throw. Now he's standing in front of the Carpenter. 2 minutes remain in this second round. Each guy has had moments. It's going to come down to who wants it more in the judges' scorecard unless we get a finish, potentially.
Yeah, these guys are going at it all hands. I mean, much respect here. These picks are phenomenal. Gordy, my pig's doing beautiful work, landing these shots on the feet, mixing in the takedowns. Omoplata's really having a tough time right now and needs to make some adjustments if he's gonna get anything from this fight. But sat down again. This might be it.
This could be it. Rains down huge ground and pound. Just survives by dodging that last punch.
Gotta eat my pig, looking so good in the hands department, feeding Michael the Menace Johnson everything from the first combo meal to the last. 50 seconds remain in the second round, and you have to think, gotta eat my pig feeling good about it.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling very confident going into this third round. If he's not able to get the finish here, that is. I mean, the head health is really low, 25 seconds on the clock. Not a great amount of stamina, but you don't need it all when you're in this top mount position. That's it.
Oh! And he finishes him just like that. I mean, I was talking about it earlier. This is a fight, we saw recently in UFC, and it was definitely a one-sided performance by Clay Guida. But this man showed he can knock somebody out as well.
What a fight. God eat my pig advancing on, looking phenomenal doing so, and with that beautiful Clay Guida pick, rate these guys massively for their picks this evening. That was one hell of a fun fight, and we step one step closer to the second round. This has been one hell of a Grand Prix so far, guys. It's only going to get better from here as these guys look to make their steps in towards the, obviously the finals. But right now, we have to say that was great work by God Ate My Pig. He's looking as good as ever and probably going to be a bit of a nightmare for anybody that he matches, after this point there, Bane.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, the final fight of the preliminary round of the Primetime Grand Prix is upon us. Blessed Jake versus Napgiver. But before we get into that, of course, looking to the Twitch chat, gotta eat my pig in it, apologizing for the dead fight, saying that the ping was horrid. Either way, boys, I felt like I was entertained.
Yes, I couldn't agree more there, and I mean, I'm sure you'll agree, One Rios, that was a mix-up of game styles, whether it be striking and grappling, and honestly, non-stop action, start to finish. That was one hell of a fight.
I never had the problem with the ping. I didn't really see there was any issues, guys. You guys did a hell of a performance. I love, I cannot mention this enough. I love seeing lower tier fighters off meta picks, because then it really does shine on personal skill to win those fights.
Really does, brother. It really does. But as you alluded to a moment ago there, Bane, this is now going to be our final fight of round one. We're going to be having the new and reformed Blessed Jake, not the Killer Jake, the Blessed Jake, turning up and looking to fight up against Nappy G, who, I don't know if you know, but Napgiver, or Nappy G, he is a really nasty grappler, bro. Like, he gets on top of you and makes your life misery. Kind of, I would compare him to the sort of emotional abuse that you can experience if you get under the current PlayStation champion in Styles. He has got his work cut out for him this evening, though. Killer Jake, I don't know if you guys have come across him yourself. That man's striking is scary, guys.
I've been killed by Killer Jake. I did fight him a couple of times, and I haven't really looked forward to fighting him again because it's literally a washout most of the time. His Conor McGregor is amazing. He has so many good picks that he just styles with at any given moment. And honestly, he's overall, like you said, new and reformed Killer Jake. At the end of the day, I feel like we had a part in, helping him get to that better part in his life, because as CC, we tried to create a wholesome community, and he was just a great member overall when he was in it.
One thing to notice about their existing history within the organization, each guy is 3-3 overall, and both are 1 in their last 3, which is interesting to note of course, coming off of a win, but losing the previous 2. So let's see who gets to continue that streak and who gets to have theirs snapped tonight.
And Killer Jake comes out with a great Conor McGregor pick. He's seen it quite a bit. Oh, no.
What happened right there? What happened right there? I missed it. I blinked and
Great
something
fight.
happened.
Absolutely loved it. So much back and forth in that one. And you know,
Maybe they forgot to change the settings at, to the fact that it was on different round or something was wrong about it. But I hope we get to see this fight because Killer Jake, he's phenomenal in the cage. He's a killer straight up. His Conor McGregor, as I've seen, is nearly unstoppable at times. If he's on his A game, which is very consistent compared to mine, I'm very inconsistent. It's day by day, but he is very consistent, and he usually goes out there and puts on a clinic and just a great show overall.
I would agree with you there, brother. These guys are now squaring off. I think it was potentially some of the wrong kind of settings, if you will, going into the fight. I didn't quite get to see if it was maybe a 5-round fight or whatever the case may be, but they are now loading back in. As you see, same picks. So without further ado, these guys are going to go at it. We've got the Khabib pick up against Conor McGregor. You mentioned it earlier there, One Rios. The McGregor of Killer Jake, or Blessed Jake, is phenomenal. Those body uppercuts, the little two-piece body rips are really, really dangerous, and Nappy G's going to have to be careful of that. But on the flip side, the takedown defense. Whew.
His pull counters are insane as well.
Now, Nappy G, I believe he was one of my most recent fights in last season 1. He has got, honestly, a relentless top game, and he goes to those takedowns often and early, so we're going to have to see McGregor be on his takedown defense 100% if he's going to get any success in this fight, especially early there, Bane.
McGregor enjoys a 10-inch reach advantage, 188 on his side, 178 on the Eagle. So the hands are a bit longer for the Irishman, and all of the striking stats outside of blocking would suggest that obviously, this is his realm. But as you boys have mentioned, the takedown threat is immense against the Dagestani.
Really, really is. I mean, right now we're seeing a little bit more of a reserved approach from Nappy G, maybe just not feeling too confident, knowing that the striking accurate of Blessed Jake is there. We see a lovely little slip-off, trying to answer back with some strikes. The clinch attempt is there. Missing, though. We're going to have to see maybe a double leg bail, I would imagine, out of Nappy G soon. He's going to get a little bit desperate and worried about the hands that are coming his way, I would imagine, in the striking. That's a good hook from him there, though, Bane. Good work.
Jake gets touched up a little bit, like the body work that he's trying to do. Nappy G moving around a little bit, and you don't want to get caught leaning one way when there's a strike coming to the midsection. Great knee return from the red corner.
Yeah, he definitely landed a great knee overall right when, off the break of the clinch. And he's just he gets caught by the takedown. And this is not exactly where he wants to be, but I have seen him on the ground, and he's no slouch. Even with a Conor McGregor pick, he can usually get out of trouble.
Yeah, he's definitely a whirly veteran in all respects. He got the grappling defense on, but quite honestly, this is a fight of two halves. I feel like in the striking ranges, Killer Jake is just going to feel massively confident, and it's going to be his wheelhouse, but much the same when it hits the mat. Nappy G's top control is honestly terrifying. That man is a problem. I know it. He beat me last time out, Primetime 21. This guy is honestly, he's a nightmare. So watch out for him. He's got a lot of time to work. 1 minute 15 odd on the clock, and now in top mount, raining down this ground and pound. Khabib is a scary, scary man in any of these top control positions, but especially that top mount there, Bane.
Killer Jake being patient, though, man. I mean, this guy is composed throughout this first round, and even in these positions where it's incredibly disadvantageous, Khabib riding you right on top of you, it's a scary prospect, but Killer Jake's not blowing his stamina, trying to get out of it. He's not making wild movements. He's really just staying in and waiting for the proper moment to get out of that spot.
Yeah, I've definitely tried to take Killer Jake to the ground usually because I felt like that was my best advantage. But I never could get any work done because he stayed so patient. So every time I tried to throw some ground and pound or move to a different transition, it never really worked out for me. It was just a very frustrating match. And I also fought Napgiver, and at the end of the day, I was more holding my own against Nap Giver, but you know, like you said, though, that groundwork is dangerous, and at the end he subbed me pretty well and didn't get a chance for it.
Yeah, styles make matchups, and I mean, obviously a little bit difference between yourself and Killer Jake. I think that Killer Jake, you mentioned that he's very patient on the ground. He's doing great work of landing those body uppercuts early in the second, but we see him get taken down once more from Nappy G, not wasting any time in the second round, shooting that double, hitting the turn, and now finds himself in half guard there, Bane, and obviously working his game plan beautifully.
Now, this is where I like to see Jake with a little bit more urgency to get back to the feet. This is early in round 2. You need all of this time to potentially even out the judges' scorecards unless there's a finish within this second round, because you have to think all that control time, you might have lost the first, but there it is. Great urgency. Way to go, Jake, to get back to the feet. One thing to mention on the stats, 89 legs on Khabib. So if I'm McGregor, I might be trying to toss up a couple leg kicks when I get the chance. Nappy G not giving him a moment.
Yes, sir. Staying very, very active there, One Russ, and then once again swarming him on the ground, now working that ground and pound. Nice stand-up from Killer Jake, looking like the Blessed is working on his get-ups, but once again gets taken down.
Bro, huge throw, and then lands him right into side saddle for only a second. But that was definitely not something Killer Jake wants to be caught a lot with, because it drains your stamina, it drains your health. And at the end of the day, if Khabib gets one inch of stamina advantage, it could lead to so many more problems.
And it also drains the mental ability of Jake to stay in this fight when you're defending takedown after takedown and you're meeting the mat over and over again. You have to think he's getting frustrated, Cyrez.
I completely agree with you, brother. One thing I would say to keep an eye out on, though, is that much to what Wanria said earlier, Killer Jake is staying very, very patient on these ground, and although he's losing positions, he's actually winning the stamina game with 1 minute 35 now standing up. If he's able to land these hands, I mean, we know how powerful Conor McGregor is, but especially when he's got that stamina advantage.
But if you notice, he is somewhat hesitant to throw strikes right now. He's only doing short strikes because he is worried about that takedown.
Exactly right, brother. We mentioned it earlier on, the takedown. Set up your hands because your opponent's fluttering. The jab sits him.
Oh my goodness, that was a beautiful race by Killer Jake, and he finishes the fight. It all ended with he throw when I forget his name because I was about to say Khabib, when he tried to go for that high kick and he just ducks right under it, and at that point both of them didn't really have stamina, but Killer Jake hits that one shot, like I said with Conor McGregor, it can end it all, and it was just a beautiful read on his part.
Honestly,
power
beautiful.
of the Irishman prevails over the Dagestani tonight in such an emphatic finish after a round of mostly getting, I don't want to say dominated, I'll say controlled, right? Khabib was the one who was dictating where that fight went, and while Jake was doing so well on the ground and grappling effectively, he was still losing in the judges' eyes, and so what an impeccable finish. And that was something that I believe Jake made a red on, right? Khabib was throwing that head kick naked without setting it up multiple times throughout that fight. So maybe he had the intuition to say, hey, I just defended this takedown, rolled out, I don't have the stamina, he's probably going to go up high. And then Khabib went down low and went to sleep.
Yes, sir.
It was so little stamina. That is the most incredible thing I've seen, to get a flash knockdown with pretty much no stamina. That is the power of Conor. He had maybe a quarter of a bar going back into that. And the thing is, the spinning kick is flashy. Sometimes it works. But as soon as his head turned around, it met that huge strike and it was over.
Yes, sir.
That beautiful finish concludes the preliminary round of the Primetime Grand Prix. Now we enter the secondary round before the quarterfinals. Who gets to move on?
Well, it's about to be LFC Zombie up against TD Fadanator. Both of these guys have shown to be very, very dangerous. We've seen LFC Zombie get that submission late in the third round to get the victory. A bit of an upset in that early fight. TD Fadanator putting on an emphatic fight, an emphatic performance against Chinsworth in the last round. So I am very, very intrigued to see how these two men face up against each other. It looks like, from what I'm seeing early on here, these guys have come up against each other 11 times in the past, with 9 of those victories going towards Fadanator. But as we've said so many times this evening, it is different under the lights when you know that there are eyes on the, on the performance. They are, kind of judging and critiquing how you're playing. The pressure is on, and, especially as we get ever closer to that main event spot, you know that the pressure is only going to continue to mount from there, Bane.
Absolutely. It just gets more and more intense. But as you mentioned, within the 11 fights that they've had, 9 go to Fadanator, which has to be mentally positive for him, Honoros.
Yes, he's definitely going to go in there very confident. And I'm not going to give any disrespect to his opponent, but that is definitely a huge mind game to overcome, knowing that you've lost so many fights against that one opponent, and now you have to face him in a very pressuring environment. This is for all the marbles. This is for all the glory, pretty much. If he doesn't get this the way he would go, trying to get those 2 wins, if he can capitalize on what he did before, he could possibly win. But at the end of it, a Whittaker versus a Vettori is a very interesting matchup as well.
It's interesting when you look at the stats for each one. The Reaper does have a significant advantage in almost every striking realm, but once it hits the mat, that's where the Italian Dream shines. Really, a striker versus a grappler when you look at the statistics alone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, just something to point out as we move on through this fight for anybody that isn't part of the Discord community. This event works as follows. Round 1 was lightweight, as we saw. Round 2 is going to be middleweight, then bantamweight, light heavy, and welterweight for the finals. That's why we see them in middleweight right now. Excellent picks, like you say. Interesting matchups already. This is kind of like I say, it's a bit of an odd kind of matchup for LFC Zombzz if he's not able to utilize that grappling, because Fadanator has excellent takedown defense and seems to be having the better of the striking so far. So got to be careful, because I think, I'm not sure on the stats. I mean, I'd have to go to you for that there, Bane, but I'm believing that Vettori's just that mark slower. I don't even think he has a power advantage over Whittaker. Whittaker's probably the more well-rounded, solid pick at this point in the game.
Italian Dream coming in at a crisp 89 punch power to the Reaper's 93. In terms of speed, 94 for Vettori, 95 for Whittaker.
But at the same time, Vettori has somewhat of the ground advantage, if I'm not mistaken.
He does,
Absolutely.
brother. He does, especially if he's able to get on top. But let's not sleep on the Reaper himself. He, wrestles for the Australian team. He's very, very good. New Zealand team, I should say.
Absolutely, and takedown defense is even across all scores, 94 apiece for both of them. But again, Orthodox versus Southpaw, shooting from different angles. Vettori does have a lot to work with, but man, that body is not what you want tested early. 90 seconds remain in this opening round.
Lovely work. He lands it, rocks him, goes to the body with it.
Huge uppercut. It rocks him, and he drives him back to the cage for a second. But he's, this is high-level competition. He's not just going to let him drive him to the cage and stay there, but he tries to shoot for a takedown to give him some space off that cage, and it's denied by Whittaker right now.
Fadanator with some beautiful takedown defense, going to work on those legs. 30 seconds remain. Big health event there.
From both the leg and the head, that is definitely not something you want to do, because every time that leg gets chipped away, once you start blocking low, you're just going to get started pummeling. And he gets dropped halfway across the cage.
Cyrez, what an opening round.
Yes,
That was
sir.
insane.
Honestly, non-stop action in that opening round, as we have come to expect so far in this Grand Prix, and from prime times events overall. Every single time these guys looking to turn up and put on a hell of a show, not wasting any time with that takedown. Zombzz not able to secure it. Great takedown defense from Fadanator.
Robert Whittaker definitely has great takedown defense. He has also some pretty good ground offense and defense on the ground as well. So that's something Zombie has to think about, because at the end of the day, if he cannot get him on the ground, I do favor Whittaker in this matchup.
That right leg is absolutely busted. The oblique kicks from the Reaper are just lethal. And you can see the head health is not there either. Big health event once again.
Honestly, Whittaker is pouring it on right now. That right leg is blinking. The head health is low, and Zombzz is... Oh, lovely knee by the man, and shoots a takedown. Not able to get it once again. Fadanator's takedown defense is on point.
It does get him off the cage, and that's what he was maybe shooting for, to give himself some space. But at the end of the day, you see, it's like that one leg is pretty much gone, and if he switches, we might see that crazy like double leg break we saw earlier.
Touching the chin, though, of Fadanator, really eating some shots midway through the second round. We have seen combatants in this Grand Prix alone survive for a long time with no leg health, but that head health as well is getting tested.
Really is, brother, with a spinning elbow for the finish.
Spinning back fist for the win. How many times do we normally see that? That is the one for the record books for at least this season. That is the first spinning...
Oh, the elbow, mate. That killed him. I just watched it on replay. Jesus Christ. What a spinning elbow to close the show as he dives into that direction and eats it square on the chin. Wow.
The Italian Dream meets the Australian Nightmare in that one. The Reaper picks up the stoppage win over Marvin Vettori. Fadanator moves on to the quarterfinals.
What?
Yeah, sometimes dreams don't work as much as nightmares, man. So
yeah, he turned up with one hell of a performance in that, did Fadanator, and he steps on now to the next stage of this tournament, of course, moving on to the quarterfinals. I'm sure he's going to be very, very happy with that all round. That was a great performance from that man right there. With that being said, we're now going to see, honestly, a fight that I cannot wait to see. We're going to be having Yeeticus, the beautiful counter striker, one of the more technical strikers on the game, coming up against the champion, the undisputed EK Trickzzy, defending his belt, putting it on the line each and every stage through this Grand Prix. Honestly, two of my favorite people to watch personally in the league. I cannot wait for this one, guys, honestly.
I will say, I mean, I'm a big fan of Yeeticus' skill. He's always shown some great technical striking, but he is facing the nightmare of the season before champ. You just buried all the competition, held the belt for so long, and I think at this point, it's going to be a long, tough battle for Yeeticus, if not a very short one, considering how Yeeticus is one of those guys that he could just end it very quickly. But I do not believe Trickzzy is going to give him that chance.
I cannot wait to see this one. These guys are now squaring off across each other. This is a middleweight fight. It looks like we're going to get Anderson Silva. What a pick. And that's going to be up against, obviously, Robert Whittaker. I imagine we're going to see a lot of, Robert Whittaker picks this evening in this middleweight weight class. He's such a well-rounded fighter. It would be, it would be hard not to pick him, I feel like, from a lot of competitors. But highly, highly respect the Anderson Silva pick. Personally, one of my favorites to pick in this weight class. He is dangerous, and do not sleep on that man right there.
Exactly. No matter if you win or lose, it is always a show when you see Anderson the Spider Silva.
Especially with that head movement, the Spider able to move and groove out of many strikes coming his way. So when Yeeticus is stunned, if he is, it might be able to just kind of glide out of the way of Trickzzy's strikes.
For sure. He's going to try and take the technical approach, going to try to stay very reserved and work behind that jab. He's got the teeps on his favor as well with the Anderson Silva pick, but EK Trickzzy, we've seen how dangerous he is in all facets of this game. We'll see if he's going to implement maybe a little bit of wrestling early to take Yeeticus out of his, comfortability zone, because right now we're seeing a nice technical approach from Easy Adjust, and he's looking good, although not a lot of strikes thrown, a lot of feints, and honestly, Bane, I'm not sure how this one's going to go, but a bit of a chess battle already as we see these guys kind of duke for position.
Which is what I think they need to do. Make the first couple minutes a trap, right? Kind of throw a lot of different looks, make your opponent think one thing and then do another thing. That is what you need to do when you're fighting someone of the caliber of EK Trickzzy, and similarly, the caliber of Easy Adjust.
Yeah, he's a fighter there, One Real. So you've mentioned in the past that you've sparred with him as well, so you are well aware. He's a fighter that really excels in these sorts of paces of fights. He likes the time to pick his shots and work his counters, and fighting, up against these high-level competitors, I even feel is actually a benefit for him. I feel it favors more his style, as a lot of the high-level players do take their time and look to make reads and, don't really try to overwhelm you with that forward pressure.
Yeah, I did spend a little bit of time in Easy, and I did actually fight against Adjust just to, test my skills and train with him. And honestly, he puts on a clinic. If you do not pressure him and you let him play his game, all technically, you will not catch him, period. It is literally like you try.
Oh!
The leg kick into the head kick. That's massive work there, Bane, from the champion, and he's looking good. That's going to change the, shift the momentum definitely in his favor.
Oh, 100%. Was just about to mention the health stats of the Spider: 88 cardio and 89 chin. So he is brittle at his old age, and an 88 recovery. So the damage that he, accumulates within this first round, it's likely not going to go away. On the other hand, 98 recovery for EK Trickzzy. If Easy just wants to get his way back in this first round, he needs to do something big.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good sign to be rocked this early, especially with Anderson Silva. Like you said, he has low recovery and low chin, and the thing is, if you too many times, it's over. I've seen fights where I tried to play Silva and I got caught once and I was out. It was just the worst feeling ever.
Oh my god, this is beautiful work. The guys are just catching each other perfectly, raining down the ground and pound. This could be it with one or two more shots.
Wow.
Oh, it was
Easy Adjust. Barely survives there. EK Trickzzy almost gets that first round stoppage. 15 seconds remain. Will we see it? Ground and pound still coming strong.
Oh, he gets the reversal. This could be huge, honestly.
What a frenetic first round, Oneros.
I honestly thought, I was so engrossed in the fight, I honestly didn't see the time tick by. I was basically, like, he could have done something. But honestly, the survivability that Easy has showed, it's astonishing. He almost, got put out of there and he manages to survive. And if you notice, his stamina is not that bad at the moment, but he has taken quite a bit of damage right now. So he does have to watch out for it.
We don't get to see the health or stamina effects on Trickzzy, but you've got to imagine that he's doing fairly well in those regards, since he was the one that got the stun in that first round. And as you mentioned earlier there, Bane definitely has the edge in terms of the statistics and the recovery, in those stats.
Yeah, and if you're Trickzzy, you didn't take a ton of damage in the first 5 minutes anyways, right? Comparatively, he came out on the best end you possibly could, but eats a front kick right there.
Yeah, it's definitely not something he can take over and over again, but at the same time, he knows Easy Adjust is hurt.
Oh.
Every time he lands those strikes, it's hurting him, and that head health is pretty low right now. So he definitely has to either, move, pulse, do some pull counters, or just get out of the way of those strikes and work his game plan. And that's no easy task against a rubber, especially by Easy Tricks or EK Trickzzy. That is not the best, counter pick, especially. But
Cyrez,
personal skill.
EK Trickzzy finds the chin once more. Easy Adjust sets him down.
Yeah, this is definitely not good for Easy Adjust. He's definitely trying to get in and land those shots, but EK Trickzzy is catching him every single time he comes in.
Easy, just having a hard time with the entry. Cyrez, wanted to ask your thoughts about setting the traps. It doesn't feel like Easy just set enough of them to really throw the champ off of his groove.
No, so far he's trying to, but EK Trickzzy, I mean, he's so well versed. He's such a veteran of the game, being IFL champion, primetime champion, that he's seen a lot of these traps. But that's a lovely leg check right there. The steel checks of Silver paying off and trying to get something going, but very, very hard to do so with this whirly veteran and current champion EK Trickzzy just trying to march forward and land these shots.
Oh!
He definitely does not want to be here in this scenario. He needs to back up off the cage, find some way to get out and survive. The head health is low, the body health is low, his legs are hurting. He needs to think of something. It's a possibility. Even, like I said, personal skill outshines. He could possibly take him to the ground and work something. But at the end of the day, I do not think he's comfortable with the idea.
Oh
No, another shot. He does. That was that cheeky head kick at the end. It won't count per damage, but it was a nice little kick.
Well, geez, the champion is looking good. Easier just not going away without a fight and looking to implement some of his own silky smooth techniques, but so far Trickzzy looking very, very good, suffering some sorts of setbacks throughout the opening 2 rounds, but so far looking very, very comfortable and got to be feeling confident going into this 3rd round there, Bane.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see he's just getting right back to it. Easy just wanted to work his way into the 3rd round, but Trickzzy says no. Might be thinking Easy just wanted to go for the younger version of the Spider in Israel Adesanya, maybe regretting the pick up until this point.
Yeah, he definitely tried to go for that overhand, and it did set up the Rock. A couple seconds later, he was just out of range. He has to stop missing these shots, because even if he's losing stamina, it's all leaving him open to a lot of damage.
Oh.
This is living up to all the hype right now. We have the champion marching forward, trying to put the damage on Anderson Silva, but he checks another leg kick, and that is huge work for him.
He puts on the pressure now. He knows he's got him hurt just a little bit, but the damage coming out from Whitaker breaking him down. Oh my goodness.
Man, EK Trickzzy, and he gets it done.
Yes, he does. Wow. He does. The champion, and still moving on to the next stage in the quarterfinals. EK Trickzzy looking phenomenal once again. That was an incredibly fun fight, guys. Both guys, massive amounts of respect, especially on that Anderson Silva pick.
Almost didn't see that strike. It was so fast. I hope we get to see the replay.
Was a spinning back fist attempt, I believe, that was intercepted. Shades of Jalen Turner versus Vicente Luque, sort of the same situation of throwing a spinning attempt and then getting clipped midway through. But, that is a funny animation, of course, but a sad day for Easy Adjust, who had such a good performance to progress to this point.
At that point, it's like, what just happened? But at the end of the day, it's Whitaker and his power. It can change any tide of the battle.
That it can. So that's our first fight of the quarterfinals, already scheduled for a little bit later on this evening after we get through the 2nd round of these fights. That's going to be the one and only champion EK Trickzzy up against TD Fadanator. So the Dons v Elite Kings. That's going to be one hell of a fun fight. Cannot wait to see it myself personally. With that being said, though, we move on to the next set of matchups for our quarterfinals. So we're going to be having the one and only ICB Great Mist up against TK Mike-Tran, who we both seen put on very, very good performances in their first round there, guys.
Absolutely. Great Mist really impressed me with his performance over Shane. Just found so much success in it. But again, looking at Mike Tran, who looked like a world beater against Guinness. I mean, I'm expecting all-out action, and the person who's going to win the most are the fans.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rios, these guys are all set for an action-packed matchup. It looks like I'm seeing Mike Tran air towards the Darren Till pick, which I am all game for, and maybe a Vito Belfort pick from the one and only, Great Mist. And look, I'm not going to sleep on it. I've seen Great Mist use Vitor Belfort before, so do not blink in this one.
Oh, Vitor Belfort, his chin is one of those moments. It's a little bit weak when you get caught by a great power strike. It can end the night at any moment. But his speed, his power is what sets him apart. It is amazing if you can get him going.
Vitor Belfort versus Darren the Gorilla Till. The Phenom has 3.5 overall within the health stats, 87 cardio, 90 chin, 89 body, 88 legs, and 84 recovery on the European. The British side is 90 cardio, 90 chin, 90 body, 93 legs, and 91 recovery. So relatively even within that health conversation, Cyrez.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, the one thing that we're going to have to maintain and, an observation on is the fact that Mike Tran, if he's able to maintain that distance with the teeps and the long-rangey jab and straight of Darren Till, this could be a very, very nice night for him. But that's going to be incredibly difficult to do, Bane, when he's up against the pressure striker of all pressure strikers in ICB Great Mist. Don't imagine this guy's going to take a back step, brother.
No, not at all. You can see here early throwing the hooks and catching the chin of Mike Tran.
Yeah, look, already looking to exchange anytime he goes for that leg kick, but that was a big miss from him. Not able to get the takedown. Darren Till does a good job of maintaining that position there, Juan Rios. I imagine that we're going to have to see him look to utilize those teeps early if he's going to maintain this distance there, brother.
Yes, for sure. I mean, Vitor is definitely very strong in the pocket. I think it's a 94 power, and he definitely has those heavy hands. His recovery isn't so great, and when he does get rocked, usually sometimes his game gets that huge kick and backs him up to the fence.
I mean, if it's not a Great Mist fight, if it goes past the first round and it looks like he's not trying to let it go that far this time, he's already chopping at that leg, landing these shots on the inside. Mike Tran has to be very, very careful, although he has got the stamina advantage, already eating a lot of shots there, Bane, in the opening minute or two of this first round.
Mike Tran does come equipped with that steel checks perk on the Darren Till, so in the event that Vitor Belfort and Great Mist keep throwing those downstairs, turning the knee out is likely going to be a great option for him. Eats a big jumping knee, and he's down!
And it's a beautiful follow-up from that one.
Oh!
And he drops him again. This is not looking good for Mike Tran. I mean, he is trying to put up the pace. He's trying to aggress forward, and Vitor's just catching him every time he goes inside.
Yeah, the Mike train may get derailed as Great Mist marches forward, throwing bombs. This is this is a tank via train, and right now the tank is winning as he marches forward, landing these massive shots, and he sits him down.
He drops him again. He might go for the finish.
The Gorilla the Phenom! Gets it done! Dun, dun, dun! Darren Till is unconscious within the first round.
Vitor is an animal as long as you don't get your chin touched.
Wow.
That was an amazing performance by Great Mist. I love seeing the Vitor Belfort picks. Not many people use him because his chin is not exactly his best stat, but if you can land those heavy shots early, you possibly will win the fight.
Yep, and I mean, look, you've seen him doing tonight. He is the master of pressure. He does not waste any time getting in your face and making your night just a living hell, brother. I mean, you pick somebody that has a rangy style like Darren Till. You're looking to work on the outside, and you have somebody like Great Mist opposite you. That's just going to become incredibly difficult to do. This man just does not take a back step. He knows how to land those power shots. He knows when your block is low, and so on, and when to pressure. The man has worked on the finer arts of those pressure games, and really, really able to implement it well tonight. I mean, look at those statistics for that first round. Fantastic work by Great Mist, and showing that he's going to be a genuine threat to whoever he faces in this tournament.
Defensively so cognizant, and again, you have to commend the accuracy within the pocket. Rarely missed any of those strikes. Great Mist is going to be a problem for either Simple Benny or BZ Goals. Honoros, our next fight is on deck.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. And to be honest, I'm also very excited for the weight class change, since you did say bantamweight. That is like one of the weight classes that I shine in particularly, and I love those fights.
Yeah, that will be next time, obviously, in the quarterfinals. We've still got the middleweight rounds to go for these guys. It looks like we're having a similar matchup to what we saw earlier. This is simply Benny v. Goals. Both guys having phenomenal performances so far in the Grand Prix. Robert Whittaker v. Marvin Vettori once again, it would seem, but that makes a lot of sense because we've seen Goals. I mean, that guy has an incredible top game and he likes to mix it up quite a lot, so simply Benny's going to have to mind his P's and Q's, but with the Robert Whittaker pick, you've got to imagine he's going to feel very confident in being able to stuff those takedowns. That takedown defense is no joke of Robert Whittaker for sure.
It's the end of the day. You have to do a lot of feints. You have to do open it with a jab just to get a takedown. You have to make him think you're not going for it, and then you shoot. And it's easier said than done because Whittaker has so much power in those hands. But at the end of the day, you have to make him worry about the striking before you go to the ground. Agreed, brother. Agreed. These guys are now loading in as we see. Non-stop action from every single competitor so far this evening, and Goals and Simply Benny looking to continue that as they head into their second round fight against each other. Imagine we're going to see a quick touch of gloves and then instantly into it. These guys do not like to waste any time, and you know that with the Marvin Vettori pick, he's going to want to walk forward and really start to impose his will early. Simply Benny landing those shots, trying to get him to back up, but got to be careful, man.
Great movement by Benny. Good lateral movement, circling out to the center of the octagon. But again, like you mentioned, the pressure and just aggression that comes out of the Italian Dream is unmatched at 185. But Bobby Knuckles, savvy in all areas. Great jumping Superman punch right there.
Yeah, it's being very technically slow with Marvin Vettori. He's not trying to pressure forward and throw heavy strikes. He's throwing a few jab straights here, and he's going for the body as well. It's definitely a great game plan for Benny to try to slow him down before he can get too close. Excuse me.
Oh, look at this. Inside the pocket, though. Bobby Knuckles having success. The Reaper touching the chin of Marvin Vettori. Simple Benny, seemingly like the better fighter on the feet. Haven't seen a level change from the Italian Dream yet, Cyrez.
No,
there it is.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not going to try to waste too much time as he gets a beautiful deny, and now he's going to take side control, and this is where Goals gets his work done as we see him block that first denial. Now he's going to be in a great position to continue to maintain this, look to get that knee on belly and rain down some shots. Good blocking from Simply Benny, but quite honestly, this is still not the position you want to be in. If you're going to be grappling with Robert Whittaker, it needs to be that top control there, Juan Rios.
Yeah, but if you know Benny, he knows how to get those denials. So I don't think he's too afraid about it. But he did let that one go. I wouldn't personally say it could have been a possibility that he was punching at the same time. Sometimes you can't react fast enough. But I would have loved to see him get that denial. It would help him a lot to maintain that top control.
Yeah, and this is a bit more of a, kind of acceptable position if you are Robert Whittaker, finding yourself in that top control there, Bane, although I would imagine he's going to want to separate maybe from the Italian Nightmare. Look at that.
Oh, denies the get-up goal. So efficient on the ground. Well, Verse gets the hooks in, gets in that top mount like you were talking about, Cyrez.
Yes, and this is where his bread is buttered, as we mentioned earlier, now raining down those heavy, heavy hands and not where you want to be. But so far, good defense from Benny. He's doing a great job. He just needs to get out of these really, really dominant positions. Great stand-up from that man right there. He needed that.
40 seconds remain in this opening round. On a roast, what do you think each guy has to do?
Honestly, right now, for him, honestly, sorry, I had to think for a second because I couldn't see his name. But the Whittaker perk is mad damage, and this could almost be it. But he just survives. I really do think he should just stick to his game plan because Simple Benny is doing great work with the Whittaker.
That flurry at the end there to knock down the Italian Dream likely stole the first round, at least in my book. Talk about fighting with aggression right till the end of the first 5 minutes. And you can see here, no touch of gloves, comes out with a step-in knee, Cyrez.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And right now, obviously, we're seeing Simply Benny coming out very, very quick, looking to use that posting position to get the distance on the retreat, doing a great job of landing those hands. And this is exactly what he needs up against the Italian Nightmare in Marvin Vettori. Continues to land those hands very cleanly, retreating well, but got to be careful with your back up against the cage there, Bane, because that takedown is going to be there for him.
Absolutely. You know, whenever you back up right in a straight line, it works up until you get past that black line, and then you're in that danger zone of being, you know, vulnerable to a double, a single, a clinch position against the cage. You can see here, Bobby Knuckles defends that one well. Simple Benny had a interesting moments here, Cyrez.
It was. I mean, a little bit of a weird hand animation from him, but not able to get the takedown. That's a good position that Benny's ended up in, slicing through to half guard with 3 minutes odd on the clock. I'll have to see what he's able to do from here, because with so much top control from Marvin, maybe looking to land some of his own ground and pound from this top amount position there, Juan Rios. And we know that Robert Whittaker is no joke on the ground, especially when he's in those top control positions.
Oh yeah, his ground game is very impressive. He even has great, you know, ground game off his back. So necessarily taking him down with Marvin Vettori is not the ideal, because he has so many ways to basically just reverse. And we see Simple Benny is taking his time. He lands one good punch, but he definitely wants to maintain top control.
Yeah, I think that's the most important element of this remaining 2 minutes now, is just maintaining that top control, because we know how dangerous Marvin is when he gets on top, especially in the hands of goals there, Bane. But so far, so good from Whittaker. He's doing a great job of maintaining these positions and just continuing to roll through into more advantageous positions when given the opportunity.
Some mental Olympics done by Simple Benny here, really digging into the brain of Goals, letting him know, hey, you have the stats in terms of grappling, but I have the advantage. Submission attempt here. This could be close, but it seems like Goals is way too good at this moment to get out of that back flat denied once again. Simple Benny, though, just camping on the spine of Goals.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And he's doing a great job looking to take that back mount once again. Probably going to go for the back flat in this position with a minute left on the clock. He has options for days, whether it be the submission or the ground and pound. Opts for the submission once more. 50 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to sink it in. But so far, the defense looking good, and decides to bail on it, does Simply Benny.
Back flat denied 3 times now for Goals. Very savvy at defending as well as advancing when he has those advantageous positions. But this round has been all Simple Benny with the Reaper.
One risk. I mean, I don't know if you... I was going to say, what does he have to do to separate this? But looks like Simply Benny decides to do it for him. Now landing shots. He was having a lot of success early. And if you are Goals, you cannot allow yourself to continue to be pressured up against that cage line, because... I mean, it's just the danger zone, brother. It's not good. It's not a good place to be. Touch of gloves not accepted by Whittaker in the third and final round. Looks like Goals takes a bit of an offense to it. Grabs the tie, couple of head strikes, and now into the hip toss. Beautiful work.
Yeah, that was definitely a nice read. As soon as he put the damage down, he realized he could get the takedown. And he's kind of giving Benny a little bit of his own medicine, trying to put in that groundwork.
Oh my God, this ground and pound from Vettori.
Oh man, that was really close. Simple Benny with the good survival skills to actually get himself out of trouble. 1 or 2 more punches could have ended it right there. He does try to go for that fast get up, but you know, it's very risky half the time. It just drains a lot of stamina when you do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left in this clock now, Bane, with 3 minutes 30 on the clock. Who do you see winning with Goals being in such an advantageous position in this third round?
Currently, of course, this third round is going all Goals. He's fighting with so much urgency that we didn't really see in the second 5 minutes. You know, that round was all the Reaper, but now the Italian Dream really pouring it on and proving why the grappling stats are why they are. 3 minutes to work, and if Goals can secure the rest of this round with control time and ground and pound, we can either see a late TKO stoppage or potentially a 29-28 on the judges' scorecard.
It's been a very, very competitive fight so far there, One Race, but right now Goals is pouring it on and making some championship level adjustments to maintain this top control position as he blocks the get up once again.
I do believe Simply Benny was up 1 and 2, but This is possibly making the case that he could take round 3, and you never know because round 2 is quite close. So at the end of the day, it could go on either. But I do believe he's basically just controlling him on the ground right now.
Yeah, these ground and pounds are really adding up as well there, man. This is a bit problematic for Simply Benny, especially after such success on his feet and in the ground and pound positions a little bit earlier on. I think you're right there, guys. I mean, obviously it's a very, very close and competitive fight, but with the momentum looking in Goal's favor, this could be what he needs. You know, it could be the deciding factor in who cinches up this victory in such a closely contended fight.
Would be a sort of interesting thing to occur if rounds 1 and 2, 10-9 to Simple Benny, and then a 10-8 for Goals in this third and final round. If we get a draw, what do we do, boys?
Well, they don't give draws in this game, so it's always going to be a split decision, if anything. I do hope they bring those in the game soon.
You could only imagine that. Maybe ending a fight from a cut. I imagine that it would cause some rage within the community, but I'd love to see it bring back the game mechanics. What a front kick there from Vittori!
Oh, it was a beautiful shot by Goals.
And then Vittori stunned! Simple Benny fighting to the last bell!
Jesus, we see a little flash forward. Simply Benny gets the victory.
I honestly don't know how that went. I can't think because it was just back and forth several times. The times I saw Simple Benny was making a lot of good shots work in the first round, maybe the second round, and definitely goes to his decision in his favor. But that third round was definitely, in my opinion, all Goals.
I'd love to take a peek at the judges' scorecard just to see what that split looks like. Unsure if we've got a unanimous or, of course, fractured decision. But
very, very close fight. Jesus, man. These guys, phenomenal work. We didn't get to see the judges' scorecards, although we did get to see the stats, the one that we were looking for. But you've got to imagine it was a 29-28 split. What a fun fight. I mean, a lot more grappling than we've seen in a lot of these performances so far this evening, but I am not opposed to that at all, especially when they're putting out action and, you know, a pace like those guys were. There was no room for, you know, breathing from either guy. They were just non-stop putting on pressure. So that's the one side of our quarterfinal brackets already issued out, as you see right there. We now move on to the next one. We're going to be having EK Dirty up against EK Dirty Dave up against TD Jamie. So obviously Jamie having that very, very shall we say disrespectful performance in the last one. I mean, to be honest, we demerit the shit out of people for that. Okay, there was a lot of people calling for a DQ, but we've let him move on and give him an opportunity to win or lose. I don't think he's gonna come out and try that same shit against somebody of the caliber of EK Dirty Dave. I mean, if he does, it's gonna be to his demise. You know, that's not a smart idea against the caliber of player of EK Dirty. So I think we're gonna see a bit of a different performance from Jamie this time. He's definitely going to be taking it all seriousness, and if not, I mean, it's going to be to the man's demise there, Bane.
ED Jamie walking out with the Bruce Buffer pick. Interesting. No.
No Bruce Buffer, can you imagine?
Dude, I want to see something. That would be interesting to see.
Well, I do love Bruce in this game. It's such a unique skill set.
Why not Dana White? You never know. If you beat the guy, he's fired. His contract's cut.
These guys are loading up. There was a couple of pounds being shed as they head into this one. It's a middleweight bout, as we have seen so far within this round. Those last final pounds have been shaken. They are now squaring off, and we are about to head into the second round fight for the right-hand side of the bracket. I'm personally very, very hyped for this fight. I know it's going to be one hell of a war. Suave Jamie, EK Dirty, both very, very dangerous opponents. So without further ado, let's get into this one. Potentially, we are seeing a Robert Whittaker matchup here, which I think is probably a good idea from both gentlemen in terms of making sure that their skills are able to be fully utilized in this matchup.
Have to put the attention on the existing history between these two. 22 wins for Suave Jamie, 10 wins for EK Dirty, proven that he can beat Jamie, but not entirely as often as Jamie beats him on a roast.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a wild fight. At the end of the day, like you said, things like that always happen on the outside, but when it's something where live people are watching, the spotlight's on you, anything can happen.
Did see Suave Jamie get rocked with that Diego Sanchez pick from the Justin Gaethje earlier in this tournament, but again, have to assume that he's going to be fighting with a little bit more care and caution in this bout against EK Dirty Dave.
And it definitely wouldn't be it definitely wouldn't be another Diego Sanchez or whatever. I doubt it. Any of the types of pickups, Dana White, Bruce Buck, that's a little bit too disrespectful, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like honestly, I feel like you mentioned it earlier. Like I said, these guys have probably matched up a lot in the past, but EK Dirty Dave is not the same fighter that he was last month, never mind 6 months ago. So we don't know when they come from. We're already seeing Dirty Dave work to the body. Now getting, a couple answered back to him, but both guys looking to make this dirty early. Excuse the pun, but starting out quick, nice couple lands from Suave Jamie, now looking to work the body as well. Dirty Dave, I imagine, is going to try and get that shot off as soon as he can, because I feel like the edge for that man right there is definitely going to be in the grappling element there, Bane, because we know how dangerous he has been in past performances once he's able to maintain that top position.
Absolutely. Again, the 92 top control of Whitaker, privy to both sides here. I would like to say, though, the cardio of Bobby Knuckles at a crisp 95. These guys can go for days if they really wanted to. Oh, big front kick there from Dirty Dave.
But at the end of the day, like you said, the cardio can always make a factor, but if you land enough body shots, it'll diminish very quickly.
It definitely can, brother, as we see another knee land from EK Dirty Dave right there. This sort of thing, I mean, I know not everybody is massively, fans of the mirror match sort of matchups, but it does really, really accentuate who is the better player, since the stats are obviously identical from both men. See who's able to implement the better of the game plans and make the least mistakes there, Bane, and so far very, very competitive. Who are you giving the edge to, brother?
I think Jamie's gotten the better of the striking within this first few minutes, but 90 seconds to work. This control time could be big for Dirty Dave if he is able to effectively use it.
Yeah, as he pretzels him over into the side control position. Now this is a great position for Dirty Dave, One-Russ. We've got to imagine we're going to see a lot of top control now over this last minute, and potentially some ground and pound to close this round out.
Oh yeah, it's definitely an interesting fight. I usually did not like to watch mirror matches originally, but then at the end of the day, you get to see personal skill outshine at all points. So it's something good to watch. Not every match per se, but you see some really good fights because there's always somebody that's just coming out on top.
Yes, for sure, for sure. Now, we see Suave Jamie get the reversal in the last 30 seconds, and he's looking to work some ground and pound now, postured up, but not a lot of time, obviously, as we head into that, the end of that first round. I didn't quite get to see the stats there. Did you get to see a little flash of who was ahead in the statistics, guys? I know it was very, very quick on screen.
I believe Suave Jamie came in with about 46 strikes, and I think 42 on the other end, 16 significant to 11, so I have to think Suave Jamie might get the 10-9 nod, but again, who knows with the judging scorecard in this game.
Regardless,
yeah,
for sure.
Very competitive. That was a pullback attempt, but he eats the head kick.
Oh! Huge drop, and the up kick of doom keeps him alive for a second. And let's see what happens, because now they're just going wild and just trading in the pocket with no cares.
Jamie pouring it on, really can sense potentially the finish coming, but again, Dirty Dave, a hard guy to get out of there.
Yeah,
that's definitely a wild fight already. You have somebody elite like Suave Jamie, veteran in the sport like Dirty, and it's just going to be an insane fight overall.
I think I'm starting to see a slight advantage go in the side of Dirty Dave after the grappling in that first round. Definitely the stamina starting to favor him a little bit, but he eats a hook as he's leaning off. That was very, very dangerous. Has to be careful of the hands of Suave Jamie. We know how dangerous he is on those striking attempts. Lands a lovely hook into a straight right there.
That could be huge right now, because at the end of the day, he's getting him so close to the fence. If he applies more pressure, he's going to be able to back him up. Dave won't be able to as much head
Yeah.
movement. Hits him with a
Dirty
couple
Dave.
of strikes.
Returning the favor to Suave Jamie.
And he almost rocks him when you saw that health blink. One more punch, a heavy punch, would have possibly knocked him down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These guys are not wasting any time. It's been all action over the opening minute and first and a half rounds as he lands a spinning elbow. And now the knockdown after the straight.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for Jamie. Dirty's definitely a scrapper, but he's not getting the best of the exchanges right now. Jamie is putting on a lot of work, and he's backing him up and just hitting him with some good strikes. And now we're seeing Suave Jamie on top, landing some great elbows and keeping him from pretty much getting out of that. I don't know if he tried to sprawl that as a feint, and Jamie was wise to it and caught it, but Jamie's just dominating Dirty on the ground right now. Dirty's being patient, but at the end of the day, you do not want to stay down here for too long.
Oh, there it was, the reversal. 40 seconds left on the clock. You know Dirty Dave's going to be active, looking to land some damage, I would imagine, and close out this round strong.
You can feel the tension in the air. All other competitors in this Grand Prix looking at this fight incredibly closely. Which man is going to progress? Each guy is a problem, but look at this. Ground and pound to close out round 2.
And it's definitely a problem for some of them because they know both of these guys are killers. No matter what, they are in for a challenge soon.
Yes, for sure, for sure. I mean, look, we saw a little flashback to Jamie trying to be funny at the end of that last round, but we see it. It's transparent. He ain't doing it mid-round. That shit is not going to fly with Dirty Dave, as he's obviously keeping this fight incredibly competitive. The knocks and the rockdowns going in the favor of Suave Jamie over the opening 2 rounds, but with the third one and both guys looking so fresh, we've seen it already this evening. It will only take that one mistake to put your opponent out. It's a game of very, very narrow margins, and both guys very, very high-level competitors. You know they're going to be looking to set up some beautiful, beautiful, silky smooth striking and setups on those takedowns.
Jamie having the advantage in the head health domain, just like that, knocks Dirty Dave down once more.
Yeah, this is a crazy fight right now. I mean, it's definitely...
Oh!
Yeah, this is...
Suave Jamie.
Honestly, could be really bad for Dirty. He needs to get his back off the fence. And it's just the pressure of Suave Jamie is godly right now. He's basically always backing him up, and Dave's trying to counter strike him, but they're nice jumping in for a jab right before the leg connects, minimize it. But he's just getting pummeled, and he just backs. The problem I'm seeing is he's backing up against the fence. He's letting Suave Jamie pressure him, and that's not a good thing for anyone with Suave Jamie.
This fight is slowly turning to not a if, but a when. Will Suave Jamie find the finishing sequence? 2 minutes and 40 remain. Dirty Dave needs to fight his way back in and get some momentum back into that blue corner.
Oh, that's big landing on him there. This is dangerous for EK Dirty. He has to mind his P's and Q's. 2 minutes 20 on the clock as he gets sat down once again. This is very, very dangerous for Dirty Dave. He needs to find a way to survive.
Suave Jamie dotting his I's and crossing his T's, though. EK Dirty Dave shut down at every moment of this third round so far.
Yeah, this is definitely when you don't want to be in this position, especially with that much time to work with. Suave Jamie could just, get on top mount, posture up, and just end it from there at this point. Both EK Dirty's health is so low right now to his head.
And the stamina, look at it, brother. Only a minute, but the stamina is so low there, mate. It's got to be tough.
Just when he made that one movement trying to avoid getting taken down, it drained all of his stamina. It's not a good thing. He needs to find that.
Oh!
He gets him right there. But it looks like he was rocked, but he kept on with the pressure.
Oh, mate, this is massive. The head health isn't moving for somehow for Jamie, but he is definitely getting rocked and sat down, so maybe there's a glitch on the stats as he gets put down again.
Oh!
This might be it, 15 seconds.
There's no way he can come out of this alive.
Oh, I got it mixed up. That was Suave Jamie that was getting the rocks. My apologies. That makes a lot more sense right there. Suave Jamie picking up the W.
Positions. I got confused as well, Cyrez. But either way, Suave Jamie walking away with the late third round TKO stoppage over EK Dirty Dave.
Yes,
I
sir.
had this moment last week. You remember when they were playing mirror matches? I got confused.
It happens, brother.
The best of us, but man, what a fight. No shame to be losing to somebody like Jamie. I mean, Dave is a phenomenal competitor, but at the end there's some that it just makes you not be able to play your game completely.
Yeah, Jamie was able to implement a good game plan, was able to pressure him on the feet, and was able to really utilize his slight advantages on the feet in order to make that fight go in his direction. Obviously, we saw that when Dirty Dave was able to get in top control positions, he was able to do fantastic works from those positions, but not able to get enough work off in order to, really make it worth his while, because obviously Suave Jamie is a worldly veteran. He's not he's no slouch on the ground himself, and was able to really put it all together over the course of that 3 rounds, and getting that late finish puts the cherry on the cake for that man. And I'm sure he's going to be feeling very, very confident after an incredibly insulting first round, which, I'll be honest with you, is going to get the man demerited, but nevertheless he advances on and beats on Dirty Dave in a very, very good performance by that man. I mean, it was a closely contended fight early, but the momentum shifted in his favor, and he was really able to put it all together over the course of those 3 rounds. So great work by him. We're about to find out who's going to be up next against him. Is it going to be TMF Honest Jim, or is that man going to be fighting EK Jakey B? Both guys very, very dangerous, but both guys incredibly, all-rounded fighters, definitely heading towards the grappling element more, like Dirty Dave. So maybe a similar matchup to the one that he just had. These guys are going to be, I would imagine, all round there. I mean, you've seen them match up a moment ago, Bane. Honest Jim with that mix-up with the Max Holloway in the last one. Jakey B with the dominant grappling. It's going to be a very, very interesting matchup between these two.
Definitely feel a stylistic clash coming upon us. Who gets to meet TD Jamie in the quarterfinals on that right side of the bracket? I don't know, another EK member potentially avenging Dirty Dave's defeat just moments ago, but Honest Jim was incredibly impressive in his preliminary bout.
He was, and he's really putting TMF, obviously, name out there with big performances like he had last time out. And honestly, I personally have known Honest Jim for a very, very long time. He's been with us from the beginning. His game has always been fairly consistent. He likes to really rough you up with the hands when he can, but his main acumen is in the grappling. We have just seen EK Jakey pick Izzy. I was not expecting that pick.
Well, I'm sure you weren't expecting the Diego Sanchez pick either.
I wasn't, but especially at this stage in the battle up against somebody like Honest Jim, when your bread and butter is the grappling to pick. I've never really seen Jakey strike too much, to be honest with you. His grappling is normally like where he's at, and to pick a striking predominant fighter, I am highly intrigued to see how he approaches this fight up against Honest Jim with, I mean, let's be honest, an absolute phenom in Yoel Romero.
Well, Romero does have 94 takedowns. Adesanya equipped with 94 takedown defense, so maybe trusting in the inability of many of Adesanya's opponents within the UFC to get him down to the ground. But once it does hit the mat, it does appear to be all Soldier of God.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Yoel Romero doesn't have the best gas tank, so it does require quite a bit.
Now, this is exactly what I expect to see in this fight. I expect to see Honest Jim trying to stand on Izzy's front foot, not allowing him any sort of space whatsoever there, Bane, and that's what we're seeing in the opening minute of this first round.
Absolutely. The Cuban is a powerhouse and a tank, but those elbows from the style bender are going to be adding up.
So far, Jakey looking good, but he lands a beautiful uppercut. There's Honest Jim and pressuring forward. He's not going to give him any room to breathe right now. He is somebody that smells blood, as he's probably going to go for the takedown. No. mixing it up with the hands, doing a great job on the inside. Excellent head movement from Adesanya. He's got to be careful of that power, though, there, One Rios.
No, yeah, it's definitely a problem in that matter because Yoel Romero, like I said, doesn't have a great gas tank. If you land him with a few body shots, you have a great advantage. Landing some beautiful shots to... Ooh, beautiful flying knee, and he's in trouble as he backs just a little bit. Lands a cheeky elbow just before getting back into safety. And they're throwing bombs in the pocket.
Oh, the wildness, One Rios. The absolute wildness, man, out of both of these guys. Letting caution to the wind as he lands a beautiful pull-upper.
Pull.
Did you see the voodoo that he just used to get back up right there? That was impressive. Is he throwing out some crazy techniques to get back up to his feet? What the fuck?
What just happened? I think Jakey got rocked, but he also put Romero on his back from a trip. That was a very interesting thing to see. Yeah, it's definitely a great fight right now. I don't know how to call it, honestly. They're both... Oh, that was a beautiful kick.
You can see the Olympian does shoot right there. Now trading in the phone booth. 97 punch power on the Soldier of God. Not something that you want to take and just keep moving with, but the head health on Romero not where it needs to be.
For sure, brother, and I have to say that, there it is, obviously EK Jakey's head health not standing up to the test of time either. Great work so far from Honest Jim on the inside, but I will say that I would really, really like to see Israel Adesanya try to utilize that range a little bit more. He's just walking into the box with a bigger power puncher of Yoel Romero, and I think that's a disaster, a recipe for disaster right there as he lands a beautiful shot and puts him down. 5 seconds, is this the finish that we were looking for?
Honestly, this could be it. It's very close, but he can't land that single punch.
What an emphatic conclusion to the first 5 minutes. Honest Jim just gets floored, right? That check right of Romero clips him on the chin. And how do you judge that? Each guy down multiple times, everybody's stunned. I'm sure the fans are kind of feeling like they have a headache right now.
Concussions are emanating through the arena with the strikes that are being landed. Honest Jim, I think, is slightly taking the advantage in this one. Slightly had the advantage in the knockdowns, but EK Jakey's taking a very risky approach, fighting on the inside with knees and elbows as he gets rocked again with a beautiful duck.
Yeah, Dan.
Jakey down once again, has some room to stand back up, but look at this, Honest Jim pouring the pressure on, cutting off the cage so effectively. You can see EK Jakey relying on the style bender's head movement, but it is not enough against the Soldier of God.
Nice pullback elbow again there, One Rios, but we have seen it a few times, those spins out of Jakey. I think he's trying to set up the question mark kick, trying to get Honest Jim to circle to his power side, but so far Honest Jim staying wise to it and doing a good job defensively.
Beautiful body deep. It knocks him backwards, but he's really trying to find that one shot just to end it. And with Yoel Romero, you have to be very careful when you try to go for that big shot because he can either duck under and then just hit you with an uppercut. And with all that power, it could be lights out at any moment.
Would love to see EK Jakey slow down the tempo of this fight and maybe try to dictate the pace at range and utilize the kicks of Adesanya a bit more effectively. Let the health stats recover. Not going to get the chance to. Here comes Honest Jim.
Oh, beautiful pullback, and he nearly just finishes him right there. You saw the health drop. If he hit him one more time, he would have been dropped. But this is a crazy fight right now.
There it is. You see the spins all the time for EK Jakey, and then as soon as Honest Jim started to circle to that power side, the question mark kick came out, but blocked on this attempt. Honestly, this is an action-packed back-and-forth battle from both gentlemen. Lands another spinning kick to the body, and honestly, I don't know, but EK Jakey's got to be feeling the worst for wear on stamina, much like Honest Jim is at this stage there, Bane.
Have to think so. And this is one of those questions where EK Jakey has thrown so much at Romero and he's still standing, and the health stats honestly are still pretty okay. All of those spinning back kicks have landed, but we have yet to see a midsection health event for EK Jakey. It's got to be concerning, Cyrez, for the last style bender.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are being partially blocked, which is maybe why the body health has not taken as much of a, dramatic dive as we would expect at this stage. But a beautiful leg kick from Honest Jim again, now firing up the hands to the head, back to the leg. This man is all over the place with his hands, scatter-shotting techniques, not allowing Jakey to get in his rhythm. I think that Jakey's going to have to be careful here, man. He really needs to start utilizing that range a little bit more efficiently. He has the reach advantage. Would love to see him use it, especially over this last, 5 minutes, 20 seconds or so.
You can see Romero searching for that check right. Honest Jim wants that lead hook again. 15 remain. Will he be able to get it? If it lands, it'll probably floor Jakey. Big elbow from the blue corner.
Whew. Definitely a crazy fight right now. Both men had their moments. Both men were really putting out the pressure, the knockdowns. It's a very hard fight to call, honestly.
Especially with the almost equal across the board significant strikes. 18 for Romero, 19 for the Stylebender. But look at that. That is pretty significant. Forces the switch stance out of the champion.
Yeah, lovely work. And I have to say, right now, I'm loving the jab from Honest Jim. It's setting up everything. I think this man is on a winning streak with the uppercut.
Oh! Jakey out cold.
Jesus.
Like I said, he only needed one punch to close it out. And he finally got that. He was waiting all game for that one perfect strike.
Talk about a perfect punch off of the break. The uppercut from hell as Adesanya was retreating. Just met the chin and sent him back down to Auckland.
What'd you say again? Is like something about this fight?
This is good. What were you saying there, brother? Sorry.
What were you saying earlier, Bane, about this fight?
The fans are going to win?
No. Wait, fans always win for some types of stuff. No, there's something about Izzy, and I was like, oh, well, that aged well. It's like, at the end of the day, you never know what will happen in the UFC games. It's always anything can happen.
Truly. One punch.
Great night of fights already, and we're only about halfway through. I am so excited. I don't know about you guys.
Yes, sir. We are getting ever closer to finding out who's going to walk away tonight, the Xbox champion of primetime MMA, as we move on towards the last couple of fights of round 2. Up next, we're going to be having the ever dangerous Tadpole, Kingsman Tadpole, after that great first performance against FSK Ricardo, or Just Vibes Ricardo. He's now going to be facing up against the dominant grappler in LFC, Swish B. We've seen him put on a great performance in his last outing again up against Hammer. That performance was truly phenomenal, so I'm incredibly interested to see who's going to be able to implement their game plan. Is it going to be the pressure striking of Tadpole, or is it going to be that grappling accurate of LFC Swish Bitty there, Bane? All to play for. Obviously, these guys are incredibly hungry, but this is a very, very interesting stylistic matchup.
I've got Tadpole in my Twitter DMs and talking about the primetime tournament online. He's clearly multitasking and feeling confident about it. Of course, that McGregor finish was so picture perfect and beautiful in the preliminary rounds, but now we're at 185, and the options for him may be a little bit more limited. I know that he loves the Irishman, but there isn't really a one-for-one recreation of that build at 185 in the middleweight division, Oneros.
Yeah, it's definitely not a very deep division. We do like to play in them sometimes, but usually it doesn't work out with just like the league setting. So, at the end of the day, we still get some good fights. And I mean, I'm excited because we're this close to getting to that bantamweight site. And let's be honest, I love seeing some Cody. I hope somebody plays Cody G tonight.
Well, we see Swish Bitty going with Jared Cannonier, which I find incredibly interesting out to somebody that I consider to be one of the better grapplers about. Obviously looking to maybe try to counter Tadpole's crazy pressure with the power of Jared Cannonier, but we'll have to see if that pans out for him. Tadpole's currently hovering over Israel Adesanya. That's an interesting pick for that man. He normally likes his boxing, so we'll have to see if that's the end goal for him. Looks like he's switching it up right now. I was going to say, please don't pick Luke Rockhold. That chin is definitely suspect.
Yeah, but if you can keep in that range with kicks and pretty much hit him ups, you should be good. You just got to really focus on your kicks and takedowns.
Michael Bisping.
him.
You
if I
love
had
to see it. The Count is making his making a appearance in primetime this evening. The first time we've seen this pick. I think it's actually a very, very intelligent pick for Tadpole here. The cardio that is going to be a big factor, I would imagine, in the ability for him to output the amount of strikes he likes to with that pressure style there, Bane.
Absolutely, definitely an interesting one. And we love to see Michael Bisping, the Brit, always in the octagon. Not the best stats-wise, but has all the heart of a champion. However, against Jared Cannonier, so much power coming from Swish Biddy's corner.
Yeah, he's going to have to watch those strikes over the left side. We know that Michael Bisping's got one eye. We managed to get him cleared this evening, but definitely going to have to be careful of those shots as Jared Cannonier is getting incredibly active. And I mean, looking to land those power shots early is Swish Biddy. One race I have to say there, brother. I mean, maybe Swish Biddy is game planning and trying to expect that Tadpole is going to walk onto the power of Jared Cannonier, but oh, and he does on that one.
Count eating some shots from the Killer Gorilla. He does have a slight edge in the punch speed, but it doesn't matter. The equalizer is that strength, the athleticism from Cannonier, who again has formerly competed at heavyweight and light heavyweight. Has finally made his way down to 185. The power doesn't not carry though. It does transfer.
This is craziness already as we come towards the end of our second round of this Grand Prix. Both guys swinging with absolute reckless abandon, trying to land those shots on each other's chin and send the other to the nether realm. These guys putting on all of the telltale hallmarks of an entertaining matchup with that verbal pullback counter with a rip for the finish. Jesus, man.
Tadpole overcoming early adversity, trying to get the finish here. Can he get it? One more strike away. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this opening round, and Swish B feeling that Kingsman mentality.
Oh, that was needed, that separation right there. I mean, Swish B's great on top, looking to utilize some hands and power in the hands of Jared Cannonier this evening. Doing a good job so far, but that was a massive flurry from Tadpole and probably put him in the driving seat for the momentum of this first round.
Oh, big judo throw from the Killer Gorilla.
Interesting to note there, One Rios, obviously with all of that power, if he's able to posture up from one of these positions, the ground and pound is going to be relentless from Jared Cannonier there, Swish Biddy.
They'll say the cardio of the Count is at 95. Jared Cannonier only at 91. Recovery would also be on the British man's side at 93 and 89 for Cannonier. So, you know, it's an interesting pick, but there are some definite advantages to going with Michael Bisping. However, not in this position. Killer Gorilla posturing up.
Yeah, I mean, look, Michael Bisping has a resting heart rate of like, I don't know, 0.5. His cardio is insane, but right now this is not where he wants to be, although that's a great reversal with 30 seconds left on the clock and the cardio to rain down those shots. I imagine he's going to look to try and land some damage to close out this first round.
In terms of perks as well, Killer Gorilla only coming equipped with fast hands to your feet and out the gates. Michael the Count Bisping, untouchable marathoner, higher altitude recharger, and wake-up call. Wake-up call notably recovering from stuns and knockdowns more quickly. So again, right, that 97 punch power of Cannonier is somewhat neutralized if the Count can recover more quickly on Aros.
Just to jump in there very briefly, that's an interesting statistic. The rocks from Jared Cannonier, he only landed 9 significant strikes, and the significant strikes massively in the favor of Tadpole so far with that beautiful little head movement to evade both the headshot and the body shot. This is an incredible pace that these guys are putting on as the stream hits a little bit of a interrupted period, but we are straight back at it. Thankfully, no action missed in this action-packed battle.
And you can see the chin of Michael Bisping is tested a little bit. Swish B has the edge, but Bisping has the stamina advantage, as we talked about. Oh, big pullback uppercut for the British man.
Yeah, he has got all the momentum in his favor. The head health is blinking for Swish Biddy. The cardio is looking phenomenal for Tadpole. Definitely going to start to go more and more in his favor unless Swish Biddy's able to land some of those big power shots soon as they both go for the pullback counter. This is very, very close. Definitely a match of very close margins, man. The room for error is just basically non-existent.
The thing is, when you let Tadpole pressure and when you let him push you back against the black line and your back is against the cage, he will eventually begin to find success. It's impossible to fight KM Tadpole on the back foot. You see this here, the lead.
Oh, Jesus, this might be it.
And he's down.
The stamina is definitely problematic right now for Swish Biddy. Definitely the head health is blinking as well. Gonna be feeling very, very concerned about his potential opportunities of winning this fight. He needs to find something, dig deep soon, otherwise Tadpole's gonna continue to run away with this one as he's just stepping out of ranges and landing those shots as he comes in. Man, beautiful work there, Bane, I have to say. So far, the composure is looking on point for Tadpole. He feels very confident as that question mark kick lands. The momentum is stacking. 2 minutes still on the clock.
Success that Swish Biddy has right there. Great level change off the rock. Gets it down to the mat. 2 minutes to work, of course. But again, the grappling on either guy isn't really that remarkable. Good reversal from the count. And this is just lethal ground and pound, touching the chin of the Killer Gorilla and only debilitating that stamina even further. We already touched on the recovery and how it's not that great for Cannoneer coming into this third and final round. If we get there, again, 1 minute remains. A lot can happen. Stoppages do occur late in the round. We might see one. Look at this TKO potentially.
Yeah, it's only going to be 1 or 2 big power shots needed to be landed for Tadpole at this stage in order to walk away with this victory. Swish Biddy is a whirly veteran on the ground. He definitely prefers to be in top control. As he gets the reversal, 25 seconds, the damage is going to be rained down if he gets a postured up position, and you know he's going to be looking for that. Got to imagine at least. No.
Beautiful Kimura sweep transition from Swish Biddy. Does get the full guard posture up. 5 seconds to work. Don't think he's going to be able to do too much with it. Great job from Tadpole to neutralize the success of Swish Biddy with that reversal, anticipating him to come out guns blazing in this third and final round.
Last round, guys. You ready?
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. This is non-stop action. The bow and the show of respect from both gentlemen. You've got to rate it. The body rip from Swish Biddy to start it out. But honestly, right now, the momentum is massively stacking in Tadpole's favor. And he's just going to make sure he doesn't make any major mistakes. Because so far, he has minded his P's and Q's and had an almost flawless performance other than that early rock or two.
The Kingsman marching forward, pushing Swish Biddy back against the cage. This is where he had all the success. Big pullback uppercut, though, for Swish Biddy.
Yeah, phenomenal work. He's trying everything he can. What a beautiful power shot that's just landed right there, and this could be it. 1 or 2 shots. He puts him out.
Swish Biddy TKOs Tadpole early in the third round. What an upset and comeback for the Killer Gorilla.
No joke, that one made me tense up to the point that I've just pulled something in my neck. What a phenomenal way to end that fight. Tadpole is gonna be angry about that one, I'm sure, because, I mean, it was a great fight. He had so much success, but for Swish Biddy to find the mark in that early part of the third round, what a straight, what a lead hook, and that is all she wrote, my man.
And a tough decision for Tadpole to throw that lead high kick in the pocket. Always dangerous when you try to implement the kicks, you know, when you're at that range. And he paid for it dearly with not moving on through this tournament. What a loss for him. Swish Biddy pulls through in the end.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a great performance from, well, both guys. I mean, what a comeback from Swish Biddy. But up until that point, obviously, we've seen how good the Tadpole was looking. So he has nothing to be, you know, ashamed about now, and he'll hold his head high. He showed, obviously, all of his, you know, toughest kind of elements. The pressure striking was definitely on point with that Michael Bisping pick. But honestly, the ability to stay composed and find that shot to close out the show, especially when you're suffering such adversity, just like he was there. All respect to Swish Biddy in that performance, my man. I know that I fought him myself personally in the past. I knew that he was a game fighter then. I know he is now, and like I said, he may be the dark horse of this tournament. He always finds a way to, you know, kind of try to turn this fight round in one way or another, and this evening able to do so. What a fight, man. What a fight.
Years of the primetime Grand Prix begin to turn a little quicker as we approach the final quarterfinal fight of this tournament. Who will be facing off against Swish Biddy in the semifinals? Will it be God Ate My Pig or Blessed Jake?
Yes, this is, honestly, it's heating up now, man. It's heating up. We're getting into the narrower stages of the event. These guys are all putting on phenomenal performances. It's going to be a tough one to pick performance awards this evening there, brother. But, you know, honestly, that's one of those things that, although it's tough, it's a good thing to happen, you know? When it's tough to pick who's going to get those performance awards, it just means it's been a phenomenal night of fights, and that's exactly what we've had here so far. As we see God Ate My Pig match up against Killer Jake for the penultimate stage of the second round. The winner of this, of course, moving on to fight Switch Spitty. All to play for still, guys. We've seen how dangerous the hands are a little bit earlier of Blessed Jake, and obviously the grappling accurate of God Ate My Pig. This is a very, very dangerous matchup for both people there, Bane. I cannot wait to see this go down, brother.
Nick Diaz, a great pick for those that are more boxing minded. Of course, 3.5 stars. A lot of people might glance him over, but those who know he is so lethal and dangerous have to give a big shout out to all of those watching. 57 viewers, 4.5 hours into this broadcast. I'm feeling fresh as a fruit fly, Cyrez.
Yes, sir, brother. I mean, look, you would think that this would be a draining experience, but definitely not when people are putting on showcases like this. It has been an absolute pleasure to call so far. I am living off. To be honest with you, I am wired. Normally, these events keep me going all the way through the night and allow me to watch the UFC as well. So this has been no difference as we see God Ate My Pig showing his hands early, landing everything that he's throwing.
Oh! God Ate My Pig, making Killer Jake rethink the Nick Diaz pick potentially. Bobby Knuckles, so well-rounded and has such good hands. The boxing of Diaz up to this point neutralized.
Yes, he's not having a lot of success with his head movement. So far, everything is landing on the block, doing a good job of keeping his hands up, and so far that's meaning that the stamina of Whitaker is starting to go down, mixed in with the body upcuts that he is favored for, but he has to get something going soon, because right now, God Ate My Pig's landing a heavy amount of damage on that block, which is only going to start to seep through there, Bane, as this fight continues.
Absolutely dangerous first round for Killer Jake, but still a lot of time left to work in it. 3 minutes remain. Let's see if he can get back on the horse. God Ate My Pig determined to not let him.
Yeah, he is not wasting any time potting out shots, but that's a beautiful pullback elbow. This is what he needs. He's now pouring on the pressure, looking to... He obviously feels the stamina going in his favor, and he's looking to utilize that to maximum effect. Gotta be careful of that uppercut right there, Bane. Definitely, especially on those leans.
Love the intuition when he has the chance to counter, he goes down to the midsection. This first round is all about feeling out your opponent. It's going to be difficult to get him out of there, so you might as well work the ribs and butter up the liver just so that the cardiovascular system moving forward is debilitated.
Yeah, he's doing a great job with those body uppercuts. I recently came across him myself. I've seen those little slip-offs into the straight body, the straight to the body, into the lead uppercut to the body. He does it so beautifully, and it really, really is deceptive. Does massive amounts of damage, but God Ate My Pig is firing to that head with absolutely vicious intent, and so far having major amounts of success. But beautiful spin by Killer Jake.
Oh! Robert Whitaker feeling it now. The midsection of the Australian has been bruised.
Oof, did you see the double pullback off these men right there?
They don't get higher caliber than this. This truly is the elite of the elite on the UFC 4 esports competitive scene. 50 seconds remain in this opening round to decide who is the final member in the semifinals.
Well, these guys are firing away. Not too long left in this first round, but so far all to play for. The stamina drain on both gentlemen due to the damage that's been output. Those body uppercuts are brutal. What an uppercut back from Blessed Jake as he puts him down with 5 seconds to go.
The Stockton native finds the knockdown late in the first round. While we have a small break here, looking at the Twitch chat, Swish Biddy, I got to go to the movies. I might not make it. Interesting predicament that we could be running into. Might have to sub Tadpole back in if Swish Biddy is unavailable.
Imagine getting that wild call if he does. I mean, he fought so hard to win that fight, to throw it away now, to go to the movies. I don't know if I approve of that message there, Swish Biddy. I don't know if I approve of it, brother. Why fight so hard? Give the man the... I'm joking.
Better be a good movie.
Yeah, Jesus, yeah. I mean, what? You have it.
God Ate My Pig, feeling the adversity here. Killer Jake coming on strong, needs to continue the momentum, Cyrez, of that big knockdown at the conclusion of the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, that's a beautiful pullback. Once again, the danger in the blessed hands. He puts him down, and this could be it.
Killer Jake does not pursue the TKO. Interesting decision. Will he regret that in the next few minutes?
I think it may be. I think, honestly, he's a little bit fearsome of the grappling accurate of God Ate My Pig. He's seen him be so phenomenal in those positions. He feels he's more... Oh, mate, the head health is a problem right now for God Ate My Pig. He is definitely eating these shots, and this is bad news for him, man.
Nick Diaz having so much success with that pullback and the subsequent uppercut. We know he's a stamina monster, not somebody that you want to be facing a head health or body health deficit against, but big front kick from God Ate My Pig.
What is more important, Swish Bitty? £40 for a movie or internet fame and glory? That is what you need to ask yourself right there, man. That is the question at hand. But as we say that, these guys are still throwing bombs at each other, brother.
Question God Ate My Pig is trying to answer as well, selling out. He doesn't have a ton of stamina, but he's using it to try and get Killer Jake out of there.
Yeah, honestly, Killer Jake, now Blessed Jake, is looking very clean. He suffered some early adversity, but weathers that storm, and the cardio now becoming a factor. The shots are landing very cleanly. That's nice work there from God Ate My Pig. He needs a lot more of that.
God Ate My Pig needs to level out that cardio equation, but he does not have the facilities to do it. The head health is in a precarious position. 90 seconds left in the second round, and I am feeling another uppercut from Blessed Jake. Calling him Blessed, but he's looking like a killer right now.
For sure, brother, for sure. Like I said, Blessed Express is all aboard right now by the looks of things. He's trying to give that his own little moniker, if you will. But he has to be careful. He gets sat down once again. God Ate My Pig is not out of this fight yet, and he's trying to take this battle home with him. He wants that primetime gold, and he's doing all he can to get the finish.
Blessed Jake needs to be wary of the 98 recovery of Bobby Knuckles. The Reaper is going to come into this final 5 minutes strong.
Oh, and again, he goes for that uppercut. The knee is there for Diaz, not able to land the switch kick to the body.
Felt that miss all the way in Stockton. That spinning kick attempt to the body. Gonna hurt. Here comes God Ate My Pig. Oh!
Oh, Jesus.
What a way to conclude the second round. Each guy having some rocks, but the body health of the Reaper is absolutely gone.
What are we seeing here? Sorry, I'm getting a notice out of, from the back here. It appears this fight may be on Stand and Bang. What the fuck? So, I'm sorry, but like, just to be upfront with you, what the fuck? This can't be Stand and Bang, truly. That takes away God Ate My Pig's game plan. I mean, we're gonna have to
shoot for a takedown.
Yeah, we're gonna have to run this back. If this is Stand and Bang, I don't understand why these guys are still fighting. It takes away God Ate My Pig's...
Blessed Jake. Who hosted this one? Was it God Ate My Pig?
I'm not too sure, brother. I'm not too sure. I'll try and find some details onto the background. I mean, it's got...
It might be, yeah. I was confused why nobody was following up with a knockdown.
Yeah, it looks like it. I don't know what they're gonna do in the background, but what the... Like, honestly, man, I don't often swear too much on these streams. I try to do my best, but seriously, what the fuck, man?
Rules are outlined. We've been here for 5 hours. Unsure how you mixed that up, whoever was hosting this one. And it's such a shame, Cyrez. Such an absolute shame, because this was an incredible fight. This truly was a great back and forth. And if we have to run this back, I mean, I don't know if they can produce another performance like this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm gonna quickly message off into the background just to see what these guys want to do about it. I think it's probably going to be a rerun. I don't understand why the guys are still fighting with it being on Stand and Bang, but you know what? I'm not in their head right now. This is some madness. We don't actually see it too often.
The competitors were content with the rule set. They've been fighting for 3 rounds now. Oh, never mind. God, I was going to say, you know, if they wanted to switch it back to MMA, they could. God Ate My Pig, right? The grappler eats the head kick and ends the first fight of a potential second, I suppose.
Right, I mean, yeah, I'm going to take what we're going to do there, guys. This is technically us sitting across to the semi-finals. We've been going now, of course. This is a large Grand Prix, almost 5 hours on the bus, so we're not going to waste any time. We are going to take a very, very short intermission as we move into this next event. We're just going to try and clear up that very briefly within about a 60 to 90 second period. We will be right back with you. If you haven't already and you're new to the channel, make sure to hit that follow button. Make sure to stick about. We have the best of the best still to come. Honestly, if you think that you've seen great fights so far, you have not seen anything yet. Primetime is taking this thing to the moon and back, and you want to be a part of that, guys. So hit that follow button. We'll be right back with you. Much love. Stay safe. Right, we are back at it, guys, after a very, very short intermission. The feedback I'm having from the back is that we are going to allow Killer Jake to move on to the next one, as it was actually his opponent who was hosting that match, and obviously, Got My Pick's been around for a while. He should know that. We're going to forgive him on this one, and, you know, maybe a little slap on the wrists, I'm sure, but to be fair, he kind of really did himself, because he's the guy that's the grappler out of the two, and putting himself in a position to go up against, you know, an incredibly dangerous striker in Killer Jake, or Bless Jake, however you would like to call him, may have done himself in there. So bit of a shame, bit of an upset, you know. Nevertheless, we're going to get straight back into it. We are getting ever closer to who's going to be our champion moving forward in season 2. Currently, of course, it is EK Trickzzy. He's putting his belt on the line each and every time he steps out here, and the winner will then continue that on, obviously, into the finals. With that being said, that's the fight that we have up next. We have EK Trickzzy, current reigning champion from season 1. He was 11-1 in the first season, currently winning every fight so far this evening, of course, but he's matching up against TD Fadanator, which has shown to be very, very dangerous so far, but he has his work cut out against him when he's up against the champion like this.
Talk about the opportunity of a lifetime. Before the final match is upon us, you have the chance to steal the gold. I mean, this is what all of these competitors have been fighting for, is that prime time belt around their waist. Fadanator could take it right now.
Yes, at least whether it be for a moment, or, you know, whether he's able to win the entire thing, this is his opportunity to secure that primetime gold, and we're going to have to see what game plan he's able to bring to the table, because there's footage out there on Trickzzy, man. He's been on the scene for a long ass time, fighting with IFL back in the day, prime time now, ESFL for the longest time. Obviously, we've seen him fight in invitational, you know, obviously after winning that invitational championship match after championship match. So there's a lot of footage out there, and I wonder if TD Fadanator in his camp has gone back and watched that, because you've got to imagine that this is going to be a very, very tough matchup for him. The champion is the champ for a reason, and, you know, quite honestly, I cannot wait to see these guys throw down. Incredibly highly respected camps.
Versus Piotr Jan, mirror match to start out the semi-finals at 135, belt on the line. Equal stats across both sides. I mean, look, Jan is one of the most well-rounded fighters in this game on the roster, Cyrez.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're not wasting any time, as we're seeing. Starting off quickly, Fadanator trying to take that center cage, maybe trying to get Trickzzy off his game plan, but quite candidly, Trickzzy is phenomenal, both off the front foot and the back foot, as we see him land a lovely little slip into a straight and then a hook to follow, already trying to rip to the body, but got to be careful of those leg kicks and body kicks, because they definitely do big damage there, Bane. Those roundhouses are dangerous, brother.
Absolutely, especially paired with that lead leg kick and then into that rear roundhouse. It's such a quick little combo and does, as you mentioned, great damage. And you can see the momentum shift a little bit, right? Oh, big! Oh my gosh, what is that called? The Ozagari trip or something like that?
Yeah, I think
Phenomenal
Ozagari trip, yeah, I think. And I mean, obviously, Trickzzy, coming from a camp that has well-rounded and burst grapplers and strikers, one of the most underrated elements of EK Trickzy's game. He is incredibly dangerous in all positions on the ground, so look for him to stay composed. He's not going to look to make any major mistakes, especially this early on. We know how dangerous Fadanator is down here as well there, Bane, so definitely gotta mind your P's and Q's, brother.
Oh, completely, and you can see the denials already. Back to his feet is Fadanator. Has to be a feather in the cap on that one against the Venom Invitational champion.
Yes, sir, we can already see the champion having one of the most dangerous and nasty Peter Yans that I've seen to date. The work on the inside, you can see the feints, landing those double jabs into the straight, the Ishigari trip, trying to make sure he's out of range for any returning shots, and so far doing a beautiful job. Honestly, this is an incredible way to start out the quarterfinals of this event.
Fadanator just getting beat to the punch a little bit, right? Whenever he throws, Trickzzy isn't there. Trickzy's dipping down into a straight to the body or another shot up top, but that one lands. Big head kick for Fadanator.
Yeah, he is not giving up at all. Fadanator is trying to fire back, but so far EK Trickzzy really hasn't been given too much to even try to make him consider backing up at all. He's really kind of taking the center of that cage and being a bit of a matador, striking, hitting his opponent, and then just getting out of the way anytime Fadanator's trying to answer back with something of his own.
Belt on the line, championship dreams for Fadanator could be realized in just a few short minutes. Eating a ton of shots on the inside, though. There's EK Trickzzy.
Trickzzy, the champion of all champions, marching forward, doing beautiful jobs, not discriminating to the head, to the body, to the leg. This man's gonna know that he's been in a fight tomorrow. Jesus Christ.
Equal employment at the pain station. EK Trickzzy is just lighting up all areas of Fadanator, but look at that, Fadanator gets the lead head kick.
Yeah, honestly, those leg kicks right now, I feel like that's an excellent little adjustment that Trickzzy started to do at the end of this first round, just to pick at him a little bit from the range. You know, he's had a lot of early success in this first round and doesn't want to give away anything major. Eats us straight there as he's slipping back, and definitely got to be careful of that, as Fadanator's shown already to have very dangerous combinations. Jesus!
What a lightning pace set in the first 5 minutes, as anticipated at bantamweight. These guys are quick, but not really the round that Fadanator wanted, right? He came out all aggression, all pressure, and that was quickly reversed by the champion.
Yeah, definitely trying to give Trickzzy maybe a bit of a different look. You know, a lot of people come out there and they know how dangerous he is, so they try to work the outside, and often that doesn't go in their favor. So Fadanator trying to have that pressure game this evening, but honestly, nothing are doing for him. Trickzzy is all over it, and so far looking incredibly dangerous. This man doesn't look like he's going to try and give up his belt anytime soon, man. I wonder if Fadanator's able to turn this around. He's not out of the fight yet, but uphill battle for sure there, man.
Absolutely. 4:50 remain, and already we've seen some big strikes in this second round. Each guy looking to make such an impact. This is what Fadanator needs to do, in my opinion. He needs to go for these big moments against EK Trickzzy, just like that.
Yeah, he's landing some good shots. We got Trickzzy up against the cage line now, but he doesn't feel endangered from there as we see him secure another takedown. The man is just so composed. He sees openings as soon as they're there, man, he's on it. He does not waste any time trying to secure any opportunity. His opponent will present himself and now finds himself in half guard with 3 minutes 50 on the clock there, Bane. He has a lot of time to work there.
Oh, absolutely. And again, the Asodogari trip. That's what it is in the takedown.
Trip.
Had to look that up.
That's where Valentine comes in massively handy, the man with all of the names of these movements himself. But yeah, no, they're doing great work so far, man. The champion looking very good. Honestly, if he's able to maintain this, he's going to go into that third round 2 rounds up and with full stamina and almost full health. This is about as dominant as Trickzzy has ever looked, and he's doing phenomenal work so far in this opening round and a half, man.
Oh, postures up, great ground and pound differentiates between the body and the head. Fadanator was able to pop back up to his feet in the first round. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it in the second. Another posture up right into a half guard transition for the champion.
So far looking as clean as it gets, but that's a reversal. Lovely work from Fadanator. He has a lot of time to work himself now and has shown himself in previous matchups to be incredibly dangerous in these ground positions. Obviously, EK Trickzzy, very, very well versed on the ground. You see him building up that GA off the bottom in half guard, able to retain the full guard as a result, but not out of the woods as far... oh, interesting.
Don't know if Fadanator will live to regret that decision. Lets the champ back up. Feels like he's got maybe some more momentum on the feet. 90 seconds remain. Good block and goes to the body. Look at this, lighting up EK Trickzzy.
Was not expecting that. He steps into a lead head kick, although it's blocked. That's not good. The block is low. The head health is not looking as good as it was earlier on in the bout. He needs to stay moving, needs to stay on that bike and continuing to circle out, because right now Fadanator's looking to empty the gas tank in this last 55 seconds and really start to change the momentum of this fight.
Fadanator impressing. Big leg kick, though, lands from EK Trickzzy. 40 seconds left, and Fadanator pushing forward. The challenger taking it to the champion.
Okay, look at that lead leg already now blinking, chopping. Even without it maintaining any more damage, he's still blinking on that leg, and Trickzy's going to look to utilize that as he goes to it again.
Oh, and you can see he went up high, right? Got Fadanator thinking, and wow, this momentum shift is unfortunate. The last minute seemed to be all Fadanator, but with just a few quick timed attacks, EK Trickzzy rolls into the final 5 minutes, still largely in control.
Look, I just want to take a moment, look at those statistics and look at the land percentage of EK Trickzzy. That man is as clinical as it gets, an absolute pleasure. This guy, honestly, whether he walks out tonight the champion or not, he is the champion of all champions. Takes on all comers, and the land percentage, the striking we see from him is second to none. He's so well versed in all accoutrements of this game.
This is what Fadanator needs to do. He needs to disrupt EK Trickzy's entries. That block is not something you can rely on this late in the fight, so you need to throw that too right as EK Trickzy's trying to get a combo going.
Lovely pullback there from EK Trickzzy, looking to put the cherry on top with the finish, but good work from Fadanator to hang in there for a little bit longer in this one.
Sotogari trip denied that time. Way to go on Fadanator to stay up, but ow, that leg is busted for him. Here comes EK Trickzzy.
Marching forward, landing those shots. Gotta be very, very careful not to throw it away, though. His head health is looking pretty low, and Fadanator doing a good job of landing these shots on the counter, but he eats one of his own.
Fadanator definitely not out of this, but the champion is the champ for a reason. Pouring it on so strong. 3 minutes left.
Are you not entertained?
Cyrez, this has the feeling of a main event already, and this is only the first fight of the semifinals.
Yes, sir. Any single one of these fights could have been a main event in some of our normal events, of course, but the Grand Prix bringing all the action this evening, making sure to make up for the fact that there's no UFC, there's no ESFL. We are showing up and showing out this evening in emphatic fashion. EK Trickzzy looking so smooth as he lands another beautiful hook.
Fadanator out cold, a crisp 1-2 combo separates him from consciousness. EK Trickzzy retains in an electric semifinal bout.
That man is a problem. If you don't know EK Trickzzy by now, you should know EK Trickzzy by now, and by the end of tonight, you ain't gonna be forgetting that guy's name. He is an absolute problem, phenomenal player all round, and an absolute pleasure to watch this man just, you know, imply his craft and really, really work it. You don't often see people being as well-versed and well-rounded as that man. There really is very, very little holes to his game, if any at all. That man is a problem. We're going to have to see who he's able to match up against next. We have an interesting matchup, of course, for you. Is this going to be between the gentleman himself, ICB Great Mist? It's going to be... So bear with me just 1 second. I'm just fighting up. So... Hey, so sorry, we're just going to catch up on that for a second, but right now we're going to be having ICB Great Mist. Lots happening, of course. There are a lot of moving parts in this sort of Grand Prix, my man, as you know from being part of many of them in the past. But Great Mist v Simply Benny, going to be one hell of a fun fight. We're not going to waste any time. We're just going to get these guys set up and ready to go. How do you see this one going down, brother?
You know, I love Great Mist's style. He's one of the most adaptable guys on the scene against the competitors. Some people have their flow, and that's their flow, and they're stuck to it, and they find ways to make it work. Great Mist is somebody who changes things up, and he's a bit unpredictable. Simple Benny had a lot of adversity against BZ goals, and I don't know, I feel like there's a few holes in Simple Benny's game that Great Mist is going to run right through.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am getting notification in the back that Swish Bitty is actually giving up his opportunity to get the gold and is unfortunately going to go and watch that, I don't know, back alley
$40
pony.
movie.
Yeah, that back alley pony he's going to watch. Or I don't know what it is, but much respect, brother. Hope you enjoy your night. Appreciate the great fights. Tadpole will be stepping in on that fight after putting on such a great performance. He's going to get the wild card and the call up to that next bout. Right now, though, of course, we are seeing ICB Great Mist up against the ever dangerous Simply Benny. Sorry, gonna get the volume on that one for you there. And these guys are already starting out very quickly. Peter Yan pick up against Rob Font. Got Great Mist with the Rob Font pick, so he's gonna have the reach advantage and probably the power advantage there, if I'm not incorrect, Bane.
Actually, you are 95 power to Jan, 92 to Font. So interesting that the New England native doesn't have that edge, of course. Maybe that'll be updated after the fight with Garbrandt, of course. Hey, a little slow sometimes to adjust the statistics. But what he does have is a slight advantage in head movement. So in terms of being able to get out of the strikes, Great Mist will be an edge over Jan. But that's not useful when he's right in your face and landing hooks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We know that obviously Great Mist just has that unrelenting pressure, looks for the opportunities to land shots, but so far Simply Benny doing a good job of just stepping out of the range. Got to be careful not to put his back up against this cage because the options and limitations of the defense is going to become apparent with those.
Oh! Health of Rob Font not where it wants to be. Great Mist does return with that pullback uppercut.
Yes, sir. It's amazing how often he goes to that. He gets damaged and then looks for the pullback counter. Surprised that he doesn't get sat down more often. He finds the opening for it each and every time. Honestly homed in like you wouldn't believe is Great Mist. You have to be just cracked out to have that sort of intensity in the way that you play. Look at that, man. The stuns, the slips.
Oh! Great Mist knocks him down. A lot of time to work. 2:30 left on the clock. Seems like Jan's going to climb back to the feet, but that head health is not where you want it to be.
No, he's doing a great job of pressuring forward right now. Simply Benny has to be careful. He's had a lot of success, but we've seen the inner doggy come out of Rob Font and Great Mist too many times to say that this man is going to get out of your face anytime soon. You need to give him a reason, and even then, he's going to be there throwing bombs, brother.
Quick combination from the top 5 bantamweight in Rob Font. Jan returning those so effectively. I love the lead handwork of Simple Benny, right? He's pawing it out there. He's trying to draw a reaction before an extended combination like you just saw right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, right now... Oh, both going for the spin. Oh. He puts him down, and that could be... Oh, again, the pullback. Mate, it's just there every time for him. I don't know how he does it.
Somebody's going to eventually pair a head kick and send Great Mist down to the Great Mist. Now look at this great clinch position against the cage for Font. Jan reverses the position, but that body rock lends me to believe that the cardio of Simple Benny could be in question as we progress forward.
Well, Jesus, this is some crazy action that we're seeing, and you wouldn't expect anything less when Great Mist is one of those two fighters bringing everything he can, and Simply Benny looks as game as they come, looking to answer back with any shot that he can find the home for, but the body rips are vicious from Rob Font at this stage, although he has to be careful of that head health there, being very dangerous.
It is getting low, and it's concerning that in only 5 minutes, it is at that level. Piotr Jan, somebody that is just such a sniper to the dome. Simple Benny might be able to put Great Mist on his back in this second round. Unsure if we're able to put him out, though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Whew. Great slip effort there from Great Mist early. Jan already wearing some damage, looking busted up both on the head and in the ribs. Font looking okay, but look, that beard hides a lot. Eats a combination there.
That it does, mate. It's a magnificent beard for sure. Maybe absorbing some of the power that's coming his way and allowing Great Mist to continue to fire off these shots as he lands 2 nice knees from that single collar / tie position.
Kick doesn't land for him, though. Jan just out of range for it. Uppercut attempt also not there. Great missed. Whiffing a little bit in the first couple minutes, but lands pretty effectively there. Jan being a little bit of a slow starter in this second 5 minutes.
Oh man, this is a crazy, crazy fight. There's still a lot of time left on the clock, over half of the time already, and look at the damage that these guys are putting out. If one of these guys doesn't go out on their shield over the next 8 minutes, 20 seconds, I will be blown away. I cannot imagine a great missed fight going to the decision.
Kill or be killed is that blue corner's mentality, but you can see there Simple Benny also meeting him there mentally, returning with those leg kicks. So this could be a problem if Simple Benny dedicates more to it.
Really, really can. I mean, it's not like he's not landing shots of his own. You can see the head health of Great Mist also starting to get a little bit worse for wear as he lands a pullback elbow for the win.
Simple Benny, Calvin Cater, Jeremy Stevens, echoes of that fight, just flatlines. Great Mist, a favorite to win this entire tournament. Pullback Rose sends the New Englander packing.
My God. I mean, what can you say about that? What a crazy, crazy fight. Simply Benny able to get one hell of a pullback counter to close out that round and get the upset, because honestly, he was eating a lot of shots going into that round. I mean, ICB Great Mist, he was looking as good as he's ever looked, and to get that finish, to get that turnaround, what a turnaround for Simply Benny, brother.
Cyrez, it's something that we identified at the conclusion of the first 5 minutes, is that the head health of Rob Font looked a little concerning. And within that second round, while Great Mist did have a ton of success, one of the problems with the New Englander is the recovery. It's only 92, and that chin is a 93. So if that gets busted, you're not going to be able to really rally a ton as the fight progresses, and that's exactly what we saw. Incredible win from Simple Benny, but, you know, I don't know how much he can celebrate. He's got the champion up next, but what we're looking forward to, TD Jamie versus TMF Honest Jim.
Yes, sir. Honest Jim going to be looking to try and get some revenge for his teammate earlier on in the evening, and he is the man to do it for sure. Honest Jim is as game as they come. As we mentioned earlier on in the night, has a style much comparative to somebody like Colby Covington, likes to melt his opponent with a combination of striking and wrestling. Really has that shoot the box sort of wrestling, like grappling / striking style. Always love to see that man fight, as he always brings the absolute gamest to his opponents. He always makes them dig deep and try to find adaptations in their game, and up against somebody like Suave Jamie, who is incredibly dangerous on the feet, no slouch on the ground, obviously previous ESFL double champion. This is a fight where he needs to employ that all-round game to really keep him guessing, because Suave Jamie is not going to be feeling uncomfortable in any position unless you really take it to him and start to land that damage there, Bane.
Can't wait to see Suave Jamie with the Louis Smolka or Henan Barao pick. I mean, both are just so no-brainers for the former double champ. No, I'm just kidding. Probably going to see a Jan pick. Yep, there it is. Against Cruz, Honest Jim going for the movement. I absolutely love that pick. Dominic Cruz, one of the best, most agile guys in the game. However, if you get caught, that chin doesn't hold up as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, he has that beautiful movement. He has the ability to shoot takedowns, which is one of the more underappreciated elements of Dominic Cruz's game. So, I mean, I personally like using him a lot, that movement. You can hold LB, flick the left stick, left, right, and get different movements out of him. He can often use that evasive movement to set up takedowns on your opponents. I wonder if that's what he's looking to do this evening, already opening up with those feints and the switching of stances, looking beautiful. This is what you like to see, high-level gameplay at its absolute finest there, Bane.
Suave Jamie dancing along that black line, not looking to engage with the Dominator. Honest Jim moving so effectively, eating a couple strikes there. Now, the head movement, footwork, and switch stance, 97, 98, 97, right, which is impressive. But Jan, on the other hand, 92, 95, 95. So he's no slouch when it comes to moving around the octagon either.
No, for sure. We're seeing Suave Jamie already trying to establish the center of the cage and make that feel very, very small, obviously trying to force out of the shot from Honest Jim, and this is what you need against such a, you know, dangerous grappler in Jim. You know, you need to make that cage feel small, you need to force the shot out and try to make them a little bit predictable, as we see Honest Jim trying to use that movement. Has to be careful not to gas himself. All of those steps can add up if they're not utilized correctly.
97 cardio for the former bantamweight champion out of the blue corner, 94 cardio for the one out of the red corner. So if I'm Honest Jim, I might want to target that body with some knees, with some teeps, just to butter up that midsection for the steak that will hopefully come later for him in the form of that grappling. Suave Jamie misses there with the kick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're seeing a lot of action already. Looking like Suave Jamie's trying to really take the center stage and lead this dance, but Honest Jim is staying evasive so far, doing a good job of maintaining his stamina, and quite honestly his head health and everything is looking pretty good to this point in the fight also.
2-minute warning in the opening round. Each guy pretty equal in terms of activity, but you can see Jan a little bit more damage on the chin of Dominic Cruz.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's staying very active, but that was a nice little combination of the body kick attempt from Suave Jamie, still taking the center of the stage and marching forward, landing these shots, but getting peppered a little bit as he's exiting the pocket. Look at that head movement. Lovely work utilizing that lunging strike with the body whip there from Suave Jamie. This man is becoming a problem as he goes for the jumping, flying knee. Not able to get it. Looks like he's going back to those body uppercuts when he gets the opportunity, but Honest Jim staying wise, backing off, getting the taunt.
Some gamesmanship as we approach the final 60 seconds. Not sure what I would be throwing it out after getting rocked, but look at that big miss from Suave Jamie. Honest Jim needs to capitalize on those opportunities because they don't present themselves too much against the former double champion, the ESFL competitor. I mean, you know, if Suave Jamie makes a miss, you want to make the most of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And right now, Suave Jamie looks like he's really trying to pour on the pressure over these final 20 seconds, maybe trying to force a mistake out of Honest Jim. But so far, Honest Jim's doing a good job of staying evasive. I feel like that first round is probably going to Jamie, but nevertheless, it's a very closely competitive fight.
Definitely a close first round. Have to think that Suave Jamie might have edged it with just the accrued damage that he was able to get off of. But again, both guys' cardio will be the question as we continue. Cruz a little worse for wear in the cardiovascular system as we approach the second 5 minutes. Pumping out the jab. Look at that. Honest Jim sort of posting off with that lead hand. Good stick from him right there. Debilitating the chin of Jan just a little bit. 1-2 head kick partially blocked from Suave Jamie. Oh! Big slip straight into the head kick. Honest Jim on his heels, but that's what you want to be if you're Dominic Cruz. You're able to move and groove out of the way of all of these strikes. Great job from Honest Jim to mitigate all the damage. Check left lands, but needs to be a bit more active with the strikes. The movement's great, but you got to be able to return the fire that's coming from Suave Jamie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry there, brother. I was just dealing with some of the responses from the back there. Looks like we have some interesting news to come, but we're going to see what happens over the course of this last 8 minutes, 20-odd seconds. These guys staying very game. Suave Jamie looking very good. Starting to get the better of that damage and so on, but we know how dangerous Jim is. I'm honestly very surprised we haven't seen more takedown attempts out of Honest Jim so far in this fight.
Have we even seen a takedown attempt? I can't.
I don't think so. I actually don't think so. Yeah, it's a very odd approach for Honest Jim, given the type of style that he normally is able to implement.
He's sticking well against Suave Jamie, but he isn't appearing to have a game plan, right? Like, that's the thing, right? If you got Cruz, you want to be able to grapple and level change, but now he's just getting touched up from the former double champ Suave Jamie, pouring it on. 2 minutes remain in the second round, and this is not where you want to be if you're Honest Jim. Whew. Would like to see Honest Jim have a more defined tactic. It seems like he's just trying to flow and figure it out during the fight. Not exactly a suggested game plan against somebody like Suave Jamie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh!
This is incredible work. Jamie, like, both guys looking worse for wear, though, to be honest with you, especially in that stamina department. But the damage is definitely starting to stack up for Jamie, and probably getting the... There's the first double leg, but it was a bail, and he gets a good defense.
They almost reversal with that body lock from Jan. Bruise could be a little bit more active. I do like the straights as Suave Jamie is backing up, trying to, you know, maybe load up a uppercut or something. Honest Jim sends one down the pipe, but just not enough activity in my mind to take it from the judges. Score!
Oh my God.
Out of nowhere, the body health was worse for wear, yes, but who could have predicted a body? That's 2 body TKOs in 1 Grand Prix. What an absolute statement from Suave Jamie.
Yes, sir. He is showing that you need to watch your body when he is about. He's going to continue to rip to it as often and as early as he can. That was an incredible performance from him. He looked to really implement a very calm and composed approach towards Honest Jim, looking to be calculated in the way that he was striking, maybe feeling that he had the advantage there, and obviously not wanting this to go to the ground understandably against such a good grappler. Odd approach for Honest Jim, maybe not to implement his grappling as often as we have seen him in the past, but not going his way this evening. I'm sure he's going to be going back to the drawing boards and trying to make some adjustments, but as of right now, Suave Jamie moving on to the semi-finals there, brother.
It's so hard to look impressive against Suave Jamie. He's a guy who just is so well-rounded that even if you have a defined game plan, I mean, it's just impossible to implement. But talking about impossible, Tadpole, the Kingsman, punches his way back in to the Primetime Grand Prix. The semifinal bout between him and Blessed Jake will take place in just a couple minutes. Talk about, Cyrez, the opportunity of a lifetime.
Just allowing me to jump in for the moment there, brother. This was the big news that we were having. It's very unfortunate. I'm going to find out some details a little bit later on, but it appears from the information I'm getting in the back there that Killer Jake is nowhere to be seen. He appears to have pulled out from the fight and the ability to continue on in the tournament, which is very unfortunate. What that means from the information that I'm getting in the back here is that as we were going to be having Tadpole coming forward to match him, Tadpole now gets the bye and the wild card through to the semi-finals to face off against TD Jamie. That is a crazy turn of events, and quite honestly something that I did not expect to see within the promotion. We've never had something like that happen before, but Tadpole's going to have to really make the most out of this opportunity as he gets a second opportunity not only to get through to the semi-finals, but now in the semi-finals there, Bane, with a potential to get himself that primetime gold.
The Kingsman leapfrogging all of the existing and I guess non-existent competitors. Wow, Tadpole granted glory, but you might be regretting it. Suave Jamie, of course, just put on an incredible performance. Tadpole gonna really have to dig deep if he wants to advance to that final matchup. I suppose, Cyrez, that leaves us on the other side of the bracket. EK Trickzzy versus Simple Benny.
That it does, brother, that it does. We now get to see the champion try to work his craft again, this time up against the ever dangerous Benny. We saw him last time out, of course, having a phenomenal match up against his opponent, ICB Great Miss. Great Miss was looking great. It got slept, late in that round, and allowing Simply Benny to move on. Now he has his work cut out for him for sure. If he thought that the previous fight up against ICB Great Mist was a tough one, he's now taking on the current champion, and different styles for sure. Great Mist all pressure, Trickzzy able to do kind of a little bit all. He pressures you, he counter strikes. So this one's now going to be in the light heavyweight division. Things change when it gets into these heavier weight classes there, Bane. The power, the cardio issues, they all really become a bit problematic unless you're really watching your P's and Q's.
Margin of error only increases as the weight does. EK Trickzzy shown that he can be touched up as this tournament has progressed. Simple Benny shown he's more of an aggressive guy at 205. One punch could change the primetime champion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Without further ado, these men are now squared off. We're going to skip across to their fighter screens. Looks like we might be seeing a Jerry Prochazka pick up against Jan Blachowicz. I cannot wait to see this one, my man. This is a crazy match. I've never seen Trickzzy fight a light heavyweight before, believe it or not that I can recall. So interesting to see him defend his belt at this weight class up against a dangerous opponent like Simply Benny that has shown to be dangerous not only from the beginning of the bell, but right to the end, as we saw in his last performance.
Striking stats are interesting between the current champion and the top 5 contender. 94 for Blachowicz against the 92 speed. 96 power, though, for Prochazka against the 95 power of Blachowicz. These guys just go back and forth on the stats. Striking-wise, cardio appears to be in the favor of Prochazka.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They are going at it very, very quickly. Simply Benny trying to land that knee to the body to open it up. Maybe trying to utilize some tactics of attacking the cardio of Trickzzy and trying to get an advantage in that respect. But we see a pull guard flip into a top mount position for the champion. And this is incredibly bad for Simply Benny. He does not want to find himself here, especially with such time on the clock. There being 4 minutes left to work, brother.
This is awful for Simply Benny. All of the grappling stats are in the champion's favor. EK Trickzzy benefiting from so many different advantages, especially a 92 top control against the 85 bottom control of Prochazka. Simple Benny gonna need to do something big to get back to the feet because, as you mentioned, we've got the entire round left.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's one of the areas that Jerry has been speaking about, you know, in real life, where he needs to work on is making sure that he has that grappling up to par when he gets taken down. And right now, the champion, the champion, Trickzzy, finds himself in an incredibly dominant position and is working it to beautiful success. He is really, really taking his time and adding up these shots, working on that block, and you know that that's going to play dividends as this fight goes on. If he's able to survive these next 2 minutes 45 there, Bane, there's a lot of time to work.
Just diminishing the head health of Simple Benny as this progresses. Those are bunny shots. There isn't a lot of power behind it, but you can see the cumulative damage early. We're only a couple minutes into this fight, but it's already just gradually tearing away at Prochazka's head health.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It has been a phenomenal fight so far for EK Trickzzy. He is implementing the game plan that he had for this light heavyweight division perfectly so far. And I mean, it's a very, very good idea to get some of these bigger men down early and try to get their gas tanks working a little bit just to take away that pop in the punch and really allow yourself to see some of these strikes coming.
In addition with taking out the pop and the punches, and you can see, EK Trickzzy putting up an armbar attempt, maybe just gauging the reactions of Simple Benny. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the tracing is perfect so far, though, brother. He decides to bail on it, but there's something that I had found out recently. That 25%, that first 25% of the submission on any submission, if you can stay equal with them, you stand a phenomenal chance at getting that closed out. That first 25% is key for all of these submissions.
EK Trickzzy, the champion, has to be comfortable within the grappling domain from this point forward. The easiest route to victory does appear to be taking down Prochazka. A ground and pound here, 30 seconds remaining. And this has been all EK Trickzzy. Simple Benny needs to make something big happen in round 2 if he wants to fight his way back into this and take the momentum away from the champion. About dominant. In terms of mental frustration, Simple Benny, who has fought tooth and nail to 86 strikes to 2. Oh my gosh. What a shutout of the first 5 minutes for the champion EK Trickzzy, giving Simple Benny absolutely nothing in the first 5 minutes. I'm anticipating a Prochazka sellout in the next few seconds because, look, Simple Benny needs something simply massive.
Yes, he really, really does. Puns intended, of course, but Benny, he's looking good, man, like, so far in terms of the way that he's able to survive that first round. Obviously a horrendous first round for him, but the cardio is still there, the head health is still there, and he is doing a good job of, you know, stopping that takedown coming in the second round.
EK Trickzzy, the takedown was denied. Simple Benny a bit more cognizant of the level change now. First minute of round 2 gone, and it's a bit more equal than the last round.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the first fight of our semi-finals. Championship implications in this one already. EK Trickzzy defending his belt up against Simply Benny. EK Trickzzy, sorry, defending his belt up against Simply Benny. Now finds himself once again in that top control position, which is exactly where you want to be if you're the champion.
Cyrez, in terms of striking differentials, none bigger than what we've seen in this fight. 91-6 is what the stats just flashed. Give me your thoughts on that, and let me know what the Prochazka pick and Simple Benny need to do to reverse the tides of this affair.
Quite honestly, he needs to start working that grapple advantage. You see Trickzzy continue to work those bunny shots, as you would put it earlier, and build up that grapple advantage. It's allowing him to maintain these positions and continue to rain down the ground and pound. Would like to see Simply Benny start to work the GA from the bottom and look to retain that full guard. As we see right there, he needs to be very, very patient in these ground positions, because honestly, Trickzzy is no slouch, brother. He will have you in any which way that you allow him to. So like you see right there, he gets the block, postures up instantly, pretzels the man over in the side control, and now raining down these elbows. This is a terrible spot if you're Prochazka. Simply Benny needs to get something working very, very quickly. You now see him looking to work that GA, but got to mix in some of those transitions, as well as the champion is in top position, also looking to do exactly the same, and thus able to mitigate the GA advantage for Simply Benny.
It is almost an inevitable affair that EK Trickzzy will slide through the guard and get into more advantageous positions. Ideally, that top mount, you can see him looking forward, but the additional factor of these spots on the ground and pound that EK Trickzzy's been delivering is that the head health of Simple Benny is not there. So in the event that these two gents try to stand and trade in round 3, you know, Prochazka does not have the health to do any damage, at least in my mind. In terms of extended combinations, each guy landing 3 to 4 strikes, Simple Benny's going to wear that a lot worse than EK Trickzzy. Denies the posture up there. Good on him. 30 seconds remain. Let's see what he can do.
Oh, lovely denial. And this is a position where if he's able to get the posture up, nice denial again. Simply Benny needed that. But even with 15 seconds, those shots can be so powerful. He only needs a couple of moments to really land them home. Interesting, he postures up and then switches him down. I was not expecting that. Just riding out that top control, brother.
Over the finish, potentially. Maybe he's just trying to get some time on the mat. Is the champ in EK Trickzzy, and you can see the striking differential a little bit closer in round 2, but 48-19 is nothing to really write home about. Simple Benny, if he wants to progress in this tournament, the Grand Prix with the belt, he will need a finish over EK Trickzzy.
Let's not count him out, brother. We've seen the way he started the 3rd round in his last performance, was massively behind in that one and was able to get the upset for the finish, and he looks like he's starting this 3rd round incredibly quick against the champion. But the champion is fresh there, Bane, and it's going to take something big to put him out.
Would like to see the implementation of uppercuts. Potentially EK Trickzzy has a tendency to dip, and also with those level changes could be a good deterrent. Simple Benny does have a little bit of recovery, so let's see how well he can use it. Big spinning attempt there from Prochazka.
Yeah, I think he needs something like that big Derek Lewis uppercut as he enters in on the shot if he's going to get Trickzzy here, because so far Trickzy's looking as silky smooth as he ever has, now raining these shots in on the clinch and probably going to take the man down any moment now.
Oh, yep, you can see here gets this clinch position looking bad for Prochazka. Does pop out of it, though. 3:30 remain in this fight. Simple Benny still here.
Yeah, he's looking for that finish, doing all he can, but the championship pedigree of Trickzzy looking to reign supreme this evening. 3 minutes 10 on the clock. Clock cannot rule out Simply Benny yet, but so far it is all Trickzzy over the stretch of these 3 rounds.
Simple Benny doing God's work to stay in this, but EK Trickzzy, a devil in the mat. You just can't take anything away from the champion. Every performance he's had tonight has been nothing short of clinical. 2:30 left in this fight. Big moment. Stuns Simple Benny.
Yeah, he's trying to get something going. He's trying to land something big, but Trickzzy is too clean so far. The absolute error of margin is non-existent against this man. You zig when you should zag, and he's going to catch you. As you see again there, the head health is very, very low for Simply Benny, and he...
Oh, big spinning kick to the head floor, Simple Benny. It is time to go for broke. Sell out while you can, Simple Benny. Eats a slip straight. This is not looking good for the red corner.
No, this is absolute craziness. He is marching forward now, looking for that finish. Able to step off that knee, lands the hook, and he sends him to hell.
Oh! BK Trickzzy, undisputed in his quest to dominate all of the competitors in today's Grand Prix. Absolutely floors Simple Benny in what was the most one-sided affair of today's event.
It really, really was. I mean, the absolute flawless performance from EK Trickzzy, showing his championship pedigree right there, and, you know, obviously doing a phenomenal job in order to secure that victory. I mean, Simply Benny had done a great job of, you know, turning around that last loss to get the late stoppage in that one, but Trickzzy is not somebody that makes errors, brother, and he didn't this evening. He hasn't so far at all, so I am blown away by this man's pedigree of striking and just generally all round how he performs. Trickzzy is a mesmerizing competitor and honestly, you know, a true champion of this game all round. He is now going to be taking that step into the finals, as quite honestly you would have imagined from his previous performances. You know, 11-1 last season, current champion, defended it so far 1, 2, 3, 4 times, looking to defend it a 5th time, either up against TD Jamie or against Tadpole. This is going to be an incredible fight. I imagine we're maybe going to see a little bit more of a wrestling approach from Jamie in this one, just due to the pressure and the output of Tadpole. However, we know that Jamie likes to throw those hands as well there, Bane, so this could go absolutely any which way.
Talk about the storyline if Tadpole is successful in his semifinal bout against TD Jamie, taking out Suave Jamie, one of the guys who is the toughest, one of the toughest competitors in this Grand Prix. Tadpole gifted the opportunity to face off against him for the chance at the title. Tadpole looking to make some magic happen, but looking at the existing history, 20 wins to 2. Suave Jamie has a lot of mileage on the Kingsman.
It looks like that may be the case, but this could be training. This could have been at the beginning. You never know, brother. You know that things are different under these bright lights. I know that Tadpole and Suave Jamie have been around the scenes for a long time, have a lot of experience in staying composed in these massive positions. Obviously, this is the semi-finals. Winner of this will now be facing the champion in the finals in EK Trickzzy, all to play for. It is the light heavyweight division. I don't know who that's going to favor there, brother, because both guys set incredible paces, and I honestly don't see Tadpole taking a step back here.
Don't think he can. This is an opportunity of a lifetime for the Kingsman member. He needs to be all out aggressive and put on a performance that we haven't seen from him today. Take the notch and crank it to 11, Tadpole. You're in the semifinals.
All to play for, brother, all to play for. He's going to need to turn up tonight and put on the performance of a lifetime, because he's got his back up against the wall with TD Suave Jamie looking to take a step closer towards that primetime gold. We'll have to see how this one goes down. Suave Jamie already looking to work that body often and early there, Bane, and maybe a very, very, you know, intelligent plan for him against such a heavy output and pressure style of Tadpole.
Midsection of Jan Blachowicz is 93, so not the best, but similarly not the worst, and equipped with a 93 recovery. If Tadpole can mitigate a lot of those strikes to the midsection, either with counters or purely blocking, he'll be in good shape. But look at this, Jamie just commanding the center of the octagon. Not something we've seen as Tadpole on the back foot eats a really strong cross over the top there.
Yeah, maybe a lot of respect from Tadpole being, you know, showing towards Jamie here. He's, like you say, taking some back steps, which is incredibly uncharacteristic of that man, but understandable when you're against one of the best players within the community. As you can see, though, Suave Jamie taking this fully seriously, homed in on it, as we've seen from every performance from these guys, other than that first one, which we'll not talk about. But other than that, the non-stop seriousness, these guys obviously being very, very game. Nice switch there, body hook. That's beautiful work. He needs a lot more of that if he's going to continue to have success in this fight.
Diego Sanchez definitely nowhere near the octagon at this stage in the game. The Grand Prix is at its twilight hours, and you can see here Jamie definitely coming to play. 2.5 remain in this opening round, and each guy just tit for tat so far.
For sure, brother, for sure. Looks like Suave Jamie's on the receiving end of the worst end of the stamina currently, which is interesting in this mirror match. Obviously, first time we've mentioned it, of course, but mirror match of the two Yan picks. So definitely all to play for. But it looks like Tadpole's actually getting the slight advantage, and he gets the rock.
The Kingsman pushing forward gets the rock on TD Suave Jamie.
Oh, and again, he sits him onto a head kick. This is massive. Misses all those hooks to the body, though. Has to be careful. Only one uppercut is all it would take with the power, the Polish power of Peter Yan to send you to the nether realm. Another pullback uppercut.
Look at this.
Sorry, guys,
Tadpole.
step away for a second, but these are crazy fights right now.
Welcome back there, one real
Oh, good, brother. A pair of stuns for Tadpole. This is what he needs. Make Suave Jamie question himself in the octagon.
Yes, sir. I mean, if you want to get your opponent, doubting themselves, rocking them twice in the first round is definitely the way to do so, as we're seeing massive amounts of success from Tadpole making these adjustments. These pullback counters have been absolutely on point, but once again, we see Jamie marching forward and making that cage very, very small as he gets a rock. This might be it. This might actually be it. One or two shots.
Jamie.
Oh, wow. My God.
Tadpole puts up such a good fight, rocks Suave Jamie on several occasions, but we know TD Suave Jamie, not someone who's going to go away easy, bats away the Kingsman in emphatic fashion in the closing seconds of round one.
Yeah, that was a wild fight for sure.
It really, really was, my man. This
Mr. Humbledink with the raid. Huge thank you for the support, brother.
Good man, good man. We appreciate you there, Humbledink. Hope you had a great stream, brother. We are firing through these events like you wouldn't believe. We are about to see TD Jamie taking on EK Trickzzy, our current and reigning champion, in the Grand Prix final for the Xbox Championship. All to play for, my man. I honestly don't know how this one's gonna go down. It's hard to bet against the champion in Trickzzy. He has shown to be absolutely phenomenal every step of the way so far, but Jamie's been putting on very scary performances of his own and obviously shown to be incredibly game at all elements and states of this tournament so far, brother.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more that they've been having some amazing fights so far. Definitely a back and forth brawl at times. This is the true highlight of skill we have in this league.
For sure,
absolutely, a great representation of the Xbox side of prime time. Believe this one gives the PlayStation Grand Prix a bit of a run for its money. Each fight tonight has been an absolute banger. The only one that was really one-sided was Simple Benny versus the champion EK Trickzzy, who we're about to see just now in the finals.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're just going to take a quick look back at the tournament as these guys get set up. But it has been a phenomenal night of fights so far. I mean, there is no reason. This is kind of like a UFC event level event overall. We have had, fight after fight. These guys have been showing up and putting on banger after banger each and every step. Like I said at the beginning, man, you'd think that at this stage we'd be running out of energy, but just living off the energy of these fights every single step of the way. Right now, we are about to see the two-time ESFL champion step in here up against the primetime champion for a very long time, and obviously the Venom Invitational champion in Trickzzy. Look to defend his belt for a final time up against Suave Jamie. This is all to play for, man, and I really don't know how I'm going to see this one go down, but this is an incredible main event of this 32-man Grand Prix, and we couldn't ask for a better one, man. These guys are so highly talented. It's going to be an honor to call this fight.
Absolutely agree with you, CyreztheLooney Rose. Pleasure to be in the booth for the first time for an incredible Grand Prix. And you have to think these guys battle tested today. Each has faced adversity. Jamie, a touch more than Trickzzy with those pair of rocks from the Kingsman. But either way, they know how to win.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These guys are taking a very, very quick breather as they head into this next round. Both guys have made weight. It's going to be in the welterweight division to close out this event. All still to play for left in this one, man. I am personally absolutely hyped. The energy has been electric all night. It has been a pleasure having you in here, Bane and Wonrios. This has been an event of all events. We don't often do these Grand Prix, but one hell of a way to start out this second season. Both the PlayStation and the Xbox scene coming through with absolutely phenomenal events, and quite honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure to call, man.
Yeah, it's been a great time today. Honestly, we've just seen so much skill from every player today. It's a great night of matches for sure.
Just waiting for these guys to run off. We're going to take a very, very short intermission as these guys get squared off. Don't go anywhere. Hit the follow button. Like it on YouTube if you haven't already. Tell your mom, tell your dad, tell your brothers and your sisters, tell your auntie's dog. I don't care. This is going to be the main event of all main events. It's one that you don't want to miss out on. You don't want to let your friends miss out on. So spread the word. We will be back 60 seconds or so. Stay safe. Stay... Whew. Alright, without further ado, we are here with our main event of the evening. We are going to be having the legend, the man, the myth himself, EK Trickzzy, current champion of Primetime MMA of Season 1, defending his belt every step of the way up until the final, doing the Elite Kings proud. Now, tough, obviously against one of his toughest matches to date, I would probably say, up against Suave Jamie. Suave Jamie seemingly changed accounts to a Mr. Ian Beale Sr., but nevertheless, they are ready to roll. Welterweight division, looks like we're going to be having Kamaru Usman, which, if you don't know, has been Trickzy's favorite pick in welterweight recently, implementing him beautifully in this game, but dangerous up against Gilbert Burns, who has that very, very nice boxing and obviously excellent bottom and top game. The jiu-jitsu of that man is nothing to sleep on for sure.
Absolutely, and talking about the striking realm from each competitor, each 4.5-star punch speed slightly in Dorino's favor, 93 to the Nigerian Nightmare's 92. Punching power equal across all boards, 95, along with accuracy, 93. So these guys are pinpoint and lethal with it, with a slight edge in speed to Gilbert Burns.
Excellent points there, brother. The power, the speed are going to be matching up beautifully. We've seen EK Trickzzy in the past. Obviously, just not make any mistakes. I really have never seen this guy make too many mistakes over his entire career within Primetime and, you know, multiple other promotions. Much the same with Suave Jamie. He's very confident going into this fight. Has had an excellent, you know, step up in this. Whoa, and they lose connection. Connection has been lost to your opponent. That is a bit anticlimactic, but they are going to be getting back at it. Don't you worry. Do not go anywhere. We will not be resting on our laurels. These guys are going to get instantly matched up against each other. That's one hell.
Locked and loaded to say Yves Levine, the third man in the octagon. Each of these orthodox fighters going to be coming out for the final, and I couldn't say that yet. I can't. I have to wait.
Well, see, it won't be the Yves Levine in the next one, you know. We'll set up quite
there's a rotation. Oh man.
Well, it looks like he sent the invite. They are just waiting. I don't know what quite happened. Maybe one of them slipped on a banana peel, kicked his Xbox off. I do not know, but they are getting back in it. People are calling winner by forfeit. EK Trickzzy, it doesn't quite work like that unless the man no-shows, but I doubt that that's going to be the case. Obviously, we've had TD Jamie turning up, putting on performances this evening, looking like he really wanted to get that step closer towards the final. Now manages to do so up against the one and only EK Trickzzy, and I don't imagine he's going to back down from this challenge, although it is his most dangerous challenge of the night, facing the champion. You know, it's all to play for. There it is. They are now matched off against each other once more. We're just going to switch straight across it. They're not going to waste any time. Kamaru Usman, Gilbert Burns, let's motherfucking go.
EK Trickzzy does appear to pick up that short disconnection victory, so I don't know if that's mentally going to do anything against Suave Jamie. Already having that 1-0 Cyrez. I mean, that's just hard.
It is. I just got notified that the reason that he backed out is due to the settings. He had not switched the settings across to Legacy, and obviously that would have had massive implications on the fight should they have hit the ground. So they had restarted. He had quickly changed those settings, and we are good to go in this main event of the Grand Prix. The finals is here. It is upon us. Touch your gloves, and they're straight at it there, Bane.
Dean, third man in the octagon for tonight's final event. Primetime gold on the line. The Grand Prix, what we have been waiting for.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Love the energy. They have kept us going all night there, One Rios, and this is what we've all been waiting for. This main event right here, brother.
Yeah, it's both showcase a lot of talent in this fight, and we're definitely going to see a brawl, if anything. And the Kamaru Usman pick versus Burns, you know, people didn't usually expect to see this in the game, at least, but these are two high-level competitors, so we might see something crazy happen.
I wouldn't imagine anything less. I mean, look, EK Trickzzy, he does not go for the flashy stuff. He keeps it simple because he's not stupid, my man. He knows that keeping it simple is the best way to a victory. Allows you not to open up for those major mistakes, and he's going to need to be on his best game this evening to walk away retaining that championship, as he has many times in the past, up against such a dangerous opponent in Suave Jamie Bane, who is already finding himself on his back, but definitely dangerous from all positions in this fight.
Gilbert Burns, the BJJ wizard, definitely somebody that you don't want to be grappling on the mat with, but talking about clinch positioning and clinch control, 97 for the Nigerian Nightmare and only 90 for Gilbert Burns. So you can see EK Trickzzy's brain working when he backs Suave Jamie up against the fence. He's looking to utilize the advantages that Usman presents him in the octagon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, right now, we find Trickzzy finding himself in this full guard position, raining down some ground and pound. Imagine he's going to look for an opportunity to slice through into that half guard / side control position given the opportunity. So far, both guys doing a good job of building up that grapple advantage there on Rios. Not able to get up, and these are excellent denials from both men.
Absolutely. No slouch on the ground. Here comes the rubber guard from Burns, though. short elbows on the inside. EK Trickzzy able to pop out of that. 120 remain in the opening round of this 5-rounder main event. Look at that big sweep from Burns.
Yeah, it's definitely, you're showing a big showcase of just phenomenal grappling back and forth. And he postures up, lands a few strikes, but he does not want to lose position, so he goes right back in to half guard.
Yeah, so he needs to get something going in these remaining 40 seconds, though. There was a lot of top control from Trickzzy, and I don't know if this is going to be enough for him. Although he got that beautiful denial of the half-guard transition, and getting some stamina advantages is burned now with the remaining 20 seconds, but not a lot of time to really get something going as he postures up. 14 seconds, raining down these shots. Lovely defense from the champion.
EK Trickzzy pops back up to the feet, though, to conclude round 1. Big shots to the body, returned by Zombzz. Interesting first 5 minutes. We'll see the stats here, largely in Usman's side, both significantly and in total. Cyrez, do you think the Nigerian Nightmare is going to get the nod in the first round?
I would imagine so there, brother, and I think that this is where it all starts to heat up in previous matchups. I go to it every single time we see this man out here, but Trickzy's most dangerous round is round 2. The amount of finishes this man has in round 2 is phenomenal. Honestly, TD Jamie has to mind all of his P's and Q's, as he does right there, and gets the takedown. That's a lovely little reversal takedown as we see Trickzzy go for that double leg bail. Now obviously finds himself on bottom underneath the very dangerous TD Jamie there.
Oh, Zombzz, a submission threat with that Gilbert Burns pick. You can see Usman regaining the half guard. Great for Trickzzy there. And they're just, as mentioned, getting the grapple advantage up and kind of biding their time, not wanting to make a mistake.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Still a lot of time to work on the clock there, One Ross, as we see a separation.
Oh.
Yeah, it's definitely... They have to be, like you said, on their P's and Q's just to find that solid opening. Otherwise, it could be game over for any of them.
Very, very active now in the striking. They're not wasting any time trying to attack the head and the body of each other, trying to make this war of attrition.
Each guy having so many good moments here in this second round. Burns choosing to stand and finding success with it. Great work to the midsection from Zombzz. Good takedown from the Nigerian Nightmare.
Doing phenomenal work once again, securing that takedown. I think that's definitely what he needed after that explosion that we were seeing from Burns on the feet. 2 minutes left to work, and Usman has the power to really sit down on these shots if he finds himself in one of these postured up positions.
Absolutely, it's not going to take a ton for the 170 champ to get him out of here. Great denial right there from EK Trickzzy.
Yes, sir. Now going into that top mount, he's going to get the denial off here. This is a big position for him. Going to look for that postured up any moment, I would imagine. But not able to, as Mr. Ian Beale Sr. or Zombzz able to get out of those positions and get back to that full guard.
Trickzzy, good ground and pound. Zombzz, great defense, though, framing off and being able to mitigate a lot of that damage that EK Trickzzy wanted to deliver. Good rubber guard here from Dorino.
Very, very active game here from both gentlemen, looking to work their game. Honestly, very, very evenly contested over these opening 2 rounds. You see the stamina, the head health of both. Head health a little bit lower, obviously on the side of Jamie, but the body health definitely becoming a bit of a problem from Usman if this fight continues on. And obviously we see Jamie go back to it, which I imagine he will, given that his bread and butter, and we've seen his beautiful setups to those body uppercuts and such so far this evening. Very, very interesting first 2 rounds, guys. I know not everybody is a massive fan of the grappling. Myself, personally, when it's utilized in this sort of fashion, I am a huge fan of it. It is the best fighting, the best, and exactly what you would expect to see come this final.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a beautiful showcase of grappling in itself. And as I always say, ground game is like checkers. You know, ground game is like chess. It's definitely complex than the striking.
Big moment there for Zombzz. Most significant striking moment for him here. Great work from EK Trickzzy to steal that momentum back, though.
staying very active, looking for the takedown. He was there, not able to get it. Good block on the body kick.
Massive two. Look at that. Good return from Suave Jamie.
Absolutely phenomenal work from both gentlemen, poking at each other, prodding to try and find the opening for that big shot. Excellent takedown defense from the champion, making this a very, very tough battle for both gentlemen. Mixing it up with the takedowns, the striking. We see another takedown attempt there from Jamie, but the defense holds true from the champion. Excellent catch, circling him to the cage. You don't see him instantly go for the takedown or the strike. Such an educated game plan to regain that center of the cage there, Bane. Beautiful work by the champion.
Absolutely, EK Trickzzy wise to all of the tricks of Suave Jamie, for lack of a better word, but that one touches the champion. Most significant moment right there.
Yeah, it's definitely a crazy fight so far. Both gentlemen showcasing some extreme talent on the ground, and their striking has honestly been impeccable from both sides.
Absolutely, Suave Jamie having a little bit more success on the feet, but EK Trickzzy with that Nigerian Nightmare pick, all the power that he needs to end it at any moment. 2 minutes remain in this third round. Oh! EK Trickzzy reverses the momentum, gets the stun on Suave Jamie. Jamie on the back pedal now.
Well, this is absolutely crazy. All to play for. Every single step so far this evening has taken these men to this position, and they are making the most of it now. Battling tooth and nail for this finish, trying to get the damage off in any way they can. Okay, they're trying to make some adjustments on each other now. The pace of the fight changing ever so slightly. We see Jamie go to that body over and over again, but looks like Trickzzy is becoming wise to it as he's blocked those last couple of attempts with relative ease.
The health on Suave Jamie's side, not where you want it to be. Great pullback uppercut, though, from Dorino. 10 seconds remain, clinch control for the Nigerian Nightmare. EK Trickzzy gonna ride this one out with some control time on Rose.
Oh yeah, it's definitely an interesting fight, but at this point, it could go either way in certain places because they've been having great rounds overall.
Absolutely phenomenal pace put out by both gentlemen. We've seen high-level grappling, high-level striking. Obviously, now in the championship rounds as we hit the 4-minute 50 mark of the fourth round of this championship main event of the Grand Prix. Working these shots in the clinch, both guys being gritty, both guys being dirty and having the perseverance to try and get their game plans off still. Neither guy welting to the pressure or the moment as we see these two savages try to throw down over the last 10 minutes of this round. Oh, 10 minutes of this fight.
Championship rounds are upon us. These gentlemen have been in the waiting room for 6 hours fighting off combatants. EK Trickzzy maintaining and retaining the belt all that time. Suave Jamie now in a bad position here.
This is a terrible spot if you are Suave Jamie. He opts to take him over into the backside position. Imagine that ground and pound is going to be there if he's able to posture up as he does. Oh, he uses it to retain the half guard, maintaining that position. Intelligent move from the champion. He knows that he's probably 2-1 currently. I mean, that's the way I'm scoring it. I don't know how you guys see this so far, but very, very closely competitive fight.
Absolutely competitive. Each guy had so many great moments. Interesting how you would score it. Notable viewers, Zayaf thinking 2-1 Trickzzy as we approach this sort of last end of the Xbox Grand Prix.
Look at the head health blinking there. Now starting to add up on Burns is the power of Usman. He is landing. We've seen the land percentages earlier on in the evening. I would love to see what they are in this fight. You've got to imagine that the land percentage is through the roof. There is no wasted movement, no wasted strikes from either one of these gentlemen, other than the occasional maybe missed jab, but that's acceptable, right?
Trickzzy as efficient as they come. Definitely a jab is no problem for him. Suave Jamie maybe on the back foot now. His championship goals need to require a bit more activity. Great knees in the clinch from him here. 90 seconds remain in this 4th round. Let's see what Jamie can do.
Yeah, looking for those body uppercuts again there. One but he eats a knee. Oh my, this is all to play for, brother.
Trouble right.
Mourinho on the back foot. Judo throw there for the Nigerian Nightmare.
Absolutely phenomenal work, able to get that denial off. This is the champion looking fantastic so far. Definitely starting to get the momentum in of this fight going in his favor. Jamie needs something big to turn the tide in this fight, whether it be in this last 30 seconds or the remaining round, because the champion is marching forward to being and still.
Short elbows in this side control position. Dorino gets the full guard, but look at this. The champ's posturing up.
Oh, this is brutal ground and pound. The savagery of EK Trickzzy reigning true over the last couple of seconds of this 4th round. Sorry, I was going to say first, Jesus.
5th and final round of the Xbox Grand Prix to determine who holds the primetime gold.
One of those events you're not going to forget where you were when you saw these two absolute savages match up in this main event. Absolute honor to call these fights, to see such high-level gameplay on display from both gentlemen. Some people, obviously, we see maybe JC Gamer not too happy the way that Trickzzy is implementing his game plan on his man. You know, Jamie's one of JC's training partners, I do believe, so see him shouting out in the chat. But so far, Trickzy's looking phenomenal, mixing up that grappling and the striking, really giving Jamie all he can handle through the course of these 5 rounds.
Jamie needs to mount a comeback. He needs to rally if he wants to wrap that gold around his belt or his waist. EK Trickzzy catches that kick, makes him pay for it.
Good catch of the kick, brother.
Great technical striking and overall talent from both gentlemen, to be honest.
Good clinch work from Swap Jamie, lighting the champ up right now.
Yeah, the head health becoming a bit problematic there, Bane, and this is what Jamie needs. Not the takedown like that. He needs to do something and have some activity to get back to his feet. Trickzy's going to look to ride out this round on top, and if he's able to do so, he walks away, and still, Jamie needs something big and soon, brother.
Former ESFL double champ needs some urgency to get back to the feet. Look at this. Trickzzy lets him up.
Yeah, Trickzzy goes for the finish, my man. He's not always, content to go for the decision, even if he's ahead. It's what makes him such an entertaining fighter. He's always looking to put his opponent face down on that canvas with any opportunity he can. We see these knees raining true to the body. Uppercut on the chin.
Oh, this could be it. If he keeps landing those strikes, this is really close.
Swap Jamie, battle-tested and scarred, pushing forward against the Nigerian Nightmare. You can't take the heart out of this competitor.
For sure. What a takedown defense. I've never seen that animation before, but loving to see it. These guys going at it in all capacities. Right now, the champion going back to that clinch, landing it beautifully.
Oh, man, he's landing some serious shots, and at this point, he's doing his best just to survive the onslaught.
90 seconds to determine the primetime champion. Suave Jamie walking forward like a zombie, eating all of the shots of the current champion, EK Trickzzy.
Absolutely phenomenal battle in this main event, all still to play for, but the champion is looking phenomenal, staying composed with that knee.
Oh, here we go again. He's just trying to back out of the way of that just obscene damage that...
Oh, and this is going to ride out a lot of the time now. I don't know if Jamie's got any time left to turn this around. This has been a phenomenal performance by the champion. He's looking actually pretty good in the submission, but doesn't look like it's going to be close enough with 30 seconds on the clock to tighten it up. But it's getting tighter. Oh, the counter's there.
Oh, that was
Jamie, 20 seconds. It does not appear that he's going to have anything to do. EK Trickzzy likely going to go home as the champion, and still is what we are anticipating to hear.
Woo!
That was an amazing fight. It was just back and forth, just technical skill and striking and grappling on the showcase.
Phenomenal display from both gentlemen. Honestly, I cannot express how entertaining this event has been. We have been running a 6-hour dead event come to the end of this last fight. Every single step of the way, these guys have been putting on phenomenal performances, allowing us to continue to maintain a high level of gameplay throughout the event. I know that these guys left it all in the octagon, and honestly, it was an absolute honor to call that fight. I cannot wait to see the way this has gone, but as you mentioned there, we are likely to see it, and still...
Weirder things have occurred in the realm of UFC 4 judging, but I have to imagine that this is a pretty cut and dry, maybe 49-46 for EK Trickzzy.
Yes, sir, and we see it there. And still, Season 2 starting out with EK Trickzzy as champion, able to put together 5 consecutive defenses of his belt to be returning as the champion in Season 2. This man is a problem. Do not allow yourself to get in the cage with this man without being prepared, because he has the answers for everything, it would seem. I do not know who's going to be the man to take the belt off him. Right now, it seems like that's going to be an incredibly tough task for anybody within the scene. What a card we have had tonight, guys. It has been an absolute pleasure. If you do not know already, you know now. EK Trickzzy, one of the best on the scene, for sure. Make sure to hit that follow button. We'll be back now on Monday, airing off our fight night with the main event of EK Spider up against EK Slick. Cannot wait for that one to be thrown down, guys. Honestly, absolutely phenomenal night of events. It has been a pleasure to call these ones with you there, Bane and One Rios. Honestly, couldn't have asked for a better Grand Prix to start out Season 2 for ourselves.
No better event to make the commentary debut for primetime, and I just am looking forward to being back, Cyrez.
100%, brother, 100%. The action never stops. We'll be back with you now, as I said, on Monday. But as for now, we are going to call an end to the night. We're going to hit up a raid within the community. Going to have a little check on who's online right now. Stay by. Make sure to send the love as we go into there. Obviously, let them know Primetime sent you. Get them all hyped up. We'll be back on Monday now. Other than that, stay safe, stay savage, and we'll see you in the next one.